Good morning. I think we can start the session. I just wanted to remind you that if you have presentation, please bring it before to our technicians in the back of the room, not in the last moment or during your session, just a bit before. So this is easier for us to manage. Okay. I'll leave the floor to you.
Good morning. We are missing two presentations. Is Mariana Belgiu and Shabalinat. I apologize for the spelling. Can you upload the presentation? Or do we have all of them yet? We keep going, okay. So good morning, everyone. Welcome to this session. So the session, it's called Soil and Crop Monitoring. We didn't see so many soil monitoring, but a lot of crop monitoring. It's a patchwork of application and research, and it's a good variety from a bit fundamental to a more applied research, and this is good. So we will start right away with Livia, who is going to present the vapor encounter. So please, Livia.
Good morning. So I will present today an application based on the vapor data, and this application was actually fully developed by the author that you see there, not by me. So if there's any questions, then I'll be happy to note them down, but not sure I'll be able to answer the IT-related questions of that. So Vapor is a project that FAO is doing in collaboration with the partners that you see on screen. It's basically a database of near real-time global data on actuality and biomass that combined give us the possibility to calculate water productivity at different scales. And that is illustrated in this design here. Water productivity is in a way the possibility of producing more crop per drop, and that's a goal that is very relevant for FAO, for the SDG, and it's valid at different scales. It combines land and water productivity. So what we often see, of course, is that farmers are very much interested in increasing land productivity, so in obtaining more yield. But on particularly in water-scarce countries, that needs to be combined with the ability to secure yields while not increasing the impact on and the pressure on water resources. So that's water productivity in a nutshell. It's very difficult to monitor that at scale, but remote sensing is helping us doing it. And we started doing this already almost 8 years ago. We have an open access database running on the FAO portal, that's for which I'll show a very quick overview. So we have global data available at 300-meter resolution every 10 days. And for a number of countries, particular countries we have activities in, we have the same data at 100-meter resolution. And for about 25 mainly irrigation schemes, we have data, the same data available at 20-meter resolution. And at that level, we do field activities in crop water productivity. So we really look into what type of management practices can contribute to increasing water productivity. That is the introduction on the Vapor project, and if you are interested in that, please reach out to me over a coffee break or others. But what I'm going to present today is more about one of the challenges we have is how we make this data available and useful for different type of users. As you can imagine, there's very different typologies of users who are potentially interested in accessing the data, from a policy level to researchers to advisory services to farmers, so, and each of them with very different skill sets. So we are, over the years, we've been trying to develop different tools and products that can serve these different needs, and what I'm presenting today is one of these. So this was the diagram of how the data flows. So at the center of the Vapor project, of the database, there's clouds, of course, and these clouds now store the rasters that are saved as cloud-optimized geotiffs. And the database is created by reprocessing different remote sensing products and running a model that is developed by eLeaf, who's also here in the room, and that for which we recreated an open source version that is called PyVapor. Is also available for everybody to use and reproduce Vapor-like data using the open access and open source algorithm. But on the user side, and then also as another cloud shows, we have a number of capacity development products, online courses, and so on. But on the user side, there's also a range of methods and possibilities to access the data, starting with the portal itself that is hosted on the FAO agroinformatics platform. And we also, of course, the data can be accessed to WMTS and all the open standards. We also have a Python package to download the data, or there's QGIS plugins. And the new addition is this Vapor counter that is basically trying to respond to this growing interest in dashboards. No? So everybody now wants dashboard to interact with the data and analyzing it. And because the Vapor project is fully open source in its philosophy, we wanted to create, to be able to produce and display the data using a dashboard that is not necessarily a proprietary software as many that are increasingly available today. So this, and now I go into the area that I know less, but the Vapor counter it doesn't focus on showing raster, but it's more a way of displaying and interacting with the data. So displaying time series, charts, and it works by installing a Python inside a web browser. And that means that you can use Python packages like Panda or access other models written in Python. So for example, this is now linked with the FAO crop water requirement calculator, the old CropWatt. And it is meant for doing water accounting at field scale or basin scale. And it's being now finalized, so it will be openly accessible soon. The first thing it does at the field scale is a delineation, and that is, this is one extract from the Gezira irrigation system in Sudan. We are aware that, it very much depends on the farming system. In some farming systems, this is fairly, well, maybe easy to do. In other farming systems, this will not be possible at all. But in this case, what it does, it takes a time series and combines it into a single image using a peak-to-peak reducer, and with that, then it runs a segmentation algorithm that is called Felsen-Swalp, I think, in this case, and then it creates the different fields delineation. Then a very important piece in calculating water productivity is being able to determine the growing season, so selecting the start and end of the growing season. And the crop calendar is then derived on the fly, and by a smoothing curve that can be, and this, I think this is the interesting part, can be adjusted by users setting a threshold on how much this can be smoothed, depending on the knowledge of the area. So there's a short animation that shows how it works. This is the Bekaa Valley in Lebanon, and the fields are segmented. And then you can select different group of fields, or fields, individual fields. Then once we calculate, we can play with this slider bar that, for example, in this case, we wanted to adjust the smoothing to fit well the growing season based on our knowledge. Then we can do that separately for the different groups, and then we can calculate the water productivity, looking at the biomass and the water consumption together and seeing how that evolves during the growing season. So with that, I think I'm already mostly at the end of my time slot, so I'll conclude with the last slide on recommendations. In terms of data, I mentioned that yesterday, vapor relies, well, not only vapor in general, actual evapotranspiration relies on good, accurate, and timely and spatially accurate land surface temperature. So we are really looking forward to to start using the LSTM and the precursor data to LSTM. When it comes to data, as mentioned yesterday, we are very much interested in having global ET maps, but also being able to develop high-resolution actual ET data operationally. We need crop time mapping on an operational way, and irrigation mapping as well. So that's the type of data we're really interested in, and hope this community, we can find joint forces in this community to get there. In terms of data standards and accessibility, we are now using, FAO is now increasingly using STAC as a protocol that describes the data, the where and the period, the time period, and the metadata of data in a way that makes it easier to access and use in known applications like Vapor Counter. We understand that it's now part of the Copernicus data space ecosystem, so that is very good news for us. We're also interested in having the data available through cloud-optimized GeoTIFF for similar reasons, because that makes it possible to extract the data and use them operationally, saving bandwidth, because at the end, the bottleneck of most of the applications we do is that we need to deal with bandwidth situation in countries we work with that are not, of course, optimal for this type of work, and we need to find ways of limiting the size of data transfer as much as possible. I think with that, I'm done. I'll leave here some references, and please reach out if you need to, if you're interested in knowing more. Thank you.
Thank you, Olivia. We have time for one short question, if they may have. Yes, we do have a question there. So, I do it.
Okay. My name is Karam. I'm from the Bekaa Valley, and I have been involved in a PRIMA project based on satellite imagery for crop signature and for determination of crop water requirements and water productivity. And I have been involved during the last 4 years with the European Neighborhood Instrument, ENI, for which we also had project in the valley. But my question is for water productivity, when it is calculated upon a kilogram per hectare, it is very static. For us, it would be much better to measure these parameters in terms of kilogram of produce per cubic meter of water. So for that reason, is vapor or vapor product can make this conversion from kilogram hectare, it is technical issue, of course, to kilogram per cubic meter of water? Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I think that was, yeah, the first slide I showed. That's exactly the definition we use. Maybe I can go back quickly. Well, yeah. That's exactly the definition we use of water productivity, so I'm very happy that you use the same. So we do, when we mention water productivity, that includes both land productivity, kilograms per hectare, and water productivity, that is kilogram per cubic meter of water. That's, yeah, there's a mistake there, sorry, in the slide, I didn't see this, it's kilogram per cubic meter. But also when in the video, that's, yeah, what you'll see at the end, it's very short, but the final slide, the final charts show circles that are half green and half blue. In those circles, the blue part is the water consumption, so the cubic meter per hectare, and the green part is the biomass per hectare. So it's a combination of land and water productivity. So I fully align with your thoughts. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's the chart I mentioned. Okay.
Thank you, Olivia. I think we need to move on. We also want to remind you that we hope to have a bit of time at the end of the session to really focus on the recommendations. So if you want to respond to the recommendations that are raised by the speakers, or if you have something else to add, then please try to keep that for the end of the session, and we hope to go a bit more into discussion on these recommendations. So with that, let's move on, and we welcome Heike Bach from Vista, who will tell us a bit more about plant water monitoring in Africa, expanding hyperspectral analysis capacity by exploiting free and open source software.
Yes, thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. We are talking about plant water monitoring in Africa, and this is part of the EO Africa project that ESA is sponsoring. A little bit more insight into this project. It is a research and development project, so we are not targeting operational service at that, but we really want to understand how we can use experimental EO data, which is, at present, we heard it yesterday, we have the hyperspectral sensors like NMAP and PRISMA that are available now, and we have eco-stress data for thermal data, all preparation for SHIME and LSTM. How can we use them to show that they really improve drought monitoring and management of water resources? That is our thing, but it's also, of course, it's research and development phase because the data is not operational yet. And another point is that we want to make the products and the development of the products, so the programming of the products, available on an online platform that our partners in Africa can do this themselves and also do the research and development themselves. We have 6 test sites distributed over Africa. It's Senegal, Mali, Niger, and Zambia. And here we have gathered hyperspectral and thermal data, and that was also thanks to the Italian Space Agency. We got a lot of PRISMA data that was very nice, and we combine them with in situ data for drought monitoring. The partners in the project, beside Vista, who's leading it, is Vito, who are also responsible for the user requirement gathering, and LIST from Luxembourg. And Vito and List are more dealing with the eco-stress data, the thermal applications, and Vista for the hyperspectral ones. This presentation is focusing on hyperspectral applications. And you see our African partners are KTC, RCMRD, SILKS, and the Action Against Hunger. Our goal is that we really allow knowledge sharing and do capacity building. And this should have, at the end, policy relevance. Move into the test area that we want to demonstrate here. It's in Zambia. There in Zambia, the Germans support an agricultural knowledge and training center. It's called RKTC, which is of course important. If you develop such a thing, then later on it should be able to distribute it to the farmers on site. We cannot do it ourselves as remote sensing people here. We need the partners locally, and they do their training, explanation. They have the big pivot farms, as you see here, that you have the big irrigation systems, but they also have, where is the pointer? Here, the smaller areas where they do testing, different cropping types, different management practice, and where they show how it can be applied. It's an area where we have a rainy season, but it means in the dry season we need irrigation. The product that we developed for the users that are derived from Earth observation is the leaf area index, the leaf water content, and the canopy water content. That is what we are dealing with. I told you we use hyperspectral data, and we were very lucky. We have a good set of hyperspectral data. I think it's a very detailed set, maybe the first most detailed set in Africa, maybe, but one of the first ones. And you see all the green dots is Prisma data, and it's just a calendar view, and you see we started in April 23, that each month we have several Prisma scenes available, so thanks a lot for that this was possible, this programming of Prisma data. And you also see in yellow the Nmap scenes, which we are glad we have some, but you see it much less frequent. So there we see that we have, besides the problem of clouds and cloud shadow that we always have in optical data, we have a really challenge in tasking of these experimental satellite data in terms of Nmap. It worked much better for Prisma. But on the other side, we had some problems with Prisma data. If you work with it, you will notice the geometry is not perfect yet. So we have to geo-correct each scene individually. It remembered me on the old times 20 years ago where I had to do this. And it's not a big issue, but you cannot do it completely automatic as we are now used with Sentinel-2, for example. What we are doing with the satellite data, we use radiative transfer modeling to derive plant parameters. I've mentioned the three. I'll show you later on how we do it step by step. This uses the prospect and forecell model, and all the techniques are available in the Nmap toolbox. It's a toolbox that is openly available, and we integrated it in our online platform. It's a Food Security Explorer, so that everybody also in Africa can follow it and just use the satellite data. They can have access to the satellite data. The data is with our cloud infrastructure that you can use, and then you can do the data generation yourself. And there will be training courses and that webinars and so on. So in general, we use the lookup table approach, insert the hyperspectral data, and we can invert the different crop parameters. I show you some results now. That is a time series of leaf area index observations that we gathered of this test area. And it looks like, I think that was a good message at the beginning, it looks like a leaf area index time series from Sentinel-2. It was not that easy at the beginning, I must say, because if you work with hyperspectral data and using radiative transfer modeling, you really have to parameterize the model correctly. But it is possible with the Nmap toolbox to do this, and then we can derive very nice leaf area distributions, which compare excellent with Sentinel-2 ones. Because why I show this, hyperspectral data are of course not necessary for leaf area index, but they should allow it because all other crop parameters are determined by it. If you have more leaf area, then also the nitrogen content, the water content is determined by that. So we were happy to derive this. And if you look a little bit in more detail in this time series of this, you see the time series are also very nice. We have no big jumps in it, and the procedure is quite stable. I think that is excellent to use this satellite data for that, I think. And you see that there is quite a variation in one center pivot here, that you have regions that develop earlier, that develop later, that have low vegetation cover and higher vegetation cover. And in our daily work that we do at Vista, we give irrigation recommendations for these farms to specify exactly when is which water needed, in which places, that they can adapt the irrigation amount according to the situation, that we also get, as stated yesterday and by Sylvia before, more crop per drop. And that we achieved in principle, but that we can really reduce the amount of water needed by 30%. That has been shown for many years now in our test site that we are working. Besides the leaf area index development, we also look now in very hyperspectral features. There is a water absorption about 907 nanometer, and this absorption is very specific for plant water. And we are analyzing that by calculating back with this absorption if we would have no water in it. So we have a simplified radiative transfer model that we can calculate this reduction of this absorption band. Moment, I always have problems with the laser. I think maybe it's empty. Oh, okay, doesn't work. So step by step, we reduce the absorption line until we get to the strict line between the absorption borders. And by minimizing, then we find out what is the water depth of this. And Wocha made a calibration on that we really get canopy water content. This tool, this method is implemented in the Nmap toolbox, available to everybody. And this is very easy. You don't need any in situ data anymore because it's already calibrated with in situ data, and we have the hyperspectral capabilities that should be applicable also in other regions. So we used the tool that was developed there, and here you see now the canopy water content, which again shows you a nice pattern development with time. And you see, for example, in end of July, we had the highest amount of water stored in the canopy above. And then you see the degrading of the water with the season and with the maturity of the crops. Again, a time series from this, which also, I mean, it is a very hyperspectral parameter. Still, it gives a nice temporal evolution. It looks nice to us. We have some regions around the pivot cycle where you see some noise. That is areas where we have very low leaf area. In these cases, we should delineate these regions. But if we concentrate where we have a little bit crops, then I think the canopy water content looks very promising. Now we have derived two layers. We have the canopy water content on the left, the leaf area index in the middle, based on radiative transfer modeling. When we divide the two, we get leaf water content, relative leaf water content. You can see regions where the crops have better percentage of water than others. And this now gives a nice view that you see there is some differences in regions that have a better water content in the crops than others. Comparing the two now, we have Prisma data and we have Nmap data available. We found we checked whether the retrieval results are similar by two. For leaf area, you see on the left side, it fits perfectly, so we have a very close match. For the canopy water content, we saw some differences though. So there is more scatter in the canopy water content. And we had a closer look on that, and that you see on the next slide, we showed the overview of all the pivots that we simulated there, or we calculated there. You see the Prisma image very clear, very nice patterns of canopy water content. On the right side, the Nmap, which has stripes. We recognize this now first. We have not studied why this happens, these stripes. It has something to do with, it's across a long track, across track. So we have to study this, but I found it quite interesting that we see some noise in the Nmap data that we didn't were aware before. And then finally to the recommendations. I think we see strong benefits from hyperspectral data. We have to learn the methods to use these absorption features in a robust, prominent way. The many numbers of hyperspectral bands allow that we can simultaneously retrieve many parameters. But there's also challenges. I think one point is, of course, geometry problems have to be solved, that we can use it more operationally, like it's shown here for the Prisma data. And we need really good noise reduction, and we'll work with the calibration partners team to see whether these absorption features can be improved, that we really get very stable and clear pictures. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Anke. I'm sorry we don't have time for questions, but
Okay.
very good presentation. We have time at the end of the session for discussion. And now we welcome Valentin for showing a model that we developed on for crop type mapping, for early season crop type mapping.
So, hello everybody. I'm Valentin Barrière from Universidad de Chile, and I will present you this work done with my colleague at the GRC and the Technical University of Munich. It's about boosting crop classification with a hierarchical model using satellite data, so remote sensing data, but also crop rotation and contextual data. And it was published in Remote Sensing of Environment a few months ago. So you know that many countries monitor and forecast their food production, but like existing methods, they rely mainly on remote sensing data. What we propose here, it's like to fuse different modalities and to use like for example, mainly the crop rotation. Why? Because like the crop rotation is not like a random sequence, so you can model it. And when you have like a barley, wheat, potato, barley, wheat, potato, you can like predict what you will have next year. So that's what we did, and we modeled that in a way that is close to natural language processing. So we modeled that like a multimodal natural language task. So the crop types, they were modeled as word in a language model. Because like a language model is like with the password, you predict the new one. So awesome, today it's my first time day weekend. The satellite signals, they were modeled like as an acoustic signal. So for example, the pitch, the intensity, the jitter, the shimmer, etc. So these things were like, this modelization came from old school emotion recognition in speech. And we used the crop distribution that was like a specific vocabulary distribution. So we had like a crop of the parcel in the area, and because like we said that crop, they are like token or word in a language model, this can be like the distribution of the vocabulary. I won't use the same words than another person, for example. So like I said, this is like the crop, they were modeled as token. So we calculate the probability of the crop t plus 1, knowing the crop 1 to t. The satellite data, they were like, we use like sliding windows of size of 30 days with a step of 15 days. And this, we integrated like all the signals that are like inside these windows with statistical functionals in order to have like values that represent the dynamics of the signals in this window. Yep. And we had like the crop distribution, like speaker-specific vocabulary. So here is the model that we use, like the general one. So we had like a hierarchical model and two types of encoder. So you can see like on the top, orange one. It models like the dynamics between seasons, the dynamics of the crop rotation. And you have a green one that models like the dynamics of the signals within season. Okay, so the remote sensing in one season. So I will pass on both of them. So the first one, we called it inter-year encoder because it's between season, it's inter the different years. And knowing like, for example, the crop of the year n-1, I will predict the crop of the year n. Very simple. And the crop type, they are presented like embedding, like word embeddings for like natural language processing. The second part is the intra-year encoder. So we have the inter-year encoder and we have the intra-year encoder. So the intra-year encoder is like a model that will create an embedding of the remote sensing of 1 year. So we have like a orange embedding of a crop, okay. We have in green the embedding of the remote sensing signal. And we can stack them together. So we have a hierarchical encoder. Okay. So the inter-year encoder plus the intra-year encoder, we stack them and we have a hierarchical encoder. And on top of that, we added the distribution. I think that's okay. Yes, so we use different type of models and different types of modalities. So you have the crop rotation, the remote sensing, and the crop distribution. So you can see here the modelization within season, between season, and so the last part is the hierarchical models, and the last one that is that is hierarchical, so it's a within season and between season. Okay. So this was like the presentation of the methodology. Now let's go on the experimental part. So we focused on 2 countries, the Netherlands and France. So we had around 150 crop types over 5 different years for Netherlands and France, and they were harmonized with Eurocrop, which is a taxonomy, hierarchical classification of crop. For the remote sensing data, we use 4 time series. So the B4, B8A, FAPAR, and LI. And the local feature, the crop distribution, was 1 vector representing the distribution of the crop in the surrounding parcels. We use a radius of 10 kilometers. And one thing that is also, I won't really talk about in this presentation for lack of time, but we propose a method to smartly aggregate classes, because we have this distribution of crop, okay, in our data set. It is 150, and it's long tail. So it's not homogeneous, and you have some parcels, that some classes that are majoritarian. So the method the micro aggregation or the accuracy, they are sometimes not relevant. And the method with the macro aggregation, they are also sometimes not relevant, because you have some crops that are 50 parcels in the whole country. And so we propose the method to aggregate classes using the crop distribution of the country, so it's data-driven, and also the Eurocrop taxonomy. So it's pertinent in the point of view of an agronomist, and regarding also the data on which you are validating. And so the number of parcels were 600,000 for Netherlands and 6.5 million for France. So this is the end of season classification in Netherlands. So you can see on the left, the modalities column. So we model so we have different models, the inter-year, the intra-year, the hierarchical, and we use different modalities. Every time, the final model gets the best results in terms of macro F1 or accuracy, and macro F1 and micro F1. Here, we have the result for 141 classes, but also for 10 classes and 8 classes. Okay? 10 classes were some crop of interest that were pinpointed by an expert, and 8 classes is the crop of interest minus the pastures and the grassland and the other classes. So only crop of interest. Okay. Here you have the result for France that are pretty similar. And yeah, something I can talk about is also in the modalities. You have to see crop, rotation, remote sensing, and you see BOC. BOC, it's bag of crop. If you're familiar with bag of word in natural language processing, it's actually in sparse vector that contains the information on the past word or on the word in the sentence, so the information on the past crops. So we don't model the sequence of crop, but we know we have this information that is integrated in the model. And we see that the modelizing the crop rotation is more powerful. We have these few-shot domain adaptation experiments. What we see is that with few samples pre-training on one country helps the model to be better on a new country that it hasn't seen before. And that the pre-training gets better, the pre-trained model gets better result for not for the first 141 classes, but for the other ones. So It's like it overfits less on the target data distribution. We had also a splitting experiment. So in the whole result I showed before, we...
1 minute.
Yep. We train on the year like 2000, I don't know, 15 or 16 till 2019, and we test on 2020. But we test on parcels that we have seen before, but the year before. Okay, so there is like a temporal splitting between the train and the test. Here we do a temporal and spatial splitting, which means like the parcel has never seen, the model has never seen before like the parcel on the test, even geographically. It's like new location. And we see that the performance is like more or less the same. And we did a feature experiment, so because like the set of features we took, the remote sensing, they are like not casual, let's say. So we tried with like all the bands of Sentinel-2 and also all the 10-meter bands. And the results are pretty similar, actually. And so this architecture can be used, we use like an LSTM, well, several LSTM, but you can use like transformer right now and models that even better, like that can learn actually the feature extraction and not something that as we did with the sliding windows. It's better than far from classical SOTA. You have this new method to aggregate classes, new abilities for early season and few shot learning. That's more in all the paper. So I'm done. Thanks.
We have time for one very short question. There's one here. Lorenzo, the microphone is coming.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. Very interesting presentation. I was wondering, when you were explaining the intra and interannual encoder, so you've tested that, you've trained that with data from 2 countries in Europe where you have very nice field boundaries and a certain, let's say, distribution of the size of the fields. How difficult would it be to test this in another country where you have instead, smaller fields or irregular shapes? Do you think that would affect performance, or the learning curve would reach, a satisfactory learning rate actually of the model? Thank you.
So you said irregular shape or like no
Yes.
boundary known, no polygons?
Where the shape of the plots might not be nice, those nice rectangles. They might have like more irregular polygons, and the size can be, the distribution of plots per size can be more sketchy, let's say, smaller plots.
Okay, so that's a very good question. I think that's more a question for my co-author Martin, that is specialized on the domain. But what can I say about what he did is like he took like the parcel, the polygon, and he did like some, how do you, I don't even know to describe it in English, rognier. Like, he like took only the pixels that are in the center.
Okay.
So maybe that's one thing that can help for irregular shape. Yeah, after I don't really know, but what I can say is like this hierarchical model can also be applied with models like some segmentation models, so directly like the pixel level, and on dataset like Pastis, for example, and that can directly do at the same time the parcel boundary delineation and the crop classification, because it's just like the idea is to have something hierarchical.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you once again, Valentin.
Thanks.
Time to move on with my co-chair, Martin Clavry from Joint Research Center, who will dive into in-season crop type mapping, an accuracy evaluation at European scale using the CHEAP database.
Thank you, Christophe. I will continue the presentation of this work, and I will lower the level because it's much simpler what I will show you. So in the continuation of this project research, we want to move on and to extend the perimeter of the test of this methodology. And that's why we look at more GSA data, because what I've not mentioned, and we work at the parcel level, and we work with GSA data, and I will show you, and we use this cheap data set. But before, just a bit of context. So why we need, I think it's important to phrase it, so why we need in-season crop type mapping. It has been mentioned yesterday by Sven, and it's by many others during the workshop. And for us, it's a key component. Remote sensing play a key role in production monitoring. I'm working for the GRC Mars bulletin, and we use cost resolution. But I think now it's time to move on to more what I call cross-specific monitoring using the 10 or 20 meters spatial resolutions. And so the first project needed for this is the crop type map. And the in-season crop type map, if you want to deal with crop production of the current year. The crop type mapping is useful for area monitoring. Of course, with pixel counting is a good proxy, just a proxy, but it's a good proxy for area counting. And it's also useful for yield because you know to need where are the crops. And these two components are the key. Area and yield are essential for crop production monitoring. And so how do we derive? We have to use in situ data. So without in situ data, EO data is not usable. And currently, most of the crop type mapping, they are based on same year data collection used for training. And if we want to use this for in season, it's very costly and difficult to archive. Sorry. And so some methods can work through seasons, so meaning having data from different seasons than the one which is assessed. And this is mostly based on the deep learning, and that's why Valentin show you, but other methods in the last 5 to 10 years has emerged to deal with such task. But this requires a lot of data, and that's why we created the cheap data set based on this GSA, because in Europe we have the geospatial application data, which is a parcel boundary, and the farmer declaration, so the parcel boundary plus the crop type, at least the main crop type. And the member state has to maintain this data set, but they are not mandatory public. And yet, as you can imagine, this is a very, very valuable source of data for this in-season crop monitoring. And so that's why we created the CHIP, so the Common Harmonized European Agricultural Parcels. So this database is using GSA data from several countries that make it public. So it's not all the member states, but some of them. And the problem is the data are not harmonized. So we need to harmonize mainly the label. And for this, we rely on a project which is led by TUM, the Technical University of Munich. It's called Eurocrops. There is a paper, there is a GitHub, and there's a hierarchical taxonomy where all the crops are interrelated and hierarchical. And each of these harmonized codes, they are related to most of the GSA code in a native language. So the people from TUM are in the room, and so please go and see them if you have more questions. And so in the CHIP database, we want to gather a lot of data from different countries. So we have a different distribution of year and space. And we can see that for the Sentinel-2 era, we have a lot of good matching with the data. So then out of it, we sampled the CHIP data set to create the so-called satellite image time series that will be used for this assessment. And so we selected a bunch of Sentinel-2 tied through the data set, so they're covering, it's a good sample on which we will extract the feature, and I will come on it. And so we assess the deep crop, so the model that has been presented by Valentin, with these three components of the crop rotation, the satellite, and the crop distribution. And we have a good distribution overall that you can see on the lower right of all the crops, of the main crops in Europe. Some words on the remote sensing processing. So we use the Sentinel-2 level 2A from ESA. in which we extract the LAI and FPAR in addition to the surface reflectance. And we apply also some outlier detection based on the Hempel filter, so meaning that all the cloud or shadow omitted by the cloud mask, the ESA cloud mask, Center-Core cloud mask, we try to catch the initial pixel. And we use Whittaker smoothing to smooth the signal. This is done at the parcel level, and then what you can see on the animation is that when you aggregate those time series at parcel level, when you aggregate at a regional, you can really have a distinction between the crops and the space. So now this is the evaluation. We don't have so many. I don't have so much result to show you on the application of deep crop with the cheap data set, but this is the one where we can see the F-core according to the country and the crops. And I could have compared to the HRL. By the way, there is a poster still hang there, so where we do some analysis on the performance of the HRL product. The HRL is a EA product, and which include, among others, a yearly crop type map. And you can see the performance. So once again, the performance with the deep crop is in-season configuration, meaning that no data, no training data from the current season which is evaluated, here is tested with 21, has been used for training. This is the in-season performance, but from the paper, from the RSC paper, where you can see that we can obtain some, we have the time series of the performance, and when we crop the time series, when we remove the end of the time series, what kind of performance you can have. So, which is nice, is you can see the crops as much as they're growing, and we have a better distinction and separability along the season. And which is also nice is, it's very simple, but for instance, the pasture, even from the beginning, when you don't have any signal from the remote sensing, because in March you don't have you have few information, you already can distinguish. But it's as simple as, because we use a crop rotation also as a modality, and because if he was cropped as a pasture in the past, it's most likely that he would be cropped as a pasture. Okay, some conclusion. So we reached some good level of score, and I think we are at the stage where we can really deploy this kind of techniques to do in-season crop type mapping based on previous year training data. And this, we really think that the crop type information, either through the crop rotation or the crop distribution. So once again, the crop distribution is the vocabulary that Valentin presented, but it's information of what is the percentage of the crop for each parcels within 10 kilometers. And so we take this from the previous year, and we assume this to be a common vocabulary that will be used for the given year. Because we also assume that at 10 kilometers, there is no much change in terms of distribution. And so also this could be also applied for the HRL layers. So we have the HRL layer crop type, which is after the season, but this data could be used for training a model and applying to the in-season. And just to mention that the cheap data set is not available, it's not online, and but we hope to publish it soon. Some final remarks that will be used for the discussion. So I hope you're convinced that the crop type and in-season crop type is a key component of the crop monitoring. And now we are from 16 to 23, we are 8 seasons of Sentinel-2, so we start to have a lot of data, and I really think that the planet are aligned to do this crop monitoring using the GSA data, which could be a very good source in Europe for training data, the deep learning models that are there, the remote sensing that we accumulate a lot of data, and also the capacity, the processing capacity. Some recommendation, so to ESA is to maintain the consistency and the quality of the product. For both ESA and EC is to also to maintain the long time to make sure that we preserve the Sentinel-2 data, because we have seen that with Sentinel-1 failure of 1B, I mean, the application, I mean, it was more difficult to run some application with 12 days. And to EC, it's a dream, but to revise it, it's my employer. So you can also look to my boss and say, okay, to revise the GSA sharing policy. But it's true that, as Yonis said yesterday, the more data we share, the better we will be. And why not an early season HRL crop type? This is maybe for EA or... And with that, I thank you.
Thank you, Martin. We have time for one question. There's two. We can take two. Over here. The mic is already there. So. Or you can repeat
the question is the consistency of the field boundaries through the different seasons. So I didn't do that. I didn't check per se how consistent they are through times. I'm just technically, I'm doing the intersections of the different yearly GSA, TAC, and I took the minimum entity on it. And when the boundary moved a little bit, I discard the side. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, there was one more question.
Hey, thank you. That's really very interesting work. We have much to discuss. One specific question. Your pre-processing of the Sentinel-2 data is complex. Did you do an ablation test to see how necessary all of that is?
I didn't get what kind of test?
An ablation test of seeing whether, for example, the outlier detection, the Whittaker filter, these things are necessary. Just for context, for transformer models anyway, a lot of this, one of the features of those models is that a lot of that preprocessing doesn't turn out to be very necessary. So I'm wondering, is that something we should be considering or not?
And this is a very, very relevant question, and I will say that this is even more for Valentin question, because it's how useful could be this AV processing, knowing that the deep learning model, they are able to ingest a lot of noise. I will say that if you ingest too much noise, it could be an issue, because if you, let's say, you don't filter the cloud, nothing, you may have a lot of cloud. I mean, we have a lot of noise in the raw time series from the Sentinel-2, and this is on the pipe, but we didn't test. But there is a lot of papers published on this also to see the added value of the pre-processing. And so far, it was maybe easier to, well, easier. It's heavy processing, as you say, but it's easier to process with this smooth and nice time series.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Martin. I hope by now we have a presentation and the next speaker, Mariana, is she? Oh, you're taking over, okay. The presentation has been uploaded, right? Okay, so good. So we now have a presentation on Earth observation for estimating and predicting crop nutrients.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Michael Marshall. I'm also on this project, EO for Nutri, upon which the presentation is inspired. The presentation is by Mariana Belgiu, who leads the EO for Nutri project. It's one of the ESA Ag precursor projects, and it's upon which this presentation is based. I'd also like to point out three people in the audience who are key members of this project: Mirko Boschetti, Monica Pepe, and Francesco Nutini. They've been essential in the field campaign and acquisition and processing of the Earth observation data, namely PRISMA. Let me make the case for global malnutrition. There are key ways that we assess malnutrition, and these correspond to some pretty stark statistics. 235 million people are undernourished. 148 million children under 5 years of age are stunted. They don't achieve the height that they should. 45 million children under 5 years are wasted. They don't achieve the weight that they should. They have a loss of body mass. 37 million are under the age of 5 are overweighted. And 2.2 billion adults are overweight or obese. So these are the common ways we look at malnutrition. Another way you may not know is sometimes coined hidden hunger. And we call it hidden hunger because it's a form of malnutrition that you may not see because people are eating enough food, but the quality of food is not sufficient, and this leads to a lot of negative health outcomes. More than 2 billion people, globally are suffering from hidden hunger, including in Europe, by the way, not just in the global south. And why can Earth observation help? Well, typically the way hidden hunger is assessed is rather crude. Very laborious and expensive laboratory experiments are used to develop what are called food consumption tables, FCTs. These are developed maybe once over a long period of time and for a country. And countries that cannot afford to develop these tables use tables from other countries. And that's problematic because, in fact, hidden hunger varies spatially, as demonstrated by Martin Broadley's team at Rothamsted Institute. This was published in Nature. For the Amhara region of Ethiopia, this is the breadbasket of Ethiopia, we see very high spatial variability in calcium and zinc, which are two important micronutrients, but also through time. This is another study which basically has shown as we have maximized food production, the green revolution, it has come at the cost of these nutrients in yield. So under elevated CO2 concentrations, we expect further declines in the nutritional quality of our food. There is a reason why your tomatoes do not taste as good as they used to when you were a child. So how can Earth observation help? We submitted a proposal, ESA High Nutri, which is completed, and we wanted to look at the potential of hyperspectral narrowbands to assess the nutrients in grain. And I paused for a moment because a lot of our colleagues, the first question they ask is, how are you going to use the spectral response? The grain is small, it's covered. No, we're using the spectral response of the soil and of the canopy to predict the nutrients in the grain. Most studies in hyperspectral have focused on nitrogen in the canopy, obviously for fertilizer. Right? So this is a key difference, and to my knowledge hasn't been done. So we used Sentinel-2 and Prisma for this study. Sentinel-2 to explore the operational aspects. Sentinel-2 also affords some optimal narrowbands in the near infrared and red edge. And we used advanced machine learning techniques, but also more traditional techniques like PLSR to predict micronutrients and macronutrients, because why not? We were already doing the experiment and could be important. So we also looked at nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium. And our study area was the Bonifici farm. Forgive me, I'm American, so my pronunciation is probably horrible. Anyway, this farm is the largest commercial farm in Italy. It's near Ferrara in northeast Italy. I think it may be the largest commercial farm in Europe, but don't quote me on that. And we looked at wheat, rice, corn, and soybean, and these essential macro and micronutrients. We did a number of processing steps, namely for the Prisma data, and thanks to the work of Francesco, we identified some important elementary sampling units to account for geolocation errors between the remote sensing data and the field data. We took not only the spectral measurements from the Earth observation data, but also collected the grains at the end of the growing season to measure the nutrients. And these are some of the results for rice and for maize. Actually, the results for wheat and soybean were even more promising. But we can see there's a lot of variability in the timing when we can predict the nutrients. So you can see for rice, in the green, a lot of predictions with Prisma happened in the vegetative phase, which is really cool because farmers could put in a liquid fertilizer or some other intervention maybe to improve the nutritional quality of the crops. Sentinel-2 namely used the reproductive phase, which is still good and not unexpected because this is probably the most important phase in development. And of course, the optimal narrowbands with Sentinel-2 and the near-infrared and red edge played a key role there. For maize, later predictions in the growing season, not as useful, but still the results are quite promising for a number of the micronutrients and macronutrients. And so now we're in the middle of the EO for Nutri project. upon which this high nutri project was inspired. Unfortunately, I can't present results today because we just got the lab measurements last week. Really, I'm not lying. And I'm fast, but I'm not that fast. So I'll just have to talk to you about what we're doing. So EO for Nutri is different in one key way, in that not only are we measuring the nutrients in the grain, but we're also doing it at key developments of crop growth, vegetative, reproductive maturity, but also in the soil. So now we can potentially use remote sensing to track the movement of nutrients from the soil to the canopy to the grain, from soil to yields, right? And this is a non-linear, non-trivial process, so this is why this kind of data is essential. There's a second use case inspired mostly by the work of Gabriella Candiani, because this second case is looking just at nitrogen, and because the modeling approach is fundamentally different. It involves radiative transfer modeling. And we've also expanded our work to include Italy, Germany with the help of Tobias Hank in Munich, and also in Ethiopia. Some recommendations to the European Commission. First of all, since the Green Revolution, agronomists have mainly focused on maximizing crop yield, but of course that's come at the cost of the nutritional quality of our food. And so we really need to also think about the quality of our food and develop new crops that have higher nutritional value. At the same time, we also have to develop crop quality monitoring networks. Lucas we use as an example, which has been quite a successful network for measuring soil properties in Europe. So we need to develop these kind of networks in order to test and train machine learning models, but also fully mechanistic models like APSUM, DSAT, VOFOST, because these models are essential for understanding the genetic, environment, and management factors affecting the nutritional quality of grain, and can also be used to explore changes over space, long periods of time, and to develop future scenarios under IPCC climate projections. Recommendations to ESA include mainly sensor and methodological directions, namely the SWIR bands, SWIR 2, which is about 1650 nanometers to 2500 nanometers, are quite essential for assessing the nutritional quality of grains, because these regions correspond to important protein absorption bands in the canopy. So we need missions like KIME to hopefully operationalize mapping hidden hunger from space. There's also potential with the new Landsat and Sentinel-2 missions, depending on where these optimal narrowbands they propose in the SWIR are placed. And then finally, in terms of methodology, obviously we need to develop ways of fusing multispectral broadband and hyperspectral data, because at the moment, the NMAP and PRISMA missions are experimental and come with a lot of logistical challenges. There's no way of operationalizing those satellites. So we need to think of ways of fusing data so that we can make this operational. The work of High Nutri was published in Remote Sensing of Environment last year. The article is there. You can also use the QR code to find out more about the EO for Nutri project. Thank you.
So we have time for some questions. Livia as well.
Thank you. This is, a question, but also...
nice to meet you in person.
Yeah, exactly. Nice to meet you in person. No, I think this connects to some of the comments made yesterday on the importance of having multi, I can't find the word, but having people from different backgrounds working on the topic, because when you move from this very interesting exercise to the nutritional impact, of course, there's a huge unknown piece, that is whether the crops cultivated in that area are for local consumption or not. And that is something, of course, to which remote sensing has little contribution, understand, but it's a huge importance in Europe as in other countries. And so that is to say that, yeah, I hope we can work and put people in contact so that you can maybe discuss together these issues. We have a data methodologist on how to assess that. And so that is, I think that's important before having any insight on the nutritional impact that this can have.
Yeah, I agree with you wholeheartedly. I think, yeah, it was a bit of a gamble. We didn't know how promising the work would be because nothing like this had been done before. I mean, I'm an old school agronomist. I never thought once to look at the nutritional quality. And so I think we were a bit surprised. But I agree with you that, yeah, decision support is key, and finding the right partners to work with. At the moment, we work quite a bit with Martin Broadley at the Rothamsted Institute. They're on the ground collecting measurements. We need to move beyond that, indeed. Yeah.
We take one question from Stefan.
Okay. Thanks a lot.
Hi, Stefan.
Also, nice to see you here in person. Also, I'm just wondering what the actual correlation between these different nutrients are. So, if you can measure one nutrient well, does that also mean, or if it's present in a crop, does that mean also the other? So, if the crop is nutrient rich in general.
Yes.
So I'm just wondering, maybe you can come up with some composite nutrient measurement where you might only need to measure 2 or 3 rather than all of them. What is the kind of correlation? So is it kind of nutrient rich, or can it be that zinc is high in one and magnesium is very low in the other one, right?
It's very important because, again, related to the question on decision support, of course, I'm looking for easy ways of communicating what we're doing to stakeholders. And so one of my first questions, and I think Mariana's as well, was, can we develop a kind of composite index to say bad, good, that kind of, it's not easy because the movement of nutrients from soil to grain is extremely complex. It depends on crop type, it depends on environmental conditions, and also nutrients limit one another, right? So you may be able to predict phosphorus, but that comes at a cost of zinc, so it's not an easy process. And I have to say too, I think Mariana was quite surprised because she is engaging people from other disciplines, how little we know about the nutritional quality of food. And so she's working at least with people at Wageningen University, I know, and others to better understand how we can provide information where our sort of niche is. Yeah. But excellent questions, for sure. Thank you.
Thank you. I suggest we move to the last presentation of this session. I apologize if I don't pronounce well your name. Shabalinat. Okay, thank you. From University of Strasbourg and NASA Harvest, who will present a rapid assessment framework to monitor harvest progress in Ukraine.
Hello, hi everyone. We present the work that we did for monitoring harvest in Ukraine during 2022. This work was done in collaboration with the Ukrainian Ministry of Agriculture as a rapid response to the war that initiated in February of 2022. So the main motivation of this work was there was a lot of uncertainty in the beginning of the war, given there was already winter wheat and winter cereals that were planted end of 2021. And there were uncertainty around how much of these crops would get harvested and what kind of a production loss could be expected at the end of 2022. So our work started as a response to this question. And one of the main inputs that goes into the estimation of production is the total harvested area. In a nominal year, we can estimate or make an assumption that the total planted area would be approximately equal to the total harvested area. But given the issues, this is not a valid point, and this assumption cannot be made. And that was the first need for estimating this kind of a model. And we had several requirements on the harvest model itself. Firstly, it had to be in season. That is, we had to estimate the harvest consecutively during the harvesting period. The second one is, yes, it had to be, we had to monitor the harvest throughout the season. And the final one was, it had to be high frequency estimation, like the gap between the images cannot be too long because then we lose the detection signal itself. Now, majority of the methods that detect harvest are based on phenology-based techniques where assumptions are made on senescing patterns, and then thresholds and approximations are built on curve characteristics to then estimate a potential harvest date or an estimated harvest date. However, given we are looking for events where the harvest itself has not taken place, majority of these methods we were not able to reapply or adapt to our requirements. And the second major challenge was here we can see 3 rows of time series images. In the first top row, this is planet data, bi-weekly composited planet data. In the top row, you can see between image 2 and 3, there is a clear harvest event due to the harvest combine machine. And on the second time series, between images 3 and 4, also there is a harvest event. We know that because we look at the daily planet imagery also to see the event itself. But at a bi-weekly interval, this, at least in the optical 4-band data, is not very clear. And the third row is a set of time series images where harvest is not taken place at all. So there were 2 problems to do here. One was to detect the first row of events, which is a clear harvesting event. And the second was to then discriminate between events from the second and the third row. How do you discriminate which one has been harvested? So our approach first depends on a sampling framework which we ran on the data, planet data again, on 2021, where we slided a window and then collected unsupervised samples. Again, we went unsupervised because we do not have ground truth data of harvest dates. And we collect samples across the season from May till November of 2021. This was to capture all sorts of representations, including harvest, growing, or any other change events that might be taking place across 2 images. And this sample sets are collected, and then we build unsupervised k-means algorithm to detect the major events of harvest itself. Also, the algorithm had the requirement to be fit into what is possible within the Google Earth Engine framework, given the volume of the planet data that was available. And we then, using expert assignment, assign them into harvested and non-harvested. And then the fields which I was showing as which is not very obvious, this we, in a hierarchical format, send it to another pair of cluster, which works on a similar approach, but now instead of using 2 timestamps, it samples on single timestamps across the season, and then only on the bands which we see as discriminable for the second set of clustering, we apply another algorithm to then cluster it finally into harvest and non-harvested. We combine this to generate the harvest map, and this is generated every bi-weekly interval. So then we accumulate these maps to generate the final cumulative harvest map. Here you can see the separability of the cluster A and cluster B. And if we can look at the top rows, you see actually the optical bands, which is the red, green, and blue. Actually, in fact, the green and blue actually playing the major role in discriminating the event itself. NDVI and infrared, near infrared, there is a higher overlap between the classes. This has also been seen in several previous works in this space. Also in the second cluster, we see additional separability only for the class which is potentially harvested. We see a similar spread of distribution in the validation data, which we digitally annotated using daily imagery itself. The short wave infrared band, which is available in satellites like Sentinel and Landsat, has shown to have a higher separation of pre-harvest state and a post-harvest state. But given the cloud cover, the temporal resolution was not sufficient for us to actually detect the events in time. So the first thing that we get from the model itself is a harvest detection. So you can see events where the harvest has taken place is captured across time. And then when we scale this model up at Ukraine scale, we could see patterns, especially around the occupation status, where we could see fields or a cluster of fields which were left unharvested. And finally, we ran the model every 2 weeks. So here we have 4 images, but in total we have 8 images across the season. So in the first image, you see the entire winter cereal map unharvested, and then over time, as the harvest progresses, you can see more and more fields getting harvested, and finally only the set of fields that are along the occupation status being left unharvested. So first, then we estimated the detection error itself, so for which we, through a randomized sample in both the harvested and non-harvested strata, and then we labeled them using daily imagery, so then basically a better quality input imagery for the annotation itself, using which we were able to estimate country-level accuracy estimates. So we got accuracy of 90% F1 score for harvested and 73 for non-harvested. There has been like previous work, especially using radar, where they have achieved around 85% accuracy for harvested. And for non-harvested, we were not able to find any like relevant articles which only looked at the accuracy of non-harvested fields, detecting non-harvested fields. We redid the calculation as per the occupation boundary, and finally also looked at these results based on agroecological zones, because we train a different model for each agroecological zone, just to simplify the selection of the clusters. One more minute. Yeah. Finally, we do a harvest date estimation, which is checking how well or how accurate the date itself in predicting the harvest, and we get an RMSE of 4 days, subtracting the composite period of the satellite itself. And then to answer the main question, which was around how much area was unharvested, we combine our map accuracy with pixel counted area proportions at an oblast scale to arrive at the total unharvested fields at Ukraine level. So we got in occupied, in free Ukraine, 87.5% of the fields were not harvested, and in occupied, it's interchanged, but yeah. So we get 87.5% non-harvested fields in occupied and 94.1% non-harvested in free Ukraine. Also, these numbers, you can see the occupation boundary is not fixed. It was dynamic throughout the months. So also on the left side of that boundary, you see a lot of non-harvested fields, but these were also the occupation status that changed during this period. Finally, we plotted the fields, distance of the non-harvested fields from the occupation line itself, and we could also see the same kind of frequency there. And the impact of our work was firstly in answering the initial questions. We were able to then, using our in-house yield estimation models, run on top of that to estimate a production loss across Ukraine scale. And finally, on the limitations and recommendations of the method itself. Firstly, yes, like I was mentioning, because the shortwave infrared has a more probability of detecting the event itself, I mean, improving the temporal frequency of open source satellites can really play a huge role in scaling up the models. And in terms of generalization, now we are trying to generalize this method in other regions, especially South America, where we are working on a project to detect multiple harvest events on the same field through the year using Sentinel-2, and the results are promising, and would be happy to discuss more on it after the talk. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Shabri. Unfortunately, we don't have time for questions, but you can find Shabri at the coffee break. Because we need a few more minutes to enter this last part of this session. One of the reasons we gather as a community here is also to formulate recommendations for future R&D activities that can be put on the agenda of ESA and the European Commission. So if you have always dreamt about being influential on the research agenda of ESA or the Commission, then now is the time to speak up. So we have a few more minutes to really think about the session itself, which is on crop and soil monitoring. For the sake of time, if you have a recommendation or want to build upon a recommendation raised by one of the speakers, then raise your hand and formulate it in a concise way so that we can collect all the feedback and recommendations from you. There is already one here. If we can have a microphone, which is coming right now.
Thank you. Just building upon what you discussed earlier, Martin, about pushing for open the GSA data of crop types across Europe. And slightly shamelessly plugging my poster for tomorrow, we show that that data has utility far beyond Europe. And so not just for thinking within crop type mapping in Europe, but that data is, yeah, got much greater value, I believe. And I invite anyone to discuss that with me tomorrow. But to emphasize that point.
There is another one here from Heike.
So I think the session was very different task. But I think the first thing I thought very interesting, we have this LPIS system available for Europe, where we have harmonization activities on taxonomy, the naming, and on the field boundaries. I find this work very important. Just to mention this, that we have all the same data set available. I think that's very valid work. And we should push politically that the regions will be increased. There is no reason why there is this white spot for Germany, almost completely white. And I think if JRC or the European Commission could put here that we have really a data source available for Europe, at least you can write it down. I mean, if you don't write it down, it will never happen. That was number one. And the second was more on the field-wise recommendations. And there was, again, this presentation showing the Italian largest farm. I forgot the name. I find this very important, and you've done so many work there. And my question is whether we could, we need to build up, I think, test areas, test farms for agriculture specific, where we can test all our methodologies. And maybe there is a chance that we could get this Italian farm. I've seen already many groups work there as a test farm as like open data for agriculture. We have very few open data for agriculture. And if we have make a call who could be willing to provide data for several years now in preparation of SHIME, of LSTM and so on, I think that would be very helpful. A commercial farm, not just a small test plot, but where we have really operational services, including farm management information, which is quite important, not just field boundaries and maybe yield. Thank you.
Very relevant recommendations. Thank you, Heike. There is one over there, and then also one from Livia.
Okay, so I'm Jonathan from CSIRO in Australia. I just wanted to build on top of what you just mentioned. CSIRO has put a big investment in farm, in research stations in Australia. So we currently have one near Canberra, which is about 240. It's not as big as the Italian one, but it's representative of the area. And one of the key things that we're interested on is building partnerships and building that data with management and the field boundaries are actually determined with RTK stuff. And so I would like to invite anyone that has this sort of interest to have a chat later. Maybe we could coordinate something. SARA also is interested in acquiring other farms across the country. So I think it's extremely relevant, and we notice this need in Australia, so it's interesting to see that that's a need in Europe as well. So just build on that. Thank you.
Thank you. There was a question here from Livia. Over.
So second the request on moving beyond Europe, of course. But I also think that the experience gained in Europe is already very useful. But it would be good to have a type of structured guidance on because I've seen different, for example, accuracy results for different crops, for different agroecological zones. So when we need to make a decision on what type of approach works better or worse based on crops and agroclimatic context, then it would be good to have some guidance building on all those different experiences. And on top of that, of course, having also a possibility to make a distinction between irrigated and rain-fed fields, I think that would add a lot. Yeah.
But for what kind of variable, like a crop type?
Yeah, the last point you mentioned, or no, crop type having. Sorry, I didn't.
No. What kind of variable do you want?
Yeah, crop type, irrigated, rain-fed, and also what's the best method based on best is difficult to say, but what are the pros and cons of the different methods? Is it how data intensive? How fit for different climatic conditions, so having a guidance in being able to decide for the best approach.
We have one over there, and then we have Stefan.
Bernadette Tonka Elwix. We discussed a lot about the IX data, the crops and the thematics behind. It's all very important, but this I look at a bit like the story of the past, while still I know that the scientific community did not reach it properly, okay. But I think it would be very important to look at the future as well. So this was the first year of the area monitoring system throughout Europe. So all paying agency has a continuous wall-to-wall coverage of different Earth observation markers processed. And it seems that the data quality is quite homogeneous because the community picked up about the same thematic content. So this will be the future to see how it could be shared. It's a strong political issue, I know, but the push of the scientific community is really, really important on this point. And also important, and you see that the CAP changed for the performance-based logic, so there is a need to evaluate how performative is this CAP according to different indicators, and that would bring into the game more the scientific community. So actually there is a political ground to require the data of the area monitoring system.
Thank you. Maybe one last one. Well, we'll have two more. One from Stefan and then over there, and then we'll wrap up.
Thanks. Just to underscore what has already been said. I fully agree. We need more information on crop management. We need to open up existing data, which is anyway collected. It needs to be pushed. But I think we might want to be even a little bit more blunt. If you really look at the budgets, right, how much money goes into satellite as such, into the data processing, and what fraction, what really, really small fraction goes into the, whatever we call it, in situ data, crop management data, the data which makes the difference. We now know, and we have done many experiments, that high quality in situ data makes actually the big difference. The big difference is not anymore made by the algorithms, by the deep learning. It's small, it makes a difference, but the big difference is made on the ground. So why not to come up with a bold number, a certain percentage, I don't know, maybe we can discuss 10%, 20% has to go into investment, has to go into the on-the-ground data collection. So I would recommend that, yeah.
Thanks, Stefan, very relevant. One last recommendation.
Yes, hello. About EO observation tools and how to put them into practice at a European level, actually is our ongoing project is the living labs under climate demo farms, and that this is actually also a possibility to use the farms that and put the tools into actual practice and get also data back.
Okay. All right. We already ate away 7 minutes of your coffee break, so it's time to wrap up. Thank you once again to all the speakers and to everyone who contributed to the recommendations, and we'll see you back at 11.
Can I ask you to take the seat, please? So, please take your seat, please. Thank you. So we're still missing one panelist that is stuck in the train. So in case you see Piero, please let us know. So let's start the panel. So Sophie Bontemps and myself will share this exciting panel. This panel, as you've seen in the program, is called High-Level Policy Panel, with the goal of really looking of how we can transition from nice research projects. We've seen a lot of exciting results already during the conference, but how can we go really from this excellent research project into practical application that are useful for policy? And I think there is a lot of challenge there. For this panel, basically, we have the chance to have a really great speaker. So we will start by introducing quickly the name of the panel. So the first panelist is Rune Flobergagen from ESA. Then we have François Caïcatiré from GRC. We have then Sven Gilliams, Program Director of the GEOGLAM. And then we have Giancarlo Pini from the WFP that you've seen probably yesterday during the presentation remotely. You see is now live with us. Thank you very much all for accepting the panel. And if Piero Conforti is joining, the seat is here waiting for him and is from FAO. So we will start with the question very soon. And we will have a first question where we'll check a bit the role of the different organizations and how they can contribute. Sorry. And then afterwards, there will be also the opportunity for the public to ask questions. Yes, so please, Sophie, I'll let you the floor.
Thank you. And so we will start with the first question, and this is a very simple question, but the answer might be not so simple. So what is the role of each of you, if each of organization in the transition between R&D and operational activities? And so maybe we can start with ESA and Ruud.
Yes, thank you very much. And first of all, good morning. Some of you saw me also at the welcoming yesterday. It's a pleasure to have you all here and also to be able to address to you a little bit more in detail the role of ESA in the transition from R&D into operations of all of the topics that we are talking about during this workshop. Now, first of all, ESA is strongly profiling itself as an R&D agency. It means that we are not pretending to want to run operational services and things sustainably and forever. But we do have a very strong role in providing the input material for all of this. Obviously, we are supporting mission operations and you know, things like data quality and quality improvement, veracity of the data, all the things we also talked a little bit about yesterday. And on top of that, we do have a very healthy, I would say, applications-related program where we really want and spend a lot of time engaging with policy owners and policy stakeholders, with the user community, and also with businesses in order to support the transition from an R&D to make sure that we understand, let's say, what our partners expect from a space agency, And we are trying then our best to translate that into a long-term strategy in the area, well, we call it Earth Action, but in principle that is a kind of a collective term, umbrella term that covers many things. But really, how we support, let's say, the transition of going from what is really the core business of a space agency, building world-class satellites, operating them and delivering the data, into the uptake of all of these things into society. So in this thing that used to be the last mile, we try to give it a more prominent role, and we engage with all of you, and we see also very strong growth in this area. But at some point, you should also expect from an agency like ours that we will have an exit strategy prepared, because we would like to go back to the next phase in the R&D rather than to continue, let's say, operational with something. So we are scouting for operational partners, and through these partnerships and really, let's say, the scaling done by partners is a key part of what we do. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very clear answer, and we will see how it can interact with the strategies of the other ones. And maybe, François, you can go for European Commission.
Yeah. Thank you, Sophie, and good morning, everyone. In the case of the Joint Research Center of the European Commission, we are in a very particular situation since we are part of the European Commission, and so we are providing scientific input into different EU policies. At the same time, so we are doing research, getting scientific results, and then translating these scientific results into actionable policy making decisions. So, which means that we have this privilege of being both on the scientific side, but also having a direct interaction with the policymakers. This is a very particular position, because we're doing research on both applied research, but also at the same time, sometimes we do also fundamental research. In terms of remote sensing, the GRC is very well known for long-standing achievements and results, being in land cover and land use mapping, being for agricultural monitoring. Many here in the room may know the mechanism used by the European Commission for the farmers' payments, so the monitoring and also checks of the farmers' declaration using remote sensing. We have also the you may know also the crop monitoring and the crop yield forecasting mechanism, the MARSI bulletins that GRC is producing for several years. And we have also been providing several support also to crop monitoring outside Europe, a very close collaboration with many organizations, WFP, FAO, the GEOGLAM, so many organizations. So this particular position means that we also contribute to the definitions of the missions, where also sometimes we have collaboration with ESA. GRC is also involved in defining the user requirements for different missions, and also supporting the agenda of the European Commission research in the remote sensing collaboration with the DEFIS and the RTD. So I would say we are covering many things, and at the same time covering the whole chain of research and translation into policy information, policy solutions. This is actually related to what yesterday our colleague from FAO, Mario, said, how the scientific community can translate and provide information which is easy for people who may have to make decisions. I think that's where the GRC is doing great in such setting, translating the information, scientific information, into actionable information for decision making. I can elaborate later on specific examples, and now.
Okay, thank you, François. Thank you very much. Sven, we can go on with you.
Okay, good.
For GEOGLAM.
Yes, I think I had a couple of slides there. Yeah, thank you. So, yeah, good morning still. I wanted to start with this slide because that's my opportunity to spend half an hour on this one. I didn't have the chance in the welcome. No, I'm just showing this slide to show you that research to operations is really at the core of GEOGLAM. My two colleagues from ESA and GRC mentioned collaboration. That's also at the core of GEOGLAM, coordination, collaboration, but research to operation is for sure. We have a number of information products, and actually we try to answer some of the policy needs. We get feedback on those, and that goes into the R&D component, and there's a big capacity and co-development work that we do as well. I mentioned the essential agricultural variables yesterday, the gap analysis, which is a huge task, but it's really there to see what is actually hampering operational applications at the global, regional and national scale for these essential agricultural variables. And a big part there is there still a research gap? So how do we go from all this big research that has been done here by lots of you in the room, and how do we transfer that to ministries of agriculture or to other end users? Next, can you go to the next slide? So one of the things that I really want to highlight here is on capacity building. So next to our work with Geo on the Knowledge Hub and like seminars on all the tools like the ASAP system of GRC, GLAM system of NASA Harvest, ASIS from FAO. We also do in-person training. This is an East Africa exchange that we just did a couple of weeks ago, where we were actually looking at crop monitoring and what is actually blocking operational crop monitoring in those countries, because for several of those countries there were operational products, and somehow during COVID they stopped. What was happening there? So we brought the 13 countries together with 13 GEOGLAM partners, and we had like 4 days or 5 days of exchange of what is blocking, what are the gaps, what are the needs. So that's really core. And on the next slide, I also want to point out that the other big component of our R&D work is in the JCAM network, and one of the co-leads timely walked in this morning, Pierre, so if you want to have questions about JCAM, you can ask me, but also Pierre, which is really an operational network of research side on agriculture, working together, having joint experiments, so implementing methodologies, checking how a methodology works in different agricultural zones, different management techniques. The biggest, well, the last big one was a huge SAR experiment. So I think yesterday we had all the new sensors coming up. This is a plea for getting data over those sites so that the people can actually look at it. And so, yeah, I think I want to conclude by saying that this is really, it goes all the research goes into, for example, an operational product for crop monitoring. There's a couple of like the Copernicus for GEOGLAM program on crop type mapping, World Cereal, and the CropWatch initiative from our Chinese colleagues, also ASAP, WFP work, that all feeds into operational stuff that we do on a monthly basis. So it's really at the core of GEOGLAM. Thank you.
Thank you, Sven, for this impressive amount of concrete elements that will surely feed the discussion later. And now we continue with Giancarlo from the World Food Programme.
Hi, good morning, everybody. Nice to see you live. Yesterday was a bit far. And so I think that everybody knows WFP. We are the largest humanitarian organization. We work in more or less 100 countries around the globe. And what I would like to say is, look at this picture, what do you see? And what I see, it looks, to me at least, a different planet, at least a different era, a different century. We are on the right side. We are talking about, for you, yes, still right. High technology, large investment, big computers, grid satellite, resolution. models, artificial intelligence, but the life to the guys on the left still remain the same. So there are some bottlenecks somewhere. We are doing now very large investment, billions of dollars in artificial intelligence. And how we are going to support them? I remember, I am quite old, so I remember there was before the computer revolution, then the telecommunication revolution, internet revolution that will change the life for everybody. At the end, these guys are still there, in the same condition. It's good to invest. I think that it's really important to invest in new technologies because this is the future. But we are, in my opinion, we are a bit missing one of the main points. We are missing now the data collection. Nobody is investing anymore, or very few, in data collection in the field. I know, it's very expensive, time-consuming, doesn't give you any visibility. No papers, you are not in the news, you are not in the big newspapers showing that there is a new, very fancy model that help you to do whatever you want. But what I want to stress is that for the artificial intelligence, whatever we are going to have in the future, without data, is nothing. It's like we want to teach children with an empty book. It could be very nice, empty book, but it's an empty book. So I want here to stress the fact that we should start thinking again that whatever we will do in technology without data is nothing. And WFP, what can do? We are there. We are in the field. We are in contact every day with such people, with the local institutions that have a lot of problems, for sure. But, I mean, we should try to help them. And this transition from research and development to operational, this is what we want, because we are an operational organization. We have just 4 questions, as I said yesterday. Where, who, why, what, how many? This is, we need to reply with satellite images, with whatever, to these 5 questions. Otherwise, our managers say that we are failing. And I want to say that we can help, because we are there, and we can help this transition. I see here, and probably I saw all the papers, the posters, they are very, very interesting projects and research. How we can translate this to their reality, helping these people to move from this situation. And also, yeah, investing in data collection it's expensive, but you should also think how much it costs. You know, help this guy, one of these guys when they come to Europe, and help them there. We spend 50 times more in Europe. I think that we need to go there and start working, supporting them in the right way with the new technology we have, but keeping in mind that we need to work there, collect the data, work with local institutions, try to transfer this technology in an operational and easy way to them. That's all to my side. Thanks.
Thank you for emphasizing once again this very key aspect of data collection. Thank you. And now we give the floor to Piero Conforti from FAO. Welcome. And so we are listening to you.
Many thanks. First of all, apologies for being late. I was betrayed by the train. I took a little bit longer. So I'm kind of jumping inside. Now, my organization, as you may have heard already, perhaps yesterday, has a very strong mandate on data in general, on information, and particularly policy-relevant information. So we don't want to collect data or have data just for the sake of having them. We want policy-relevant information. And this is in the DNA of the organization. I mean, the function of collecting data from our member countries, harmonizing them and republishing them, it's one of the first tasks assigned to our organization. Now, Earth observation. Of course, seen from the perspective of a statistics division, I come from a statistics division, even though I'm not a statistician, I'm an economist by training. But coming from a statistics division, Earth observation is just yet one more opportunity to improve your data, okay? So as much as you have imagery and you can use it for generating something that takes the form of data, we tend to see it a little bit the other way around. So we have our data, but if we have Earth observation, our data can become a lot better, particularly in agriculture,
I don't need to say this, because I mean, agriculture in rural areas are areas where activities are dispersed. So you want a spatial dimension to be there and to be there prominently. So I would say that, I mean, I had some questions, so I don't know if I'm answering the right one, but I mean, one question is the role of organization in this. Now, I think that we work much at the interface between the observations, so the generation of imagery, and the generation of data. How do we do this? Basically by leveraging some knowledge that we already have and, let's say, deploy abundantly on how to survey variables that are relevant in agriculture. Okay? So we have relatively large-scale programs that do support countries in improving the way they collect the data in agriculture. Improving it in several ways. One key dimension there is improving on the cost side. So we have to devise systems and use technology as much as possible to make data collection less expensive. Of course, this in the business of using Earth observation is the part that you can call, I think, ground truthing. No? So making sure that you have some information that flows from the ground and that can corroborate and help and teach the models that do process the Earth observation to generate the right data. Typically, you see that there is a crop on the ground from your imagery. Okay, which crop is that? Well, you don't know that. You need to go on the ground. You need to know what's the calendar. You need to know what's the kind of crop that is grown in that area so that you can, with some level of confidence, have your model that processes the imagery generating this information. And this has several, many important applications from our perspective. You may have heard some of them. Just to mention, I mean, of course, crop monitoring is one. Crop monitoring is a key element for many things, for food security and early warning, but also for the more long-term type of let's say, policy decision. Understanding how crops are evolving, how farmers are substituting among crops is something that is tremendously important in terms of devising policies to support them, but also, of course, factors of production, detecting land and land use, detecting water, detecting the impact of extreme events, which is something that is, of course, very high on the agenda. Recently, we have started a new series of what we call flagship publication at FAO on the impact of disasters. We tend to use the secondary data that we have, but of course, the key technology that needs to be leveraged there is the Earth observation. And we have several programs that support countries. For the specific of Earth observation, we have at the moment a program that supports 21 countries, I think, in which we do capacity development. We try to address some of the limitations of the group. But we have also other programs, such as the 50 by 2030 data for development project. It's a huge multi-donor, multi-annual effort that is leveraging a lot of money together with the World Bank and other institutions to try to improve the standard surveys that countries do in agriculture, make them more rational. I think I'll stop there. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it was really nice to see, yeah, we can applaud them, yeah? It's not over anyway. But I think it was really nice introduction of the different institutions and their specific role. Now, before interacting with the public, I will ask again an intervention for every panelist, and especially, briefly, like 2 minutes, something like this, telling us what is, according to you, the main challenges to move from R&D to operation. So maybe we can start back from the room, and then you pass by the microphone. Or thank you very much.
I will, thank you. I'll try to be brief. Of course, representing a space agency, it is not always obvious exactly how we, as an organization, shall address policy, because policies are not our mandate. We are here to deliver data and hopefully translate this data into information that can be used. And so this is something that we really clearly see as a challenge. The good thing is that we have a wealth of data, and you guys represent a wonderful user community. And so that together is a collective knowledge, if you will, an information package that is unbeatable. But still, there are quite some hurdles here that we are faced with. Because, well, on one hand, we need to match. I mean, as a matchmaking is part of this process. Let's say that the fact that the policy holders or policy owners do not necessarily know exactly what Earth observation is capable of doing. And if Earth observation is supposed to answer a question, maybe they better know what are the requirements and demands in order that we drive, let's say, the appropriate technology investment that will be needed to actually get there a few years down the line. And likewise, guys working in our agency, to spend our time on. So really what is part of this process that we work on and we develop quite systematically is a process of pathfinding and of seeding and of scaling. These are the three stages that we try to go through. Pathfinding is really together with the policy owners and together with the user community, try to find out what really needs to be looked at and what are the paths that we could follow. Seeding is what we usually fund with ESA money. We fund the R&D that is needed to build on that. Yeah? And this is a quite systematic approach that we have. And I can stop here, otherwise we need to go into the specific examples of agriculture, but this is a quite general principle that we apply for the entire applications domain. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, from the European Commission, François?
Yeah, thank you, Raphael. Can you bring back one slide and then make my comment based on that? I think no. Okay, that's one. I think more than 10 years ago, I think it was in 2010, we're discussing about the making operational SAR remote sensing. There is someone here in the room, Pierre Dofoni. We bet how much time it will take to get SAR operational for crop monitoring. At that time, I think we're targeting 5 years to get it done. Now, this map actually shows now it's done. Because that time, SAR community were doing things, small things here and there, but now you have these EU crop maps generated with Sentinel-1, which is actually an achievement that now that the SAR, I think, has reached this maturity of doing this crop monitoring. This also thanks to the investment with ESA, having this Sentinel-1, and also the ability of the team to combine with ground data that was not necessarily collected in view of this mapping, but for other purpose. So here comes then the question that was raised this morning about access to different data, like the geospatial analysis data, so the data, the declaration from farmers. We are working into making this integration of data more, I would say, accessible through interoperability mechanisms. So DG Agri and the GRC are investing now in making different data systems, different data streams more interoperable so that you can reuse this data. I think this is going to be key to the future development because it's difficult to set up a specific data collection mechanism for the only purpose of validating or training the remote sensing data. But what we have to do now is to be in the spirit of reusing data. So basically the circular economy. So you have data collected from one purpose, but to be able to reuse this data for other purpose. So that's where we have to look at integrating different data sets, but also to be, creative in terms of how we use this data. The other thing that we have to keep in mind is about long-term view in terms of stability of mechanism. And here, I will call to ESA. So I think in the remote sensing community, we always value this stability. The long-term missions are very important because people have developed applications, and if then there is interruption in a data stream, data provided for the system that they've developed, there is always a big, cost in terms of adapting to new data streams. I think this long-term view is very important for the applications. And the last thing is for the young researchers in the room is about innovation and also really trying to work in terms of responding to real needs and real questions, but at the same time, also try to think differently. I think the remote sensing community has now evolved quite significantly in terms of, thanks to the
computing capacity and the cloud computing, and also the availability of data. So we have also to move forward also in terms of methodology and develop really new solutions. So think differently and develop and also think terms in responding to real questions. That is very important. That's also what we try to do in GRC. I think each time we try to respond to the real question, real needs, and also try to think differently.
Thank you very much, François. And Sven, for GEOGLAM.
Yeah, so I actually had one word as the main limitation, but François already took it. It was sustainability and a long-term vision. I think that's really key. I think, 90% of the people in the audience are working on R&D projects, typically 1, 2, 3, 4 years. And then you're on to the next thing. Within those 1, 2, 3, 4 years, you build connection with people somewhere, and after that, the project dies, and somebody else comes with a new project. And that is, from an end user perspective, really difficult. Okay, there's lots of opportunistic end users as well, and they see money coming in, we have to be honest, and that's fine. And of course, there needs to be research. That's really good. There's a huge budget in R&D coming from ESA, coming from the Commission. And I think I need to be physically in between you guys somewhere. So there's the R&D community with huge budgets, the Horizon program, ESA R&D. It's super interesting and large. And on the other hand, you also have and sorry, I know the European environment the best, so you have Copernicus with operational services. But in between there's a huge gap. It's not that you can do R&D in Horizon 20 or whatever, Horizon Europe or ESA, and then after 4 years move that into an operational service for Copernicus. So that gap is really difficult for organizations to bridge. So I think there needs to be a mechanism or financing or whatever to solve that gap, find a solution for that. What I also see in the operations is as soon as something is semi-operational, it's very hard to find funding. People say, no need to invest because it's already been done, but there's quite a lot of effort into that semi-operational stuff. People do lots of voluntary work, which I think it's similar to what you mentioned on in situ data collection. It's taken for granted at a certain moment, and it's also something we need to reflect about. Second point I want to raise also with that long-term vision and sustainability is on capacity building. We do a lot of capacity building. I think there's a number of research projects that also do capacity building. And you have, in a lot of countries, staff turnover, which is normal, but it's also something that hampers to go into operations because you train a number of people, 2 years later, 3 years later, they're in different positions, not doing the work anymore. And so you have to start over again. So I think also there in capacity building, we need to think about how we're going to do that. And I would like to mention here also the GEOGLAM capacity building guidance document that was created by several of the co-leads. Main people was ITC, Andy Nelson on that. So I think that's also maybe a reference that could be used in some of the, let's say, people that write out project proposals or project ideas to take into account that document to make sure that actually the capacity building that we're doing is not just, I was almost going to say a waste of time, which it's never, but at least that there's some kind of continuation. So that for me are the two main limitations going from research to, there are more, but my thoughts.
Thank you very much. Giancarlo?
You see, I was not lucky to be built after you. You took all my points, so now I have to invent something. I know, but it's okay, I'm joking. As I told you before, WFP is an operational organization, so we are really there. into operation. So how I can see, we try, because it's our job, we need to be innovative, we have to provide better information, we have to provide right data. I'm thinking now to the big crisis we are having in Southern Africa now. We receive requests from our country office each day. What is the problem? How many people? What they have to do? Which is the yield of this crop this year? How much production is lost in Southern Africa? How is going to impact on the prices from here to next 3-4 months? Wow, it's not easy to reply. And sometimes you find nice papers or some outputs from research and development that go in this direction. And for us, it's very difficult, let's say almost impossible, to take nice papers and translate in something that we can put to reply to this question. And so, as Gillian said, there is a long gap between the two. And we need continuous support, both in terms of technology and methodologies, so from the research, let's say, research field, and then financing. We need money to transfer this knowledge into something operational. One more time, as for data collection, is not give you very low visibility, time-consuming, very costly, and it's not something that easy to find. The other point, the other operations are at country level. So our partners, the national partners, can be the target of this transition as well. There, it's even more difficult, probably, because the capacity are lower, the money, the financing is even lower. There is this problem of turnover, and but we have to go there, because this is the real target of this operation, because it's good. Think to Europe. All the job that Francois is doing, where do you go? Go to the country, to the ministry of. There, what they receive, nothing. Because we stop at a certain point, there is a very even larger gap to reach them. So what we can do as WFP, we can try to facilitate this contact, because we have this relation with some, at least, of the institutions, national institutions, try to help this transition at local level. Thanks.
Thank you, Giancarlo. And now, Piero, to conclude.
Oh, thanks. I understand well the question is about obstacles, okay? Challenges in moving this program forward. Basically, we see two types of obstacles. I mean, they've been mentioned already. One is financial in general, and the other one is about, let's say, financial resources, human resources are the two elements that are problematic, because, I mean, these are technologies that require a lot of skills that need to be improved and enhanced through technical assistance program. I repeat, we are at the interface between the traditional way of collecting data and the use of Earth observation, so we tend to peg that to that area. Of course, one thing I should say is that in terms of capacity development and technical assistance, we see that one model that sometimes works relatively well in terms of ensuring sustainability is a decentralized one. So we tend to work a lot through our decentralized offices in the region that do, let's say, host and acquire certain type of skills, and they can pass them over. And of course, feeding directly local communities. So in a way, at the end of the day, it's simple. So we have to do less ourselves and empower more people for doing these kind of things. This is not impossible, because in many areas of the world, the technical capacities can be adapted to this kind of uses. Of course, it's a matter of money. But anyway, this is one issue. I also want to say that resources for data are always scarce. So whenever you propose a donor to finance something like data, it looks like not particularly appealing. But I have to say at the same time that compared to 10 years ago, many donors have become more sensitive to this issue. So there is a growing perception that this is an important element. One thing that needs to be done, in our experience, is building critical mass. So joining forces with several institutions and build big programs is what make also data generation more palatable for donors, especially if you peg it properly to policy making. For us, we see that this is
an essential element. I don't want to repeat about some of our programs, but in general, let's say it's interesting because for sure there are also technological constraints. No? So one may want to see more higher resolution, more precise type of imagery, more frequent, et cetera, et cetera. And that's also something that, of course, would help a lot. But at least from our perspective, we see as more binding the constraint in terms of financial and human resources to apply what, and to put in operation what already exists in terms of image that can be leveraged to produce statistics. This is what I would say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we can applaud already once again. And now, we have the chance to have this really diverse panel covering a lot of institutions. And you can ask all your questions now. So we'll have 5 minutes more or less, I think a bit more depending. I think we have already one question here. Could you bring a microphone? Maybe you can stand up so that we see you, sorry. Okay, the microphone are here. No, they are coming also. You can introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Fatima from University of Valencia. And I would like, well, first, congrats for your speeches. I would like to highlight the Giancarlo intervention because I would like to know more about the way you approach the problems. Sometimes I think it could be quite difficult to go somewhere and tell people what they have to do. I mean, because they already have their own methods, and in this case, we are talking about a huge gap between methodologies. So, in terms of giving them the necessary information, how you actually do it, how you help them, which projects or initiatives do you have for collecting data, and also how is them feedback?
Comes from Valencia, no? I'm not going to for holidays there. And I think, okay, WFP is not providing solutions. We are just helping them. So we work with the communities. We identify eventually some interventions together. So it's really a bottom-up approach. We are not there to sell anything. The data collection we have, we do some after the events, like now in Southern Africa. In principle, we do some surveys to collect information first about food security, because this is what we work. So collect information that will help us after the analysis to program for the next lean phase. And until the next cropping season, hopefully it will be good. And with this information, we buy food on the global markets if needed, or in the regional market if it's available. And but in parallel, we need to support this community, trying to reduce the impact of the next shock, climate shock that is coming, because we know. And this is a parallel job that we say changing life. No? Saving life is provide food, and the changing life is try to empower this community to. And this kind of information, the information from research and development can be useful for both. The first one for us at the moment, but also for the national governments, saying that how much the production this year will reduce, which is the gap this year, 20%, 15%. There are some estimations already on the table, but the proper estimation will come probably in a couple of months, 3 months. For us, it's a bit late, because now there is already some people that struggle to find food. So what we do? We wait 3 months, the official statistics. So we are playing with some data. We provide some data that are not perfect, we know, but good enough to start. Then this kind of research and development can also help the saving life, the changing life agenda. And this is saying that which are the problems in this area, which are the main environmental drivers, or climate drivers that affect this population. So try to implement and first identify with them and the national community, the national institution, the right solution, and then help them to implement. This is a bit the approach in the field. It's a bit too long, sorry. I stop here, then we can continue.
Yeah, of course.
Right. Sometimes we need to be a bit longer to explain. It's normal. There is one question here from
Christophe from Vito. I was wondering, I mean, excellent question, just what is lacking to go from R&D to operations. I think sometimes it also requires, how painful it may be, to freeze what we have to some extent. But the problem is, I mean, there's all these huge calls from ESA which are required and needed, but the field also goes so fast. So with deep learning now, I mean, every day there is a new innovation coming. So the question is a bit like, okay, if we go into operations, if Copernicus takes up some service, then usually other people can already perceive it like, yeah, but these methods, they are a bit outdated already. So we somehow need to also support sometimes that a frozen method, so to say, can exist and maybe can gradually be improved still. But the question maybe, and not to someone specific, but to you as a group, is what your strategy would be in finding out what would be a good way to choose how the community can also be satisfied with a frozen method, or how we can actually also stimulate that it's sometimes maybe fine to stop innovating some method and to really go into operations, because that's a bit the thing. We all feel that we need to improve instead of going operational.
Yeah, nice question. For the group, so we start. So yeah, we'll start with Fao, and then Sven and François.
Just very briefly,
not too long, so that we can have.
Very brief. There is a division of labor, so we are not into developing the new techniques. We are in upscaling. Upscaling means finding the big project that brings something that is designed from the research and development community and bring it to the field. The research and development community keeps on working on that and improving that. So there is some kind of thing that goes in phase. So you don't feed directly, typically with the latest innovation, I think. You feed with something that is a bit more frozen, you can say, or let's say, I would say solid and consolidated, and then this thing goes on. This is the way I see. So essentially a matter of division of labor from my perspective.
Sven?
I think it was an excellent question, but it's really a question coming from an R&D perspective, which is okay. But I think the answer to your question is we have to start from the user needs. What do the people on the ground actually need? They don't need all the time state-of-the-art answers. There's lots of things that are semi-operational, that are not being implemented, because a lot of the things that we're doing are R&D driven. So indeed, people go to the next project, do the next stuff, but solving a problem somewhere in the world could be done with something that we've been doing or others been doing for the past 10 years. There's nothing wrong with that. We just need to find somehow or budgets to actually implement it, because everybody is always running for the next R&D thing, which is great. We need that, absolutely. But sometimes it's good to have a step back, see what the user need is, and then see how that can be implemented. I think that's the answer to your question. So there's nothing wrong with a service that is based on outdated technology, as long as it works and it answers the user needs. That's where I think we need to be.
Not much to add, but perhaps what we try to do is always to say, to find the right balance on what we can improve and what we have to deliver. So when something is good enough to go, because at some point you can always try to improve, but at some point you have to stop and say, okay, I can use this and deliver the information. So sometimes don't be shy to deliver the information that you have, because if you don't deliver what you have, somebody will probably deliver something which is even worse. So having this step. Then I was thinking about something perhaps in the community that you should think about. So there was a kind of, in the publication, you have the peer review publication, whatever. So I'm wondering if we can set up a community to peer review the products, in the sense of saying, okay, this is ready to go, but this community reviewing the product is not commissioned by the producer or the funder of but a completely independent community, because when it is funded by the producer or the people who is funding the product, sometimes it's a bit biased. So I wonder if we can define a community that can say, okay, this is good to go, it can be distributed.
Thank you. So we will take a last question in the audience. I see one here. Yes? Sorry if I don't see everyone. Sorry, microphone is not working, maybe.
Okay, great. Hello, my name is Sheila Baber. I'm from the University of Maryland and NASA Harvest, and it's such an honor to be here as an early career scientist, a PhD student, with people who have an established track record of using remote sensing in food security. And my question is about how, say, PIs, as an early career scientist, I think there's a metric of success that depends on publications and citations, and there's a drive to publish innovative R&D focused papers. And I'm wondering if there's a way that PIs and more senior scientists can promote early career scientists to work on projects that do have real world implications. I think there's a disconnect between scientists and policymakers, and I think GEOGLAM, one of the mandates is to bridge that gap. And is there something that we can do in the places we train scientists, like universities, so that I can make something that works and also helps people at the same time, bridge that disconnect between the users, the people behind the pixels?
Thank you. Very good question. Simple question, difficult to answer. And I think maybe we should change the KPIs of publication or the number of citations and go for impact. What was actually the impact of your project? And there's different ways to measure it. It might be that universities and scientific programs should also look at that, not only like how many publications or there's an impact score of a publication as well, but look at really what the impact of the project was. And that's something that we try to do with GEOGLAM. There's a number of publications. We have an R&D component, there's for sure publications there. But we also try to highlight impact stories. And for the time being, that doesn't have any effect on your career, I guess. But it also, well, it gives you visibility within the community. GEOGLAM is really a global community. And I think next to publication, your network is one of the biggest assets that you can build from a young career up to an old man like me. So the network, I didn't want to speak for the others here. So the network is really, really important. And so creating impact stories and getting visibility on your project is definitely a way to go. Well, my vision on that.
Thank you. Piero, you want to contribute very shortly because then we move to the last part of the panel.
No, apologies, just 30 seconds to say that we as an organization benefit a lot from people who are at the beginning of a scientific career coming to work with us and helping, working in the field. And I have seldom seen this as something that goes to the disadvantage of the people who does a PhD or something like this, rather the contrary. So I think that we have several vehicles that can bring some of the things that are thought by young scientists close to real people's need. And when we have an opportunity to use it, it's usually mutual benefit because these are things that are close. Of course, you will need some time, but it's something that we are very open and interested in organizing as much as possible. So having people doing PhDs or young scientists willing to engage and see the practical side. Thank you.
Thank you. You can keep the mic. Okay, so we will maybe we will go on with the last part of the panel, and the last part is we will ask the World Food Programme, FAO, and GEOGLAM their recommendations to ESA and to European Commission for a better world. And so after that, if you have burning questions, we can also take your questions, and to the last minutes of the panel, we will give the floor to François and Ruth to give their last comments. And so maybe we can start with you, Piero, and go in the other direction.
Again, briefly, Well, of course, ESA can help a lot with the technology, with improving the way Earth observation is shaped, with basically, I'm sorry, I'm saying it in a very simple way, but giving us more images, more frequent images, more detailed images. Okay, when we think of agriculture, sometimes we think of something that is large scale, whereas agriculture has a lot of dimension that is extremely peculiar and detailed. For instance, intercropping, those cases in which people do several crops during the year on the same piece of land. Having good information about these things requires very good imagery, very detailed and high resolution, I think is the right word, imagery. And even more frequent, because you have cloudy days or things like this that do prevent, to some extent, the use of this information, or not prevent, can hamper in a way. So that can be improved. So that's certainly a request, but that's a request that is a bit generic. Of course, we need also to find possibilities to fund this kind of initiatives. That is something we're willing to look into together. European Commission is for us a primary partner, is one of our main supporters, as a matter of fact. So we have many areas in which we collaborate, and we, of course, will welcome more collaboration on this area, both in terms of connection and exposure with the scientific community, so the substance matter, and of course also on the financial part. So in a nutshell, these are the two elements that I would mention to this question. Thank you.
Thank you. Giancarlo.
Building on your suggestions, I think that let me be practical. I am from an operation organization, so let's say something like, for instance, a kind of phasing out some research and development champions, let's say, phasing out and try to bring them from the stage of research to the operational. So, I don't know, some funding or something that can help some champion research, or also asking maybe a kind of survey of needs, or like WFP, we can also say that, look, these 1, 2, 3 research are very useful for our purposes, so please try to phasing out. In this phase, we can try to implement and make them operational. And in any case, I agree. Another idea comes from our colleague, saying that probably freezing something in some way. If we have done a lot of steps in a direction, let's say crop yield forecasting, let's stop, let's take stock of that and try to see how really it works at field level, instead of continuing research that probably give better results, but in a specific environment that is a research environment, that then is very difficult, as all knows, to translate in something operational. Very quick, we are late, and to you.
Thanks, Giancarlo. Well, I'm also going to try to be quick. I first want to point out that ESA and the European Commission are already doing a lot, and we're really at the lead at global scale, the Copernicus program, etc. I don't need to mention that, but there's always things you need or you want more, and I think it's pointed out by Giancarlo as well, like that gap that I mentioned in the introduction, like we have semi-operational stuff. How do we really implement it? There's a lack of budget there, or a budget line there, or maybe there's a line that I don't know of. So that would be very interesting. I think for ESA, there was also in the CEOS meeting where we mentioned EAV, so the essential agricultural variables, to get more people involved from the space agencies with an agricultural background to really support on, or let us understand which directions the new evolutions of the new sensors are going. That would be really great. And finally, I think joint capacity building, joint forces to really train people on maybe some of those, let's call them frozen technologies or whatever. I think there are 3 important elements to me where ESA and EU can directly support us.
Thank you. Before giving the floor for an answer, is there any burning recommendations from the audience? Something that was not mentioned so far. Yes, please. And then I think there is a second one there. And then we will continue the discussion during the break and complete. Yeah, sorry.
Thank you. Francelino Rodriguez, in a sabbatical leave right now. So spending almost 1 decade in the CGIAR system, I was always struggling on the scaling component. And one of the projects that I participated, that I led in the past, the donor was requiring us a sustainability business model where we would need to warranty the sustainability of the outputs of that project. And through brainstorming towards that, we saw that public-private partnerships towards this scaling component, that was a pretty good solution. So I wonder if you guys have been discussing business models and public-private partnerships as a way to scale these outputs from these R&D projects. And furthermore, working for smallholder farming, we need to get out of this illusion that they're gonna be paying for subscriptions on app, because this is an illusion. So these business models, they need to tackle also this. They need to tackle, okay, what is gonna be, how is gonna be the adoption of that? And get rid of these illusions that they're gonna be paying for subscriptions. This doesn't exist, not even on broad acre farmers. So I think it misses a little bit like really foot on the ground and discuss this discussion around, okay, what's the business model surrounding that and how we can really make use of this for scaling our products, right? So yeah, like it's just like a burning message to brainstorm things.
Thank you, Francelino. There is another one there, and I'm afraid we need to stop here because there is another session after. So,
thank you very much. My name is Nancy. My recommendation will be just to link the existing indigenous innovations with the emerging technologies, because that supports the bridging of the skill gap as to support the existing research and design. Thank you.
Thank you. And so you have the opportunity to conclude with, I don't know who wants to start. Yes.
All right, so I will start to provide some answers. Obviously, these are not simple questions, most of them. In order, I think I'd like to start with this question that we heard several times, that you think it is difficult to go from the R&D environment into the operational services. In fact, that's the very reason why we are sitting here and discussing about this. So from the perspective of the Space Agency, we really see the need to go in this direction, and that's why we have not only meetings like this one, but we also have plenty of meetings with DG Agri and Klima, INTPA, and so on, all these kind of organizations that are supporting this transition and would like to sort of understand what we can offer, and not only at European level, but also at international level within the United Nations system or at national level. There's plenty of these discussions ongoing. However, the reality of the space program is that it is funded, and I hope I'm not revealing a secret to you, but it's usually funded by the Ministries of Industry or by the Ministry of Science and Education, or in some cases by Ministries of the Environment. But I'm not aware of the European Space Agency have ever received a single euro from a Ministry of Agriculture. So this obviously is a setup that is not very straightforward if you want a targeted solution for your type of problem. So this really requires co-creation, not only of the solution, but actually even of the posing of the problem. Yeah, that we actually work on this together to make sure that we really address this in the places where it needs to be addressed. There is strong awareness in the Space Agency about these things. In fact, just last week, in this very room, there was a meeting organized, a similar size of this one, which was focusing on the Earth observation science strategy. But in that, there is a strong focus on how we can actually support policies, operational services, really as drivers for missions funded in the ESA ecosystem from the very beginning. And we also were happy and lucky enough during this meeting to have a presentation from our colleagues at NASA headquarters, where the Deputy Director for Earth Science at NASA came and talked about the NASA Earth Science to Action strategy, where she talks about NASA executives going to rodeos in the US to actually tell people who like to ride on bulls, actually, you know, the benefit about Earth observation to really build a grassroots movement for this kind of things. And on our side, I'm not sure we have a similar idea for our director to visit specific conventions of similar nature in Europe. But the idea is really that this type of discussion needs to be fed such that it's really somehow not only pushed by those who come from the space angle, but really pulled in also from the grassroots into where the solutions are really needed. So that's one part of the answer. There was from FAO, we got the question on how to support technology, more data, better data, faster data, higher resolution data, and so on. This is obviously in our interest as well. And in the framework of this very same Earth science, Earth observation science strategy that I just mentioned, it is very clear that this type of driver for new mission concepts and new mission technology and the system architecture, if you will, for Earth observation worldwide is really taking this into account. And in fact, one of the very specific high priority science questions that we are able to, or we are being asked to address is really also about the influence and impact of climate change on agriculture production, for example. And so we can expect through this system to receive mission ideas that are specifically targeting these things. And I think that I can stop here.
Okay, thank you. Okay, it's, I think the main thing that was about actually supporting the transition from the research to operations. Okay, usually the question is always more funding, the more funding. The European Commission is indeed funding many research projects, but also the activities to scale up the existing, I would say, results, and also to make operational the result from the previous research programs. Okay, this besides funding in GRC, we are more on the research part, not on the research, on the funding part. We work closely with other services that are more on the funding part. But speaking in terms of the research side, something that we can do also in GRC is to share the experience in terms of translating the research results, the scientific results, into operational mechanism. So I think we have quite a good experience in translating this, being for the agriculture monitoring, but also in terms of capacity building. Many of you may be aware of the many programs where GRC was involved in developing the capacity in several African organizations. I would say that today you will see also many organizations that are producing their own crop monitoring maps, so they don't need anymore actually to download, to go to other organizations to get this information. So they're producing this information themselves. I think this is important. So, but it's critical also to make sure that you are doing this transition, but also the transfer of technologies in the right framework. When I say the right framework, it means that you have to always to target, to build institutions, local institutions, not just transferring for
short-term mechanism. So being in institutions, I think it's important. That's why we collaborate many with regional organizations.
Okay, 1 minute.
Yeah. I would say, okay, if what we can offer is also the experience actually that we have in GRC.
Okay, thank you, and sorry for the rush. And we are now done with the session. I propose that we thank you for all the panelists. Thank you very much. And we will give the floor for the next session.
Okay, thank you very much. We now start with the session on smallholder farming. There will be a lot of traveling involved. We start with a view on Asia and Africa, then we focus on Africa. From Africa, we go to Italy, then to Australia, Egypt, and via Afghanistan, we end up in the ISA restaurant. So this will be interesting. 10 minutes for each speaker. I will give a 2-minute warning, and after that we can have one question. If we still have time before the end of the session, then we can have further questions. I am Mark Noord. This is my co-chair, Ruud Grim, and Ruud will do the first presentation. So Ruud, please, if you are ready.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ruud Grim. I'm working with the Netherlands Space Office, and one of our responsibilities is bring research into real applications and use for society and bringing really impact. And I was very happy to hear the discussion in last sessions and also the question that was raised about sustainability of the business models. Just as an, let's say, reminder also maybe for ESA and the European Commission, it's great work what is done, but we have to do more in bringing back the applications into, let's say, society. Just an advertisement, follow terrawatch.com, because Aravind is really on this topic, what is needed to bring really applications into society. We started this program 10 years ago, and it was also when the Copernicus data starting to deliver, and it is really about how can we help smallholder farmers in developing countries with actionable and information with a perspective to have positive effects on their daily activities, but also we provided opportunity to develop financial products like credits and financial services. 10 minutes, it's very short. The objective from our ministry was simply great that we have Earth observation satellites and all the data. It goes to the government, it goes to research institutions, but okay, the farmer in the field, does he or she receive information at all? That was not there. And out of that, our Ministry of Foreign Affairs was willing to fund a big program, 60 million euros, funding 25 partnerships, developing services in 15 countries. And the question was, okay, can you can you reach out and can you also achieve impact with these services? Now we come to the tricky point, because as was mentioned before, the farmer themselves cannot pay for the services. But around the farmer there is a large ecosystem, and this is more or less the ecosystem that is there. And I was just looking, I think in this diagram we miss maybe still one or two groups. The NGOs, I think they are very important because they connect with the farmers. They know the situation over there, the problems and the type of solutions that do. And if you communicate, it should be a bilateral communication, not sending information only, but also receiving back information. But to make the services and provide the services in an organizational and financial sustainable manner, if the customer, the client, the farmer is not paying, maybe the surrounding organizations can pay for that. It's easy to say that, but now you have to make that work and into practice. And that is not trivial. But okay, this is the challenge, I think, in this environment to deliver real-time applications and creating impact. 25 projects in 15 countries. On the last slide, you will find a reference to the website where you find information about all these different projects. But of course, let's go back from what kind of data is being used. In fact, it was also mentioned in the presentation. We don't need for this new and better data. That's nice, but what can we do with the existing data already? And this is just showing an overview of all the different data sets that is being used in the various applications in our program. And what kind of services are provided? It's a wide range because every country, every farmer group has different needs, so the solutions are also different depending on their needs and also on the local context. In West Africa, for instance, I think we can come to this slide, which is going to give you a short presentation about some examples, but in West Africa there is no internet. And you can only go to a village and call to a call center. In East Africa and other countries in Africa, you can communicate via SMS services, USSD. But if you go to Southeast Asia, you already have a much larger use of feature-based phones. So also in the solutions, it's different being implemented. We have one of the projects that is really successful is has developed an drought insurance product for coffee farmers in Uganda, and it's still scaling. And they're bringing the application also into other countries in Africa. Another project, there were in fact two, led by an NGO and SNV, that is provide information to pastoralists in Mali and Burkina, and it's also now being implemented in Niger. Where do I go to if there is not sufficient water and vegetation for my herds? Just a navigation route. In Indonesia, we are supporting pepper farmers, and especially here, this is an example of where there is a connection with an agri business, because it's a seed supplier that is involved. In West Africa, telephone companies are in fact involved in the business model. And the last example that I want to mention is one of the simple kind of advices that you can give to a farmer is, okay, there is an existence that there will be a pest and disease. So this is the period that you should spray with specific pesticides. This was developed in Bangladesh together with Bayer that has uptaken this application, and they are now scaling up in Bangladesh, but also introducing the service in India. And there are plans to introduce the service in Indonesia, but also in Africa. But again, and that was also mentioned, you need funding. Now, where do you get the funding from? Okay, again, the funding for semi-operational, new operations, introducing scaling is a problem. But, okay, think about that. But this is just to show you what is needed to really bring an application into practice and to make it, to create an impact. If you want to learn more about our program, it's too much to tell in 10 minutes. Go to our website. There is a lot of resources available about the projects. There's a lot of lessons learned publications. We even have podcasts. Somebody said, okay, you have to make your projects visible. Now, we have been doing that. We have spent quite a lot of time in communications. We have a lot of blogs with all kinds of actors around our program. And of course, what we also hope is that other donors see what we have achieved and then decide to invest in this, let's say, semi-operational, bringing that into an operational phase and further scale it up. There are hundreds of millions of smallholder farmers in the world. We only reached and achieved 1 million that is really making use of the services. So we have a lot of way to go. The question, dream or reality, that's a good question. 10 years ago, think about what was there. We had data, we had application, but most were in the research domain. We had 3 calls. The first call was with research organizations in the lead. The second one was with NGOs in the lead in general. And the last one with businesses in the lead. So we saw also an evolution in the uptake of the service and the technology. So we are moving in the right direction. So I could say, in principle, yes, we can make it a reality, but then, the last one and challenge is the funding problem. How do you get proper funding into upscaling this type of services? I don't have yet the solution. I think that is also part for the businesses, of course, to come with solutions. And of course, donors with grant programs can help in that. But the way forward is really with businesses. Okay, you have to scale up. And of course, there are a few businesses here in the room, and I hope that you will be inspired and also take up the challenge to scale up this type of applications further. Okay, I think that's what I have to say. I don't know if there were one burning question, otherwise we move on.
Question? One burning question?
No. Then we move on to the next presentation.
Okay, that will be me. You keep track of time. Okay, this presentation will be on germination insurance. First, the satellite-based part is we make use of various sources, but it is mainly weather satellites and communication satellite. And I want to acknowledge my co-presenters. Germination insurance is part of the Tembo Africa project, and that project receives funding from the Horizon Europe program. What we are trying to do is to improve the network of in situ observations for weather, water, climate, environment in Africa. And we try to do that by developing new sensors, bringing the costs down, but also by generating funding with services so that we can pay for expanding the network and maintaining the network. And we do that with 3 services that we are developing. One is hydropower, dam reservoir management. The other is flood early warning for mid-sized cities in Africa. And the third one is that I'm going to talk about today is germination insurance. So here you see the workflow. There's nothing very exciting in this. The data comes in, we have a platform, then we have the connection with the provider of the insurance and sales, and then the clients, farmers, and feedback from farmers. Our first pilot is in Ghana, so we have our team there that is developing it. The Ghana Agriculture Insurance Pool is involved, the University of Development Studies based in Tamale, and the Trans-African Hydrometeorological Observatory, TAMO. They have a network of more than 600 stations across Africa, meteo stations, and the germination insurance is based on very localized weather forecast and rainfall measurements, so that is an important element. So what we did is starting with developing the products, soil sampling, different types of soil, and we did some experiments. We talked to the farmers, had discussions with seed companies as probable clients, and then further product development. Here you see the results of the soil analysis, northern part of Ghana, nothing very special, looks very similar. We did some experiments. The first one, because that is when the project started, there was rainy season, so not a good time to start an experiment with drought, so we did that in a greenhouse. Later we repeated that also in the rainy seasons. We had meeting with the farmers to discuss the need, meeting with the seed and input providers if they were interested in partnering. So that resulted in the following. We now have all the parameters that we can use, and where we work with the Ghana Agriculture Insurance Pool, who already have a yield insurance. We discussed in Zambia with farmers, and those farmers are suffering very much now from the El Nino phenomenon. So instead of 10 bags of maize, they probably will have 1 bag of maize. So that is really a problem. And we also discussed with the Zambian Agricultural Research Institute if we could cooperate to establish the right parameters for the insurance in Zambia. We had a broader meeting where we had World Food Programme, but also commercial banks. And what was very interesting is that they just said, no, we insure our commercial farmers, we do a yield insurance, we have our own systems for that, and we're not open to any other discussion. So you see the difference between the position of the commercial farmers and also of the smallholders. But you also see a geographical difference where in Asia and that also relates to the previous presentations. Commercial banks have a surplus of credit, so they are becoming interested in what to do in agriculture. In Africa, the picture is still more conservative. So we reach out to other providers of finance and insurance like Pula and Zambia and Acre in Rwanda. We establish contact with them. What is interesting is that there are similarities because of our insurance of the experiments we did. We had something like, well, 14 plus days when there is a drought after sowing, then maybe it's time for a payout, and they do that after 21 days. So what would be interesting, what we also discussed, is the combination of the germination insurance with the yield insurance, because then the farmer gets a refund straight away, so they can plant again. Does not have to wait until the end of the season for a payout. And for the insurer, it's also attractive because the payout at the start of the season is just a replacement of the seed. So then if rains come after that, they do not have to pay for the yield insurance. And the approach we have now with a lot of parameters, that fits well with what the Ghana Agriculture Insurance Pool is doing, because there they have an area yield index insurance where they go to the field and then measure the yield, what it was. So there's a lot of in situ as well involved. But what we would like to do is to combine the germination insurance with a completely remote sensing indexed yield insurance, and there we have to work on simplifying what we are going to do, because now it depends very much on checking in situ what happens on the ground, and we want to eliminate or reduce that in some way that it also becomes attractive. What we could possibly do, and I just flashed this slide, is in the Tembo Africa project we're also developing new sensors. So these are the ones that possibly could help us with that, but that is still in an experimental stage, so we'll do that. And of course, another flash slide for later reference. This is the start of our business model, how we want to work with people. What is interesting for seed companies is to increase the client loyalty by just providing the insurance together with the sales of the seeds, which means that the farmer does not have to pay anything extra, and in some cases they even do not know that they are insured, but the seed supplier can do that as client loyalty, and the amount involved is relatively low. So just conclusions for now is that, okay, the farmers say, yes, we have this problem. This is really a problem that affects us, and when we lose it, we cannot buy seed again. We do not have the funds, so we lose the whole season, and we have to go out to work, for example, in the bigger farms, the ones that Heike showed this morning in Zambia. That was one of the outcomes of the discussions. They have to go there to work because there's nothing to do in their own field. And then they said, yeah, okay, if we have this germination insurance, that would be interesting, it would help us, and we do not miss the entire growing season. So that is a good thing. Seed companies also said, oh yes, we would be interested in having such a product. And we are investigating. Everyone says when you tell the story about combining germination and yield insurance, that's attractive. But now we have to put it in practice, and we know that it probably will work for insurances that have in situ measurements also for the yield, that fits, but for combining it with remote sensing, we would have to come up with new solutions if you really want to scale it up. And another thing, of course, is that what you see is that there is, of course, now we have the El Nino phenomenon, mainly in southern Africa, a lot of drought. but you also see the effect of climate change, that the start of the rainy season is not as it used to be. So that is also something that we have to take into account if we want to establish the premium. Okay, then just what we have not here, I'm rounding off, is that, okay, how to establish, how to finance the network of in situ observations, how to maintain it, and how to establish the data sharing. Those would be our recommendations phrased as questions for further discussions. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah.
I interrupted him, but there is room for one question, if there's one question. Yeah, there is one. Is there a mic available? To the right, for me, for you, front. Thanks.
Thank you. I'd like to know to what extent accuracy is high in taking photos during germination, knowing that bare soil is dominant, and how this can be treated after.
Sorry, I did not...
for photos, for satellite images during germination, you said.
No, we do not use it is strictly based on more accurate rainfall measurements. So, and those are based on local in situ weather stations, combined, of course, with the information from the weather satellite.
So no images earlier in the season? No?
No.
Okay,
no,
thank you.
No. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Then I would like to invite the next speaker. And he's already coming to the stage. Thank you.
Nani is the name. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Pietro Ciosco, Senior Technical Specialist in Planetech Italia. First time here on the blue stage, so I'm really excited. And today I want to show you some outputs of this exercise that we carried on with the CNR, the National Resource Council, in preparation for a much bigger project. And although I'm in the small older farmers session, in this case the user is not the farmer per se, but it's more like a regional level, so authorities. Okay, so identifying the problem, we have the problem on over-abstraction. Okay, so we have lots of use of water for agriculture. There is a need of regulating this use. There is a need for not using it more than it's sustainable available, okay? So at their response, as a response, the European Commission, right now it's like 24 years ago, put out this water framework directive with the main objective of regulating the use of water, protecting the use of water, the resource of water, and also managing it, okay? So because if we want to promote the rational use of water, we need, for instance, be able to quantifying it. And so as a response, the Italian Ministry of Agriculture, Food and Forestry Policies issued this national decree in 2015 where it was basically putting out some regulation for requiring measurements of irrigation volumes with drone. And of course, Apulia region, so I want to give you just the scenario from the European Commission national level and the regional level. The Apulia region, Southeast Apulia, adopted an irrigation, well, is pro-adopting irrigation advisory services that can be based on the FAO or any other methodologies, basically to estimate evapotranspiration. And I put here two main articles. They are fundamental to understand the relation with the previous European level objectives. So the article number 3, which is quantifying the collective and self-supply irrigation withdrawals and returns and uses, with the electrometry, and then the 9 is basically providing a methodology for estimating this water used in agriculture. And so at their response, the CNR during the years has been working on basically these two tools, such as the ground management tool, the GMAT, that was more like a regional level, and then for water balance, and then it evolved into the IRMAT, the irrigation measurement tool for more small parcel level, so farm scale. Just the state of the art, of course, water balance are fundamental for making wise decisions in using water, accounting, conservation, management, and there are out there lots of water management, water balance models. They have different spatial temporal solutions at different degree of complexity. And in all this story, basically, the evapotranspiration, we know, is a key process of water balance. And for those of you who are not familiar with evapotranspiration, is basically, as the literature says, it's a process that it depends on two different processes: the evaporation from surface and the transpiration from vegetation. Now, what we do usually is estimating the evapotranspiration from a reference grass, okay? This is based on the FAO 56 methodology. And then we need to eventually go to estimating the evapotranspiration of a specific crop. So to do this, we calculate or estimate this KC, or this crop coefficient factor, that is basically giving us a view of the distribution at the quantity of vegetation, okay? And so in this way, we can drag the curve of vegetation, the red one, of reference vegetation evapotranspiration to the blue one. So the current scientific, not only in this case, but also methodological challenges that we are facing is that we want to, okay, improve in the estimation of crop evapotranspiration, but we also want to do that, we want to do that through the better estimation of KC. And usually, there are different ways of doing that, but I report in specific this one because the user that we are facing, that we worked with in this project, the basin authorities, they basically work on the lookup table KC, which means that they built up a library of KC, and they are not, we basically miss the intra-season variation of KC. So there is something going on. We are talking about like agriculture under pressure from some stressor. The lookup table KC is not taken into account. And so from the remote sensing point of view, we can fill this gap. How we can do this, remote sensing, we only know, everyone knows, from the optical point of view, we can calculate some vegetation indices, biophysical parameters, and this can be used for estimate the KC. So this is the objective of this exercise, was basically upgrading even more this IRMAT model to this IRMAT Plus, which is basically introducing this information from remote sensing by simply estimating the KC. So this is a quick overview of the what's going on in the input and output. And of course, I'm focusing only on crop water requirement in this case. The study area, as I already said, we are looking at the southeast Italy, so we are in Apulia region, and we use the information from a previous study carried on by the CNR still to identify the study area or the area of interest in this case. So we are basically looking at two different municipalities of Barretta and Trani in the north of Apulia region, and then more in the south nearby Brindisi. And specifically, we are looking at two different, one crop with two different management systems, olive groves, because Puglia is full of olive groves, and speaking of under pressure, we have the problem of Xylella, which is destroying everything in the southern part of Puglia. So a quick overview of the high-level workflow that we carried on. In situ data from water volumes used, so the water requirements from other projects as well, and location of these olive grove farms, and then Sentinel-2 A and B for the processing, for the estimation of KC. And again, I put here we took into account this CropWatt tool developed by FAO that the current Southern Apennine Basin Authority district authority is using to do the water balance in terms of crop water requirements. And here is basically the methodology used in this study, which is based on the Allen Pereira 2009. So what it says, you can estimate crop evapotranspiration by simply not, but looking into these density coefficients that can be obtained by leaf area index and fraction vegetation cover. There are different methods, of course, but these two, LAI and FVC, can be estimated from remote sensing. And so this is what we do, and I wanted to put an example from the lookup table KC, the red line. As you can see, for olive groves, during the growing season, it stays stable, right? It's 0.5. But the information coming from remote sensing is giving you this variation. And this is just an example. We did this for 3 years, but, and I'm sorry, I apologize in advance, but I didn't provide the results for 3 years. And so we put all this stuff in this model that was already there. So we don't want to reinvent the wheel, right? So some comparisons. On the right-hand side, we see, I don't want to enter into discussion about why crop watt is overestimating them much. The only thing that we know is that the administration, the basin authority, is using it. So it's pretty way off compared to the declared crop water requirements. And then on the left-hand side, we have a comparison of the two, EarMat and EarMat Plus with remote sensing. So both of them are basically slightly overestimating the declared in situ data. In some cases, actually underestimating. But in an overall look is that we have a slightly improvement of the estimates of crop water requirements that get closer to the declared one. Now, again, this was in preparation for a bigger project. Now we are extending the study area, we're extending the in situ measurements that we are going to collect into the field, and hopefully I will be presenting soon to you the preliminary results of the project. So as a takeaway...
Last minute.
Yeah, this is the last one. Outlook, a recommendation, collaboration between research and industry, data availability from users, we notice, and you guys might know that, can be minimal if none, okay? And we saw in the previous, in the panel discussion, it's already been told we need to recycle the data, so let's use the data, let's keep the connection with all the partners that we work and collaborate with our projects. Clear communication with end user, because this is fundamental, at least for to our advice, in understanding the internal decision-making process, so that we can insert the technology, the innovation technology that can be put in their process. And then, of course, readiness to integrate the FutureEO missions. We know there is lots of stuff out there from the national programs, agencies, and industry as well as. So with this, I conclude my talk, and thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Pietro. A quick question? If not, no, thanks again. Then we go to the next presentation. Thanks, yeah. The next presentation is by Mechtel Andriessen of eLeaf on irrigation water use in Australia.
Hello, everyone. Australia might not be the country that you first think of in a session about smallholder farming, but it is where I'm taking you. I am presenting our work from eLeaf, from the Water Sense project, which we did here in Australia under a Horizon 2020 funded project. It's about a near real-time monitoring of irrigation water use at farm level by combining satellite and in situ data with hydrological models. So we do this with 6 partners, 1 university, the University of Sydney, and the rest of us are all SMEs. So it's a slightly different take. I'm quite interested actually in the previous presentation. I think, Pietro, we should talk because I think we are kind of trying to angle the same issues, but from a different view. So Water Sense is trying to make sense of the water value chain in in Australia. And it's against the background of a quite complex but advanced water trading system that they have in Australia. So what's happening over there is that everyone that wants to use water actually needs to buy it up front. So you need to have a license, you need to buy the water, whether you're a farmer, you need to buy it for irrigation, but also communities can buy a share of water if they want to protect their river health, for example, or environmental health. So that's, and they can be traded, so it's actually quite a complex situation. It's heavily regulated as well, so there's water meters everywhere, but still there's a lot of theft of water going around. So we had an end user to this project, which is the Department of Planning and Environment, the DPE in Australia, and they are really looking for a system to monitor this, to have an insight into how much water is being used in irrigation, and that they can actually see whether farmers are compliant to what they're supposed to use, the volume they're supposed to use. We had a leading role in this project. We are the consortium lead, but also we have, from the Netherlands, we have a big data factory at eLeaf in the Netherlands that provides data about evapotranspiration all over the world. It's the same factory that is used for the FAO Vapor portal, so we make that data as well. So I'll be sharing a QR code later on, so keep your phones at the ready. You can scan that and get access to free data. And of course, also we provided the data so that the partners in our project could actually make the applications that they were going for. So in this project specifically, we made 5 services for the DPE. So the services that we made are vegetation condition monitoring, the inundated area detection, the farm dam volume detection, and then the last 2 are actually the ones that I want to explain you during this session. So this is about irrigated area mapping and irrigation water use estimates. So the DPE basically wants to know 3 things: where, when, and how much. So they want to know where is irrigation taking place, when did it take place, and how much was the irrigated volume that was taking place. So of course, we all know that irrigation heavily influences the evapotranspiration, but the total ET alone is not enough to actually quantify or completely detect irrigation. So we need to find another way to kind of get to know how much of this total ET is actually attributed to irrigation. So we call that the incremental ET. And to do that, we came up with what we call the hydrologically similar pixel method. It's an algorithm that tries to distinguish between that part of the ET that is caused by irrigation and against the part that is caused by, say, rainfall or, say, high groundwater tables, for example. So we kind of, it's pixel-based, so every agricultural pixel in this algorithm is compared to a hydrological similar but natural pixel, so a non-agricultural pixel, to know what kind of the background ET is and what the incremental ET is. But what is similar? So we've gone through a whole lot of options, and we came up with kind of 6 parameters, if you may, that we take into account. So there is slope, there's the aspect, so the north-south orientation of the actual field, of the pixel, the topographical wetness index. Of course, soil texture has a lot of influence on it as well. Pixels you get, the incremental ET and the ET coming from a natural background are kind of easing out, so coming to a conclusion. So the result is that we get incremental evapotranspiration per pixel. So what you see here actually is one field that we have singled out and compared to the whole irrigated area. So the larger area that you see is 1 sentinel tile of the irrigation system. And you see there's quite a lot of variation temporally and spatially in how much incremental ET is around. What you see in the moving graph below is that the dotted line is the average of the whole area, but the thicker line is the actual field that you see. So you see quite a lot of difference. So in the years 2018 and 19, you see that it's above average. The incremental ET of the field is above average. In 2020, it seems as if there is no incremental ET at all, so maybe no irrigation took place. And in 21, it's actually below average. So this area that we have studied is actually a cotton area, and cotton uses a lot of water, as you may know. So in those first years, cotton was planted on this field. In 2020, it was a very dry year, and the reservoirs were all empty before the start of the season, which means that the farmers are not allowed to grow cotton at all. So they did not. And I think in the year after that, they were still recovering from the drought and probably planted a different crop. So incremental ET forms the basis of irrigated area mapping, and we want to do this as detailed as possible. So we assume that all the pixels that have a higher incremental ET are irrigated, but we have two other checks and balances that we apply to make sure that it's actually an irrigated field. So the first one is high soil moisture difference, because that indicates if one area has a very high soil moisture compared to what is right next to it, then we assume that is irrigated. And we also look at the water use efficiency, because irrigated areas are characterized by lower water use efficiency than, for example, rain-fed areas. So when you take that all into account, we then come to an irrigated area mask, and that kind of stays active until we see a proper change. For example, that the harvest has been taken off the field. And the next step then, after we know where the irrigation has been taking place, then we want to know how much irrigation has taken place. So we do that. In order to quantify that, we use an irrigation efficiency factor. In our case, this was based on literature studies, and the area that we worked with was a furrow irrigation area in Australia. So in literature, there's quite a lot of research irrigation efficiency factors present, so we use that. But you can also use other factors. Some farms know it better by themselves or use a pivot irrigation factor for that. So we did two sort of validation studies, one in South Africa, which is the upper curve that you see, and the other one was in Australia. And you'll see that the one in South Africa is correlating really well, but in Australia it's a little bit less, and I'll tell you why. So we looked at the difference between the observed water use and the estimated water use. The observed water use being what comes from the meter that is installed, and the estimated water use comes from our algorithm. So what you see in Australia, in South Africa, is that it correlates really well, because the water that is pumped up is immediately applied on the field. However, in Australia, all the farms have their own reservoirs. So they fill up the reservoirs, and that is where the meter sits. So the reservoir is being filled up, but the water in there is not immediately used for irrigation. So there's a time lag. So you can sometimes see, and that is also why you see the outliers. For example, the blue circle there is observed. The water meter showed way a lot more water than was actually applied on the field, which was simply kept in the reservoir, which you can see in this next slide, where you can see.
Bertolt, 1 minute.
Oh, 1 minute. Okay, I'll be quick. You can see the storage change in the reservoirs, and this is simply an example of the blue line, where you see that the reservoir is completely emptied out and then completely filled up again. I'll speed through this a little bit. So what can we actually do with all this? So in the case of this project, the DPE wanted to really know the farm water balance, and so all the tools that we have developed with the consortium were combined into the farm water balance. But I do think more globally is that this kind of tools are really important in the years to come. I mean, in a completely more water scarce time that we are in, the water is going to be charged for. Irrigation is going to be much more difficult, and you need some kind of real-time tool to really assess how much water is being used, when and where. So I think that's our takeaway from this project. What's next? I'm almost done. We will we actually have a paying client for this service. We've been talking about in this forum a lot about how do you get it into practice, but the DPE is actually paying us now to have this as an operational service for them. We hope to come up with another project after this, and we've done the proposal for that, but it's still in evaluation. And this project is ending in June, so please join us for the webinar in June 27th, and that is the end of the WaterSense project. I promised you a QR code of the Vapor database, so get your phones ready and get a glimpse at the data. And I hope you use it. It is what we based this research on. Thanks for your attention. Just want to mention one more thing. It's my colleague Joost Brombacher, who is actually the technical lead for this project. If you have many technical questions, take down his email address.
Okay, thanks, Max. A quick question, don't run away yet. Maybe. If not, no, thanks. Then we go to the next presenter, that's Katarzyna Szuran from the University of Valencia on
yes,
crop
thank
phenology in Egypt. Yeah, thank you. Go ahead.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to present a research which was part of the EU-Africa initiative, a collaboration between the European Space Agency and the African Union Commission, with the title Retrieving Crop Phenology at Field Scale in the Nile Delta using the Sensu-like processor and PlanetScope imagery. So maybe most of you are already familiar with the concept of phenology, but what is it and why is it so important? Phenology is the study of seasonal phenomena naturally occurring in plants and animals. So when we talk about crop phenology, we refer to the process of crop development and its relationship to seasonal changes. Monitoring crop phenology can provide us useful information to optimize agronomic practices, such as the scheduling of irrigation, to support food security and early warning system, and support smallholder farmers. Today, with the latest generation of satellites at high spatial and temporal resolution, we can monitor crop phenology by time series analysis of vegetation indices and biophysical variables, also at field scale. So our research aimed to evaluate the use of fused Sentinel-2 and Landsat data generated with the Sensu-like processor to retrieve crop phenology at field scale. We compare our results with Sentinel-2 data from, in the period from 2017 to 2022. We also assessed our results with ground data, but due to a low accuracy of in situ phenology data, we also evaluate our results with PlanetScope. So the study area is located in the middle of the Nile Delta in Egypt, in El Garbia Governorate. You can see here a true color composite image from PlanetScope, highlighting in yellow the selected parcels. The area has a desert climate with moderate temperature through the whole year, so favoring the cultivation of multiple crops. Although there is very little precipitation during the summer months, the agricultural fields are irrigated with water coming from the Nile River. So here, an intensive farming is practiced with the cultivation of multiple crops in rotation between the summer and the winter months. In our research, we selected 4 crops, maize and rice, 2 summer crops, and clover and wheat, 2 winter crops. So going to the datasets we used, the Sensu-like processor has been developed in the framework of the European Copernicus program with the aim to increase the temporal revisit time of Sentinel-2. We used the version 4.4, which combines Sentinel-2 with Landsat 8 and 9 data, providing 2 types of products, the harmonized and the fused product. The main difference is that the fused product improved the spatial resolution of Landsat by downscaling it to those of Sentinel-2. As you can see, band 2 and 3 and 4 are downscaled from 30 meters to 10 meters. So at the end, we have an average revisit time of 2.3 days, increasing the theoretical acquisition of Sentinel-2 by 30%. Going to PlanetScope, we use the latest generation, the SuperDove Plus sensors, which provides daily images at 3-meter resolution in 8 bands. This constellation is operational from March 2020. And the new feature is that we have the band aligned to Sentinel-2, improving also the spectral response and the image sharpness. So if you're curious about other applications with Planet, we also have a poster number 29. Going to the ground data, we had data collected by the University of Tanta in Egypt, the Faculty of Agriculture. They provided us with a crop rotation scheme of more than 60 parcels with the respective position. So for each parcel, we knew which crop was planted in each season. And we also had a reference crop calendar, as you can see, with the planting and the harvesting date for each crop. So going to the methodology, in reality it's really simple. We started from the Sensu-like data. We applied a Gaussian process regression model to estimate leaf area index at pixel level. This model was developed during the SenseAgri project. And thus we had a time series from 2017 to 2022 of leaf area index. At the same time, we also developed an NDVI time series from 2020 to 2022 using also PlanetScope. We extracted the study area and we discarded all the images with more than 25% of cloud cover. At the end, using a machine learning toolbox called DAT-Times, we did a time series analysis and we extracted the phenology metrics. In particular, we used the Gaussian process regression for the interpolation of time series and the Savinsky-Golay filtering for smoothing. We extracted the phenology metrics using the seasonal amplitude method with a 10 and 20% threshold. You can see an example of the DAT-Times interface where you can select different machine learning options. So going to the results, this is an example of the leaf area index time series over one field from 2017 to 2022. You can see the dots represent the leaf area index values, while the line, the smoothed interpolated time series. The yellow dots represent the Sentinel-2 images, while the green dots the Landsat. So in the green line, we can see the Sensu-like time series smoothed interpolated. Using DAT-Times, we were able to detect each crop rotations. As you can see, apart from the last one, so at the end, using our ground measurements, we were able to assess how many seasons we detected with Sensu-like and with Sentinel-2. So Sensu-like, we were able to detect 97% of the crop rotation, while with Sentinel-2, 95%. And we had more issues in detecting short crop cycles. So going to the NDVI time series from 2020 to 2022, here you can see two examples over two fields using PlanetScope in blue and Sensu-like in green. We can see a good agreement between the two time series. Just with PlanetScope, we can see a small shift, maybe a longer season during the winter crops, for example, like for clover. The table also shows the number of images for each year, the maximum gap between two consecutive images, and the mean relative error in percentage between the true NDVI value and the interpolated value. So going to the phenology metrics, we estimated the root mean square error of the Sensu-like metrics, taking as a base reference PlanetScope measurements. We can see that for the metrics that happened during the summer period, we had a lower RMSE of less than 1 day. Instead, for the metrics happening in the winter season, we had a higher RMSE of about 8 days, which might be due to cloud cover. So finally, with that times, we were able also to generate phenology maps. Here you can see an example for the year 2022 of the summer crops. In the left, the start of season, which happens around the day of the year 150, so in May. And the other map, the end of the season, around the day of the year 250, so in October. So in conclusion, we have not identified a significant improvement of the Sensu-like in detecting crop rotation in respect to Sentinel-2 data, but this might be due to the study area chosen, as it is not really affected by cloud cover. So we recommend to test this dataset also in other areas with more cloud cover. It's also worth mentioning that a new version of Sensu-like is going to be released soon, including also Prisma data. Moreover, Sensu-like and PlanetScope show a good agreement in retrieving crop phenology metrics. We saw a root mean square error very low for the summer metrics of less than 2 days. For the winter metrics, a bit higher, around 8 days due to cloud cover. So in conclusion, the results can be used to study the impacts of climatic shift in agriculture, and this we are working on it, and to support agricultural practices of smallholder farmers. We are also preparing a paper, and thank you for your attention.
Thanks, Katarzyna, and also for being excellently on time. So, question? Yes, please.
So thanks for the excellent work. You did a great job. I just have a question on the NDVI profiles comparing Planet and Sentinel. There is always a shift in height as well. I mean, for the phenological matrix, it didn't play a role. But can you explain why we have, especially in the upper one, always higher NDVI values?
Thank you a lot for your question. Yes, indeed, we can see a bit of a shift between the two NDVI time series. Yeah, this might be due to different, I mean, the saturation of PlanetScope. We are also doing another project highlighted in the poster, 29, where we saw a saturation of NDVI using PlanetScope. But in our work, extracting the phenology metrics, it didn't really affect our work because what we are looking are the thresholds in the curve to extract the metrics, and we are not looking at the absolute value of the NDVI.
Thanks. Okay. Oh, now let's take one question more. Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Excellent presentation, really. This is mostly showing the effect of the temporal resolution, I would say, PlanetScope with Sensu-like and Sentinel-2. Have you checked also the effect of the spatial resolution when the fields get smaller, when the Sensu-like includes the downscaled Landsat 8, but especially then also PlanetScope, what the impact of the results would be as the fields get smaller?
Mm-hmm. Thank you for your question, Christoph. So indeed, we use two different type of parcels. I mean, when the parcels are the same in the same location, but when using the Sensu-like, we created a buffer of around 5 meters to not taking into consideration the outside of the field. And instead for PlanetScope, we use the original shape of the parcel. And yeah, I don't know if I answer all your questions.
Okay, thanks, Katarzyna. Now we go to the next presentation of Dario Spiller of FAO on detecting possible food security challenges in Afghanistan. Please, Dario.
Yes, thank you. So yes, Dario Spiller from the Geospatial Unit of the Land and Water Division in FAO. And I will be talking about this project aiming at mitigating food security challenges in Afghanistan with a geospatial and remote sensing approach. And you can see here many colleagues from the country office in Kabul. And this is because we are trying to coordinate our effort with remote sensing analysis with in-field intervention. This is something that has been stressed a lot today and yesterday as well. And in Afghanistan, where there are many important challenges due to climate change, they are understanding the importance also of using remote sensing to measure the impact of the interventions. So the Emergency Food Security Project is the framework where we are collaborating, and this is mainly divided into two main pillars. The first devoted to supporting with mapping, so updating with maps and supporting field data collection. As we understood in these days, field data collection is a very important point when using remote sensing, and especially in difficult countries like in Afghanistan, there is a real need for field data to understand the evolution of the land and agricultural parcels. But also we are supporting water management interventions, divided in two activities depending on the implementation partners, but considering riverbank protections, canal rehabilitations, trenches and check dams. And in this case, we are doing a pre- and post-intervention analysis to understand how these interventions can impact the improvement of water management. So, considering with production, so the first activity we are considering, FAO is actively supporting the wheat production to counteract the negative effect of intense drought in the last years. And you can see here a video where we estimated the drought impact in the last 3 years, and a very big area of the country is affected by severe drought. So what we are doing is to help understanding the impact of FAO country office in Kabul in promoting and helping wheat production. The country office there is distributing improved seeds, wheat seeds, to counteract the impact of drought. And with this activity, we are trying to understand the evolution of wheat acreage over the years. So, as we said before, due to the lack of new field data, we started from the old to the last, say, with maps developed by ICMOD in 2017. And starting from there, we defined a training data set and an overall methodology based on Sentinel-2 to, at the end, have maps of wheat acreage from 2017 to 2023. For this activity, we used a time series from Sentinel-2, mixing some original bands and some spectral indices and spatial analysis for the winter season, specifically, considering a time series from seeding to harvesting. What we produced are some maps of wheat acreage at province and country level from 2017 to 2023. And the result of the model trained on 2017 were quite good, and we relied on the hypothesis of, let's say, time transfer learning, so that the model trained on 2017 was used also for the following years. And the overall result is shown here, where you can see the wheat acreage going down in the last years, mainly due to drought, to severe drought in the country. there is also one other point to be considered here that is worthy of investigation, and that is that according to country office, many farmers are also changing land use and crop types, so moving from wheat to vegetables, which may also impact this graph, and this is something that we will study later on. So, moving to the second pillar of this project, so related to water management interventions. In this case, what FAO country office in Kabul is trying to do is to help the resilience of the country towards flood. Because if on one end we have drought, when there is rainfall, then the country is experiencing severe floods. And you can see, for instance, on the right here, a soil wetness index video in Banyan, one of the regions mostly impacted by flood. So in this case, FAO is implementing many different actions considering riverbank protection and improvement of watershed water management. And what I will report to you here, a simple example where some basic remote sensing analysis can help the country office to estimate the effectiveness of the interventions using some simple indices such as NDVI or NDWI. So what you can see here is that the NDVI, the mean NDVI in the area of the intervention did not change that much before and after the interventions, so considering 2023 and 2024. And this means that the overall productivity of the area remained unchanged, but considering the extent of the agricultural area based on some NDVI thresholding, we can see that the irrigated area increased before and after. So this is a proxy index of an increased production. And we can see the same also looking at the NDWI maps, which provide some feedback results in terms of water management in this area. And what we can see here is that in 2023, we see high value of NDWI in the area, which was expected before because this area was impacted by flood. But in 2024, we still see high value of NDWI around the canal, but not far from the canal, which means that the agricultural area was protected, and this is in line with what we saw before in terms of increase of agricultural area. Of course, this analysis makes sense if we consider the input water in terms of precipitation, but we can see that values from CHERS are quite consistent in the 2 years. So, finally, we will improve this analysis considering also other data, such as WAPOR, was discussed a lot in these days, but also introducing radar data. Of course, all of this is also used to increase the awareness in the country office and considering also capacity building of the country office. One last point is the usage also of very high resolution data. I will show here some example from Planet where some trenches were captured. So in FAO country office, they are implementing these trenches to improve the groundwater level in areas where a severe drought has occurred. And with the high-resolution imagery like that, we can clearly see the distribution of these trenches and use this to estimate the overall, once again, impact of the FAO interventions. So with that, I finish, and thank you for your attention.
Thanks, Dario. Questions for Dario? Yes, please. Here's the mic is coming.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I had a question about working in these challenging environments. Afghanistan had politically turbulent times in the recent years, decades, And when you're working with the FAO country office, how do they determine what the end user needs are? Do they have on the ground contacts that they work with? And how I guess, is the results trickling down to the farmers in Afghanistan at the end of the day?
Yeah, thank you for the question. No, there is a very strong contact with the local communities. I went there last year, for instance, and we visited the intervention sites, and there is a very strong feeling of local communities with respect to these interventions. So they are really trying to help local communities where the de facto government cannot reach this kind of results. So there is really a strong feedback between communities and FAO and the implementation partners. Yes.
More questions? If not, I would like to have, when we have the summary session, there is room for more discussion. I would like to have a round of applause for Dario and all the other speakers. And now the restaurant is ready to receive us for lunch, so enjoy. Thanks.
No, maybe it's just a time. No? You just check the time. But this is the time. This is the actual time. So,
We say
12.
1 minute before we will tell. But after 11 minutes, right? We will tell.
Yes, because
Not after 9.
Yeah.
And after 11.
You want 10 minutes? We can do 10 minutes.
Manage it, excellent. Then we can have the questions, but if not,
nothing special.
Very good.
You are?
Third one.
Third one.
Bernadette Chonka, sorry. And was it, you already spoke, was it okay or you had to adjust it?
Oh, I just
Chonka.
like this.
Yeah, you did a bit like
Yes.
that because if it's far away, then
Yes.
you have echo,
Yes,
yeah?
it's better. Yeah.
Okay, better.
And you know this, the laser didn't work.
Yeah.
Jonna.
Third.
Jonna? Jonna?
No, Chonka is the
Chonka.
family name.
Chonka.
Germany?
Yes.
You know how to do that. Chonka is...
Let me read it, then I can... Chonka, yeah.
I think you know it.
Yeah.
Germans do.
That's right. Chonka. Good luck. Hello, everybody. Please take a seat. We want to start in time, not to spend longer than expected. Yeah, it's fine.
You will say 2 minutes left, no?
Yes, okay,
And then if
very
you want
good.
to finish, then we,
Yes,
questions.
So welcome everybody for this afternoon session after lunch. I hope you still are awake and had a good coffee before. We have a very interesting session that will follow. It's about climate, impact on climate and environment, and will be again quite diverse of the different topics. I will also say hello to everybody. No? Okay. Then let's start right away. The first presentation will be presented by Nicola Pounder. It's about Earth observation for improving nitrogen use efficiency. Please. And we will give information after 10 minutes that you know.
Hello, my name's Nicola Pounder and I work for a company called Assimila in the UK, and we work with remote sensing data to observe the land surface, particularly with a view to bringing research through to practical applications. So today I want to talk to you about nitrogen use efficiency and how Earth observation is contributing to a project called NUE Profits, funded by Innovate UK and the Innovate UK, to help farmers improve their nitrogen use. So why nitrogen? A major part of the greenhouse gas emissions from cereal and oilseed crops are coming from fertilizer use, both in its production, which is very energy intensive, and from emissions directly from the fertilizer. Any fertilizer that goes on the field that's not used can be lost as nitrous oxide emissions and also as nitrate leaching into watercourses. It also has a direct financial impact on the farmers. The cost of fertilizer is increasing, and we know it's important to the EU and EC and various other bodies. There is much regulation and incentive for farmers to reduce their unnecessary nitrogen use. So the EC Farm to Fork strategy is aiming for a 50% reduction in nutrient loss and expecting a 20% reduction in fertilizer use. And this is true for other countries, the UK and across the world. So what's nitrogen use efficiency? There are different definitions, but depending whether you're looking at fertilizer efficiency, but we're using nitrogen use efficiency, which is the percentage of available nitrogen from soil, fertilizers, organic matter that is removed from the field. And actually often this isn't known by the farmer. The lead of our project actually comes from a farming background. His family still farm, and in 2018 he measured his nitrogen use efficiency and was shocked to find it was only 58%. He's continued to measure that and then began running trials to improve his nitrogen use and got 20% improvement over 2 years, and that's sort of led to forming a team to work on this problem to support other farmers. But it's a complex problem, it's time consuming, even for the most progressive farmers who are looking to adopt new technologies. So what is this framework and what are we doing? It's a big collaboration of many partners, including soil scientists, universities, farmers themselves. We've got 2 big farming companies as well, and agronomists. And what we want to produce is, the outcomes we're aiming for is that farmers can reduce their costs while still maintaining their yield and protein production, that they can gain profit from new income streams, and we have a partner who's exclusively working with, speaking to water companies and food retailers and banks about how farmers may be able to benefit from the improvements they're making in nitrogen. Often these bodies do have regulations to maintain to manage nitrogen, and it's actually better for them to work with the farmers to improve it rather than paying expensive costs, say, to clean the water. What's going into it? Lots of measurement. We've got obviously Earth observation, but also in situ measurements, soil sensors, lab measurements of soil. We've got University of Lincoln looking at LiDAR canopy scans. We've also got a partner who's looking at the fertilizer products. So yes, we can recommend a fertilizer product, but how do we match that, a fertilizer amount, but how do we match that to a product? Bearing in mind what the farmer already has in his shed, and how do we choose that to reduce nitrogen emissions? And then to the farmers, what we provide is information they can actually act upon. That's including recommendation of what nitrogen to apply it and when to apply it, but many other informations about the crop itself, so the uptake of nitrogen, soil analysis, weather data. As I say, many farmers are participating in this. Over the last year and this current growing season, we've had over 100 fields participating in trials, which includes making measurements, running some trial nitrogen applications, and we've had many more farmers participating in workshops and webinars to hear what we're doing and to tell us what they don't like and what they do like. So now I'm going to focus on the EO components of this because this is an EO workshop. An obvious place where many people start is leaf area index, but there are multiple uses for this. We don't need to focus on just one thing. So it supplements measurements the farmer will make in the field. They can target key times when they do make the measurements. Obviously, they're incredibly busy at the times we need to see what's going on in the field, so let's target when they go out to the field. We can also derive in-field variation. But LAI is also directly related to the plant nitrogen uptake, which I'll talk a bit more in a moment. And we also use it as a link into a mechanistic crop model, which allows us to model the development of the plant in response to weather. So crop nitrogen from LAI, or really, I think, green area index is closer to what we actually are seeing. These are showing some images of sensor nitrogen value, which is a measure of canopy nitrogen. We know that there is a strong link between this and GAI, LAI. For example, AHDB would just use an empirical measure for, it varies by crop growth stage and crop, but for winter wheat, you multiply it by 35, you've roughly got your nitrogen uptake. And we've seen that there's a strong relationship within the field between this soil nitrogen and LAI, which means we can use this to derive spatial variability within the field. And we also, ourselves and our partners, are looking to, can we improve from this, let's just multiply it by 35 to model the nitrogen uptake in the plant better. I've mentioned that we're using modeling. The reason for doing this is that the crop yield and the rate and timing of growth informs on the nitrogen requirements of the crop. People have often talked about, sensing the stress in the crop so we know that it needs more nutrients. But actually, if your crop isn't going to produce much this year, you don't want to keep applying nitrogen on it. If it's already suffered at the early part of the season because the seed's flooded or because you had to plant late or the weather is not looking like it's going to be conducive to the crop, don't apply the nitrogen. If there's not going to be rainfall or the soil temperatures are too cold, the plant can't take the nitrogen up. So you have got a crop that is nutrient stressed, but it's already got enough nitrogen available, it just can't take it up. So one of the reasons for doing this modelling is to understand what the potential for the crop is so that we can actually understand whether it is worth applying the nitrogen. So to do this, we assimilate leaf area index with the physical crop model, and our approach is to take on board the uncertainties that are in the model and in the weather data, and of course the observations, using an ensemble approach to model that uncertainty. And this is showing an example at the end of the season, but we also start this during the season, and then we can run the model forward with weather forecast data to get an outlook on the yield and on the uncertainty. This is a look at some initial modelling results. When we started working in this area, we were working in China and Ghana, and we assumed we would know nothing about the field. No in situ data, we'd know that it was, in this case we're looking at winter wheat in the UK, but at the time it was maize in Ghana, and we'd know where the field was. And using only optical data, we've run this on our 2023 trial fields, we could still get to a 13% yield accuracy. And we can see that it's repeatable over multiple years. But in this project, we're saying we will know more than this. We know agri-management information from the farmer. We know the sowing date, the seed rate. We can use auxiliary data sets like high hydrosoils to represent the soil water characteristics. We'll get a better response to water. And we'll also introduce other Earth observation data sets. We've already done some preliminary work with SAR, and we were able to get to 1 tonne per hectare with a machine learning approach, but we want to build in more physical links. And these other instruments then bring more different links into the model because they're sensitive to biomass or structure or moisture as opposed to the LAI. So there's a lot going on in this project that I couldn't possibly go through in 10 minutes. But some key takeaways: nitrogen use efficiency, it's important for the environment, it's important to the EC, it's important to farmers. And in this framework for improving NUE, I think the key to what we're doing here is that working with farmers to provide actionable information to help them optimize their nitrogen use efficiency. Earth observation is a core part of that, which allows us to support farmer measurements and expand how they monitor their fields to spatially distribute the information we derive. Leaf area index is directly related to the plant nitrogen uptake, and we can assimilate it and other EO measurements into in situ data with a crop model to model the yield and uncertainty, which then can inform on the performance of the crop and its nitrogen requirements. And we're going to add in other constraints from other in situ data. So to think about recommendations to the EC and to ESA, focusing first on climate impacts, people have already talked about being able to provide information to farmers to support decision making. And I would say that this requires an interdisciplinary approach, and it must include farmers. You need to work with them and listen to what they're saying. If they say, I can't use this, I don't need it, then it's not useful. So around these areas, I say things that we need, people have already said, we absolutely need open source farm reference data sets. Having in situ data for validation or for constraining what you're doing is vitally important. To move away from, I've used this satellite to make this one measurement. And we should be able to integrate EO data and physical models. AI is going to be very powerful and it's very important, but physical models are incredibly important in a changing climate where we may be seeing things that we have not seen before, and so we have not trained the models on. In the broader context of EO for agriculture under pressure, I want to just highlight looking at how we go from global crop monitoring to attribution to causes of particularly crop loss so that we can actually target impacts. I cannot go into the details now, but if you speak to Anna Shunishevska on Wednesday at her poster about leveraging Earth observation for estimating the global burden of crop loss, you can talk about what they're looking for to help attribute, particularly to biotic factors, for understanding where we can have the biggest impact on reducing wastage and loss. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have time for a short question. Nothing? Ah, there. You had one, right? Please.
Okay. Thank you for the presentation, Jonathan from CSIRO in Australia. We had a very similar project, but I wanted to understand from your perspective when you recommend open source farm reference data sets. We do have in Australia a farming data code that relates a lot to farming privacy, farmers' privacy and cyber security, blah, 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 that kind of things. Could you elaborate a little bit how you think this is, how can this be achieved in terms, I mean, realistically, a yield map and a protein map, it's this farmer's pay slip, so why would we share their pay slips kind of thing?
I think
Thanks.
you're absolutely right, and this is one of the biggest issues we have. We've been very fortunate to be able to work with ADAS, which is an agricultural advisory service in the UK, in previous projects, which allowed us to access the data set. And also in our current project, as you say, whether it's private data or company data, the trust of the farmers is important. So you can't just share their data. I think it's a very coordinated effort to set up trials and to sign up farmers that are willing to share the data is important, but it's certainly, it's not something where you can just tell somebody with their project, open your data up, because that's not going to be possible in many cases. So absolutely, it's more complex than just you should make your data public, and it would require coordinated effort and involving farmers and research fields and various other things to be involved in that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the next presentation will be from Mihaela Violetta Gheorghe, who will present blockchain and Earth observation, driving sustainability in the food system.
Okay, so hello everyone. I'm Mihaela from GMV Romania. Thank you for having us here today. I'm going to talk about how we plan on integrating blockchain and Earth observation for driving sustainability in the food system. Okay, so actually I'm going to talk about how RUDEO, Disruptive Digital Technologies for Earth Observation project, came to be a project that is addressing food and agriculture. Because in the beginning, RUDEO was a project that is conducted by GMV Romania in collaboration with GMV SES from Spain. We are Earth observation scientists and blockchain experts that together with ESA are trying to find ways in which DLT, AI, semantic web or Web3 technologies could come in the EO sector and represent a disruptive addition to the sector. So in the beginning, we didn't know what are the sectors that could benefit from these technologies the best. We know that there was a hype in 2018 that looked mainly at finance and insurance sectors. But these sectors proved to be quite reluctant into relying on third-party apps to pay their, to calculate their insurance and to pay. So now we are looking also to another type of applications. What we tried to do was in the beginning to identify the use cases. We conducted market analysis, we had stakeholders engagement, and we came up with a list of use cases. From which we prioritized and chose the most promising, and now we are trying to implement the proof of concept and to build a visionary roadmap for the adoption. And meanwhile, we are trying to engage with the stakeholders from the fields that we found to be of the most interest for us. So now about the process of identifying the use cases. In the beginning, we went from literature review, from our past consortium experience, especially in the EO part, in what the uses of disruptive technologies is in other industries. The user needs, we also interacted with users from all the market segments that we identified, and we tried to come up with the gaps and opportunities that could be addressed by blockchain. From this, we came up with a list of use cases that were prioritized in the end. The market analysis shown that there are 13 downstream industries from which we can say that Earth observation plays a major key role in food and agriculture and climate and environment, infrastructure and smart cities. So from this pie chart you can see that actually food and agriculture, climate and environment and biodiversity are accounting for about 40% from the EO market at the moment, and they are foreseen to be among the sectors that are going to grow the most in the next 10 years, together with the finance and insurance sectors that is seen to be doubling in the last 10 years. Also, we carried on stakeholders consultation, as I said, with end users from all of these market segments, with platform providers, for blockchain, for information providers, companies that are already providing solutions, Earth observation-based solutions, and data providers. And also, of course, we engaged with colleagues from the consortium that have a very broad past experience in all of these market segments that are mentioned here. We came up with 22 possible use cases where disruptive technologies, especially blockchain and federated learning, which were of the most interest for the project, came to show a very interesting added value. When it became interesting is when we put all these use cases in a chart that shows what are the market areas where the use cases are involved. We discovered that actually 9 of the use cases were addressing food and agriculture. So we mentioned decentralized agricultural data marketplace using blockchain and federated learning, platform for parametric crop insurance with blockchain and EO data, and the other 9 use cases, but I would mention that agricultural supply chain transparency with blockchain and smart contracts proved to be a use case that would address not only these 4 mentioned market areas, but also the finance and insurance sector that is going to grow in the next year. So it's going to be very relevant. About the criteria and the key trends that we found, I would not read all this list, but I would mention that one of the key trends that is very interesting for us is that the deployment of blockchain technologies is being more and more looked at because it can provide traceability throughout the supply chain. And as you might know, at the moment, the traceability of the supply chain is very relevant for the EUDR regulations. So this is why when we did the use cases prioritization, we took into consideration a lot of criteria that were weighted differently, but one of them was the potential impact of the use case that we are presenting, and the implementer experience, so our past projects where we could find relevant stakeholders, and most importantly, the stakeholders' buy-ins. The use case that came with the best mark was the chain transparency for agricultural supply, which is actually a use case that is addressing the EUDR regulations. So, as you might know, the EUDR goal is to combat global deforestation, driven by EU consumption. It focuses on 7 types of commodities: cattle, cocoa, coffee, palm oil, rubber, soy, and wood. The impact is a very high one because deforestation is coming from commodities in the EU is linked to 16% of the global trade-related deforestation. This is from 2017. So in the future, all companies importing and exporting these goods to and from the EU are going to need to address the regulations regardless of their size. So this is the proof of concept that we propose to implement in the next 6 months. We are going to involve commodity providers coming from Romania and 3 other countries from Africa that have been involved in the Africulture project led by GMV Spain. So these are Kenya, Ethiopia, and Peru, where we already have developed AI algorithms for crop classification and deforestation. This platform is going to have the EUDR regulations defined by regulatory bodies such as PEFC, which is already stakeholders in the project that we engaged with them recently. And PEFC is a body coming from European Union, but also Romania. And the user community is going to be the consumers, those that actually need the information in order to make sure that they are making choices that are aligned with their environmental and ethical values. Now about the commodity providers. What are the information that they are going to input on the blockchain? They are going to want their parcels checked. They want their parcels to obtain a certificate for EUDR. So then they are going to input the type of the crop that they are having, the location, the area, and only if they want to, they could provide the land use that cover historical data, because this would help us train the model, but then it would not be something requested, because we can do it, we can look in the past and do it automatically. Based on this, they would receive a deforestation compliance report. And from the moment that they upload the parcel in the platform, they could check this platform, they could, the platform could be checked at 6 months, for example, because a consumer would need this verification for each payment that they are making. Usually a consumer that is going to source their products from a certain land is paying from time to time for the commodities that they are importing, but from time to time the situation on the land can change. So they need at every moment for these commodities, for the land to be verified. So this would be a platform of continuous monitoring. The certificate would be received in the beginning and renewed every 6 months. For the smart contracts, we would have a way to verify that the payment would be made only in the eventuality of the certification being renewed and confirmed by the AI algorithm. So this is more or less the overview of the proof of concept. We have 6 months to implement this. And I would be very grateful if you have any opinions on this. Also, I'm looking forward for the next session about EUDR regulations, which are going to also help us with defining the standards. Okay, thank you.
We have time for one question. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And we can move on. It's about Agri dashboard to support CAP monitoring. It will be presented by Bernadette Csonka from EOX. Thank you very much.
I think now we can state that the area monitoring system is
is the biggest recent challenge of bringing the Sentinel data into the operational use. Area monitoring system is the new system of the paying agencies, which validates the annual direct payment application of the farmers. So the user group is actually all the farmers in EU, but even wider, because the administration is using. What I will show you now, this will be from the perspective of the users, the front-end perspective. But you see that the basic is the analytics-ready data, which is either Copernicus data or other satellite data, like Planet, for example, the Planet Fusion, and then the service, which is provided to the paying agencies, and which leads to the decision on each agriculture parcel, and then the result of the AMS is integrated into the integrated administration control system. We call it the system of the paying agencies, which leads to the direct payments. So this is the front-end part of the whole workflow. And as you see, the Earth observation data is derived on parcel level with different signals, with different data processing approaches. Yes, strongly involved as machine learning, crop classification, and the so-called marker approach, when due to the vegetation profile to certain limits, we link the actual event and decide if the payment eligibility rules are fulfilled by the farmer or not. We call it a kind of real paradigm shift because the system covers the entire area, not sampling anymore. It covers each agricultural parcel, and the data is processed also for the entire area. So it's a really huge Earth observation data potential, which is formulating under the umbrella of the paying agencies. You can see here as an example how the front end targets to show what's happening. So the front end is basically to support the users to understand the science and the decision flow behind the area monitoring system. As you see, the image chips are supporting them to understand, to have a visual interpretation linked to the profile and also to see the algorithm behind. The products which are more or less very similar in all member states are crop classification, which verifies the declared crop, the mowing events, the vegetation presence, the profile analysis, tillage, harvest, heterogeneity of parcels, and so on. Here you see that it's the methods integrated by the paying agencies. I can say it's more to all. It's the synergic use of Sentinel-1 and Sentinel-2 satellite images. And many new approaches are already integrated, machine learning, different classification models. The example you see here at the moment is the example of Austria, where GeoGLAM is the contractor who produces the products, and we are preparing the front end and managing the system. It's a full open value chain system, and also a multiple cloud deployed system could be. So any kind of input data could be visualized with the help of this front end. Yes, it has to be strongly customized because the rules, the conditions per member states, per region, let's go like that, it's more accurate, are different. And the front end has to give an answer for that. Why we do it? We do it to give an effective tool for the paying agencies and all the decision makers who are linked to the direct payment system to understand what's behind and to be able to set the rules, the thresholds, the decision-making system, which we call like the traffic light system, on parcel level. Linked to this workflow, we need to deal with different quality issues to be presented. In the first example, you see the quality of the AMS input data. Yes, the quality of the Earth observation data directly determines the possible output. Then we have the challenge of the algorithm performance, then the threshold and probabilities, because it's, as I said, a per parcel decision flow. And then an external quality assurance is also in the game, which is trying to analyze backwards from the result what could happen in the given parcel. Here are some examples you see on the right slide. We have the Sentinel-1 signal, the coherence, and also the cloud presented with the blue or cyan color, which makes or creates the possibility for the quality assurance analyzer to compare the cloud filter used by the contractor to the actual raw data derived or directly loaded from the server. The second one is the quality reports. We have summarized quality reports for decision making, like certain group of parcels, in what status is it. It's important to highlight that the whole story goes throughout the entire year. So of course, at the different phenological state, different kind of decisions can be made on the parcels. And then here is the interactive tool to analyze the accuracy measures and the misclassification matrix per group level. Different kind of matrices can be expressed here. The big deal in it is that the dashboard is interactive on a way that you can select certain group of parcels linked to certain group of conditions and then see their accuracy calculations real time online. And when you have your parcels selected, which you really want to see and compare, you have this to-do widget option that based on the selection, you import the parcels and go and visually validate them or just load them into the statistic module. Another manifestation of the Agri app is the external quality assurance tool set, which is directly designed for operators and analyzing scientists who do not have the internal result. They only see the external output of the area monitoring system and thus have to be decided what's the quality based on different quality elements evaluation. It supports the insights to the machine learning algorithms, to the accuracy measures, and so does the whole thing on parcel level. Then there is a little hint on the top that the geotech photo module is also integrated, because as we already discussed it here, geotech photos are important from the perspective of training data, but also for additional control and verification method. You need to go on the spot and measure and see what's in reality. AMS system is for the direct payment management for the paying agencies. The Agri app was designed and developed with the involvement of the incubed support from ESA and dedicated for paying agencies. But it was a few years ago, and now it's operational, and now we see a big potential in it. So actually, this chart shows up how open it is, and basically it is applicable to any kind of visualization challenge we have on Earth observation data and data processing. What are our findings? Yeah. The issues to be addressed by future research development activities. This is a strange thing from our perspective. So paying agencies had to implement this strongly research and science-based approach. That's why we call it paradigm shift. And they are still struggling to understand the result, to clarify exactly how accurate, how performance is it for their needs, and how it should be even more higher level performative. For this, we we are very convinced that further development on algorithm is needed, because this is a real operational implementation, so everybody is very careful to touch anything which is less unsure. But still, there is a huge potential here to improve the algorithms. And then the understanding of it and the validation methods is still the task of the future. That's why we found out that actually this dashboard concept, the agree-up followers, is very important, because if the final users, who are thematic users and not scientists, do not have an insight to the data, then this very negative black box effect remains, because we don't give them the chance to understand the data. And the last thing is the potential performance-based monitoring and evaluation framework. So direct payment was restructured recently, and the Commission would like to see the added value, the performance of the payments and of the requirements, which are designed by the paying agencies and by the ministries. How performative are they from the perspective of biodiversity, soil protection, water protection, and climate change? But to measure this and to find out the best indicators, it seems to be a huge challenge. And this is not at all supported by research yet. So this is really a breakout point to bring closer the scientific community and those who are dealing with Earth observation data operationally in their massive, big systems. What are the recent challenges where we think that this way of data mining and data presenting approach, the dashboard approach, should have a real significant role?
Sorry, the 12 minutes are over. Just come to the end.
Yeah, last slide.
Okay.
As we said, biodiversity, climate indicators, vulnerable ecosystems due to climate change, natural capital valuations, soil water protection, and the land use optimization. These will be the future challenges. Thank you. Any questions are very welcome.
Do we have any question? No, I think not. Maybe during the break.
Yeah.
Thank you. So now the next presentation will be from Tali Musavi, who will present the landscape features and the effect of landscape features on farmland biodiversity. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Yes, today I will show you some of the very early explorations that I did to connect landscape feature data with farmland biodiversity. Agricultural landscape features are small fragments of non-productive natural and semi-natural vegetation in agricultural area. It could be hedges, ponds, ditches, trees in line, single trees, isolated groups of trees or field margins, dry stones, etc. They're important because their role in maintaining biodiversity, controlling soil erosion, regulating water, and because of their support for pollination. And that's why they also provide ecosystem services like enhancing soil stability, water quality, carbon sequestration, and also supporting crop pollination. And for this crucial role that they have in agriculture and also in ecology, that's why that the European policy frameworks are increasingly setting requirements to protect, maintain, restore, and create landscape features. And actually, the Common Agricultural Policy, the CAP, has included the landscape features in its instruments for tailoring payments to the farmers since 1992. And one of the indicators that are now decided to monitor landscape features is basically the share of agricultural area covered by landscape features. And it's also very challenging to come to these estimates using only Earth observation data. And that's why one of the most comprehensive and also updated recent surveys that is done on landscape features is the Lucas Landscape Feature Module in 2022. This model is a nested design and allows for an in-depth and consistent assessment of the landscape features within agricultural landscapes. And it combines high-resolution photo interpretation with field survey. In the first phase, as you see in the very right picture, it utilizes a systematic 2-kilometer grid cell across across EU to select samples, ensuring a broad and unbiased coverage to do stratified random sampling. In the second phase, the initial sample is split equally for field surveys and photo interpretation to make sure that it leverages both in situ observation, and there's further stratification then done in the field survey to emphasize more agricultural RAN to make sure that the relevancy and efficiency of the landscape feature survey it has a good quality. And in the third phase, a detailed field survey is done, where the surveyor go to 100 quadrat field, and where there are like systematically placed 41 points, and in each point the surveyor looks for the present and absence of the landscape features and also the type of landscape features. So it's beyond just woody landscape features. There are information now on grassy landscape feature, wet and stony ones. And at the end, we have now information on 93,100 meter quadrats, mounting to about 3.8 million subpoints. And now, how are these landscape features distributed? Using a map of agriculture intensity that was derived from any kind of human and also natural input in a megajoule per hectare of agricultural area. We have 5 classes. And when we look at the distribution of the landscape features, here the landscape feature, basically we estimated the area of the agriculture, the area covered by landscape features of the agricultural area. And you can see that the area covered by woody landscape feature decreases the more intense is the agricultural area, as compared to the grassy, the permanent grassy area, which is actually increasing, and the highest increase is in the most intense agricultural area. And as you see in the other, in the pie chart, you can see that it's the agricultural area represented by the 5 classes of the intensity. And they're mostly covering the same amount of agricultural area, only the lowest agriculture intensity area has the lowest agricultural area. And the stony ones they're also very well more represented in the lowest intensity of the agricultural area. So I would like now to compare this data with the species richness of farmland birds. Here we have the information of Farmland Bird Index map that was derived from the observations of farmland birds in 10 kilometer grid cells. And it's also gap field, so basically they have observations in 10 kilometer grid cells, as it makes around 120,000 grid cells. And since not all the grid cells are surveyed, they use habitat modeling, and then they put all the habitat models of the 39 species together and produce species richness map that can show the hotspots of the farmland birds. When I look at the distribution of the species richness of the farmland birds within the different agricultural intensity classes, we can see that there is not a lot of difference between the agricultural intensity classes for the farmland birds. And now I would like to compare this data with the landscape features. Here I estimated a 2-dimensional kernel density of the landscape feature data. Because it can show us a bit better like how the different type of landscape features are distributed. You can see it's not like all of the different types are not distributed like homogeneously everywhere. Like you have more woody landscape features in France, in northern Spain, while you have more stony landscape features in the southern European countries, while the permanent grassy are a bit more homogeneously distributed. And now comparing this data to the farmland bird richness, we can see that there is a positive pattern between the different landscape feature densities with the farmland bird richness. And it's more obvious in the permanent grass, the permanent grass landscape feature density. And now showing this, I have to say that there's some like cavities here because the years. Oh, okay, okay, I will discuss it later. So I conclude. So the 2022 model uses photo interpretation and field survey and captures a wide variety of landscape features, and is beyond just the woody feature of the previous products. And to be able to study the effect of landscape features on looking at them as like provisioning habitat and refugee for different type of taxa, we do need different type of landscape feature monitoring, so not just woody. And there's a difficulty to actually bring the different data together. That's why one of my recommendations, beside having more landscape feature survey points, is to have simultaneously surveys on bird diversity and pollinators, and also landscape features. And also for future, would be also good to have not just like landscape feature observations or like products from Earth observations, but also maybe something like the quality, like so it's a biodiversity quality or assessment of this landscape feature products. With this, I thank you very much for your attention, and I'm open for questions.
Thank you, very interesting. Is there any question? Yes, please.
Just maybe I couldn't catch it. My question is, the slide before you said you use observation data for this study at present only for small woody feature extraction? Or I have not seen it. Which satellite data have been used for that? And if you could...
For my data? Yeah, I didn't use satellite data. I used the data on the survey, of the Lucas survey. They are like point observations.
A motivation to all of us that we should study how to use satellite data for this as well?
Yes. Okay. So the survey actually combines photo interpretation with field survey. So the points before the surveyors go on the field, they actually use the photo interpretation. There's like high resolution photos where they flag the points, what they are. And then they go to the field, and then either they confirm or they correct the points. So it's basically a combination between Earth observation and also field survey. And when we compare this data, like the woody feature of Lucas with the small woody feature of Copernicus, we do see that the Copernicus data is actually always overestimating the woody feature. Okay. So that's why we do need still field surveys, because with the Earth observation data, we cannot get a very good and precise estimate.
Thank you. Very useful. Yeah. Okay. So then the next one is presented by Vasileios Constantinou on personalizing crop choice to increase soil organic carbon with causal interference.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. So today I will present a joint work between the University of Valencia, where I come from, and the National Observatory of Athens and Wageningen University on how we can use causal machine learning to personalize agricultural practices, in this case, for increasing soil organic carbon. So we have an ever-increasing population that demands more agricultural products, and of course we have to accommodate for this, so that means that we have to increase the production, and we have to do that in a land that it's getting more and more degraded and amidst climate change. So one thing is to produce more, the other thing is not to contribute more to climate change. So we need to do this by employing sustainable practices in what we usually refer to as sustainable intensification. Not only that, but agriculture has the potential to expand the global carbon sink, so in that way mitigate climate change, because crops can naturally capture CO2 from the atmosphere and store it in the soil. So if we try to maximize this soil carbon sequestration with what we call carbon farming, in that way maybe we can also mitigate climate change. So we see that this is, of course, a very difficult thing to produce more in a land that gets degraded without contributing more to climate change, and at the same time trying to mitigate it through carbon sequestration. So what would be the agricultural practice that would allow us to do that? What would be the measure, the policy that will achieve this goal for us? So, of course, there is no one-size-fits-all solution. We live in a diverse world, and we have differences in climate, in soil, in land use, in land cover, and of course, these differences would mean that we're going to get different responses of the same intervention carried out by the farmers in what we call effect heterogeneity. So it's important to understand this effect heterogeneity in order to drive our policies, in order to have actually make effective decisions. This is something that is understood by the new Common Agricultural Policy. In the new Common Agricultural Policy, we saw a shift from these horizontally applied measures to all member states of the EU to this focus on providing targeted support to small farms and also the flexibility, the promotion of the flexibility to adapt measures to local conditions. So these two things, from a machine learning, artificial intelligence perspective, we could view them as a geospatial personalization problem. So what do we want to do? We want to estimate what is the effect of an agricultural practice, which would be our treatment in this case, on an outcome of interest. So for example, we could see what is the effect of rotation diversity on soil organic carbon, or grassland maintenance on soil organic carbon. So to do this, we're using causal machine learning to estimate these effects, to understand how the effect differs in space because of the different characteristics of the different fields. And once we understand this and see how the effect diversifies in space and why, we can personalize the choice of the agricultural practice for each field. So we can prioritize the high gain practices for each field. And how can we do that? How are we able to estimate effects at large scales as opposed to randomized experiments, who have been the gold standard so far for estimating effects? We can use observations. And Earth observation data that are constantly improving in terms of quality and volume are now able to allow us to do this kind of analysis. And of course, when we combine them with other data such as the farmer declarations and the LPIS, we can create these agro-environmental observational data sets to assess what is the effect of agricultural practices on outcomes of interest. So how do we do this? With causal machine learning, in this case with double machine learning, where we estimate what is the conditional average treatment effect. What does that mean? That's the answer to the question, what is the impact of a treatment, in this case an agricultural practice, for a unit, in this case a field, with particular characteristics, in this case the agro-environmental information that characterizes its plot. So we have our treatment, which the treatments that we analyzed were rotation diversity, wheat abundance, and grassland maintenance. what are the effects of these treatments on soil organic carbon. So this is expressed mathematically with this theta of x, where we have the average of the difference of the potential soil organic carbon when the practice is applied and the potential soil organic carbon when the practice is not applied, given this set of characteristics x, which would be the crop, soil, and climate information for each field. I'm going to skip this. Okay. So what is the result? The result is this effect maps that we can see. So here we see the rotation diversity effect map, the effect map of rotation diversity on soil organic carbon, and we can see how we have different effects for different fields, and we can see that that could range from negative to positive. So we understand that how the potential that this information has, where we can figure out which fields respond positively to these cultivation practices, so we can prioritize those over others for these particular fields. We can take this even further and understand what factors drive this heterogeneity of effect that we have in space. So once we have this trained model of effect estimation, we can fit these shallow trees, shallow because we want to keep them for interpretability, right? And see which are the factors that drive these differences in effect that we have in space for different fields. So I'm going to read this tree for you. These would say for us that low temperatures with the application of eco-friendly practices drive high positive impact on soil organic carbon. And from the other side, we would see that high temperatures with high precipitation drive strong negative impacts, on soil organic carbon. And we can hypothesize even more and see stuff like these sharp values, which is the effect that different variables we see here with 2TM, like temperature at 2 meters, and total precipitation, the application of eco-friendly practices or not, or the clay content, all these variables, we can see how they drive the differences in effect that we see in space. So we can see, for example, that temperature, which would be the top one, how it really affects and drives the heterogeneity of effect on rotation diversity on soil organic carbon. So we know that temperature matters, and we can see how. And then we can have all these climatic projections, the future climatic projections, right? And we can hypothesize how our impact will change in the future, so we can plan accordingly. Okay. Okay. 3 minutes. Okay, good. All right. So we have certain limitations for doing this kind of work because we make a lot of assumptions. So the assumption is that in order to estimate what is the effect of a practice on which is our treatment on soil organic carbon content, which is our outcome, is that we observe confounding factors, factors that affect both the treatment and the outcome. In this case, it would be the crop characteristics and the climate characteristics and the soil characteristics that we were talking about. For sure, there are other variables that we are ignoring that they affect both the treatment and the outcome, and we need to account for these confounding variables in order to be able to estimate the causal effect and only the causal effect, and avoid having in our effect estimations associational effects that come through other variables. Also, other biases. Did farmers self-select into the treatment? No. Do we have interference of the choice of one farmer applying a particular practice would affect the choice of another farmer to apply practice? For sure, yes. So these are things that we need to account for, and we don't currently. And we need, how good are these estimates? How certain are we that these effect estimations are saying anything? That's a good question, because we don't really have ground truth for this type of stuff. So we need to invest in robustness checks and sensitivity analysis in order to validate and get some sanity checks on these results. And I'm finishing with my recommendations, which at the end of the day, I'm talking about benchmarks. So how can we organize this to compare different causal machine learning algorithms? How can we evaluate which one performs better? First of all, we need validation, right? So for that, we could use existing field experiments, randomized experiments, but they're fragmented in space and time, and they're done with different experimental setups, so it's really hard to understand what each experiment is doing. So one thing would be to have our own experiments that are done in a uniform way with one setup across Europe or across the globe even, so we could have these experiments that can corroborate the information that comes from observational causal inference. And also get the domain experts closer to causal concepts, make them understand, because we can unlock this knowledge from domain experts and create these causal graphs that for causal machine learning or causal analysts like myself is what we use to be able to estimate these effects. So if we have domain experts understanding these causal concepts, being able to draw these causal graphs for us, and then create a database of causal graphs, we can create a database like this and evaluate this way data-driven causal discovery methods. Thank you.
Do we have any question? Okay, we can also leave it for the discussion after the last presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the last presentation is from Audrey Boss, who will present 6 years of the oil palm plantation monitoring with ProbaV.
Thank you. Yes. Thanks to ESA for letting me present my research at UC Louvain on global land use mapping with ProbaV. So you know that tropical forests have been threatened by plantations for decades. And so in this study, I examined the dynamics of these plantations and their expansions into the forest. This is this. So ProbaV is a heliosynchronous satellite, which ensures that observations are made every day at the same time between 2014 and 2020. It offers a resolution of 300 meters and 100 meters at the center of the swath. So the ProbaV satellite has limited spatial resolution, but its high temporal resolution provides a very good balance with great images quality because you only use the center of the camera. So at the equator, we can expect one image every 5 days for 100 meters. And 4 bands are available, as you can see here. So blue, red, near, and sphere. Okay, so the map here shows the number of cloud-free observations made during the ProbaV mission, which is particularly appropriate for tropical regions. I'm gonna give you a short introduction of the preprocessing of input data. I will move on to a change detection algorithm for monitoring tropical industrial plantations. Then I will talk about the qualitative and quantitative assessments of the final product, which is a series of land use ProbaV maps. So the optical images received every 5 days provide regular data on the situation. Here we have 4 images. 4 images over 15 days. However, the clouds common in a tropical area can affect the vegetation observations. And so by applying the cloud mask in ProbaV collection 2 and performing a 15-day mean compositing, we are able to greatly improve the data. And so despite the mean compositing, so some data are still missing. So using the Whittaker interpolation method, missing data are gap-filled and smoothed for each band, so near red, blue, and 3. And by studying the spectral signature that you can see here for an oil palm rotations in 2017, you can see the near falling down and the drops of the 3 and the red. So these observations allow us to design a vegetation index that reacts to cutting and planting of plantations with red, near, and 3. Okay. Then the vegetation index values are standardized to the forest values by removing the mean and dividing by the standard deviation of the distribution. So working with the standard deviations allow us to set a threshold, but a statistical threshold, which means that now we are using standard deviation. As you can see, you have the 0 of the tropical forest, and if you go outside the range of plus or minus 3 standard deviation, it's no longer a forest. So this methodology applied to all ProbaV images makes it possible to detect changes in land cover and land use in tropical environment in a near real-time approach. So first we need a 12-month initializations, then you can see every 15 days the new base soils appearing in yellow-red and the new plantations appearing in blue and green. Yes. This ability to detect changes in near real time means that annual land use map can be updated with grid accuracy every year. So in 2016, you can see that we have a forest which go to an oil palm plantation in red. Here also in 2019, you have the tropical forest and then an oil palm plantations. And then for 2020, you have also this behavior. So we compare our results with what was available globally for new plantings. And so Duetal used the land trender algorithm and Landsat to detect the year of planting from 1982. And since they are limited to a plantation mask, they are not able to detect the new plantations. So here we see the good patterns detected by ProbaV, which show very consistent spatiotemporal dynamics between 2015 and 2020. The accuracy assessment is carried out using a confidence-based stratification, which means that areas of agreement and disagreement are sampled equally. That's in the circle. This allows us to balance the omissions and commissions of the different maps. And a plantation mask is also used to maximize the chances of encountering new plantations. This gives 1899 reference samples, including 267 new plantations visually labeled, so the points in red. So the performance metrics are good in challenging regions with high cloud cover, such as Africa and Southeast Asia, with 75% of F1 score and 71%. And the good results in Southeast Asia with a lot of plantations allow us to reach a F1 score globally of 68%. Yes, and so these results are surpassing what exists actually. So now on this graph, you can see the F1 score over time. So you have the different line which represent the results of for several years difference between the exact date of detection, the exact date, so the ground truth, and the date of detection. And you can see this difference in years with the brown line, which is the exact year, and the green, the light orange line, which is the years detected with in a 4-year range. And so you can see that if you take 4-year range, we have a good detection with 70% accuracy. And if we take the detection at the exact year, we have still a good F1 score for each year at about 50%. And you can see for the other product that the results are falling down in the end of the time series. Yes, and it's because they use a plantation mask and they detect in the mask, so they are not able to detect the new plantations. If you look at the graph in the right, you can see the brown bar, which show the plantation detected at the exact year if we take only the good detected plantations. And you can see that 90% of the accurate new plantations are identified within this plus or minus 1 year range. Okay, and so we do it globally, so we are able to have surfaces numbers, yes. And so we can then look at the land use transition for each year. So here we have all the new plantings of the year 2016. On the right in December, and on the left you have the January land use. And you can see the direction of the change. So we can see the origin of these plantations, which is the land use, yes, the first land use. And so we have 250,000 hectares of plantations, which comes from tropical forest or other areas like peatlands, wetlands, or croplands. And also you have old plantations, like old palm plantations or old banana plantation, which are renewed. And you can see that the transition is really mechanized and very intense with bare soil and terraces, where the young plantation trees, the young trees are planted directly, and you have also other crops than oil palm, like here you have a pulpwood or rubber plantations. And so if we take all the years, we can see that in 2015 and 2020 the months were, the time series was incomplete, but we can see a good consistency of the results with 1.5 million hectares of plantation renewed each year, or in place of a forest. In terms of recommendation, it's for the Probavi satellite. Its temporal resolution provides excellent coverage of cloudy areas. What's more, the 100-meter resolution remains highly effective for detecting major changes in land use and land cover, such as industrial plantations. And the temporal resolution also surpasses the results of studies using Landsat. So yes, for the recommendation, sensor agnostic algorithms development should be encouraged for Sentinel-2 global application. So using Probavi for the R&D and Sentinel-2 for global application. And the monitoring of industrial plantation should be considered in the framework of the EUDR. Thank you for your attention, and if you have questions. If it's not clear.
Any question? Yes.
Ruud Grim from the Netherlands Space Office. A lot of work you have been doing, but I don't see any reference to the work from University of Maryland from Matt Hansen. I think this is quite relevant, and I would expect that you would have some kind of cross-validation, maybe with their findings, but can you maybe comment on that?
Yes, I used the reference literature about plantation. Here I'm using, so I'm trying to map the plantation and especially permanent cropland. And for Matt Hansen, it's more than like 3 plantations and the forest gain for 3 plantations. And here I think Matt Hansen doesn't map the forest gain for oil palm plantation, etc. Because oil palm plantation is not forest, so that's it. That's mine, yes. So I'm trying to map tree cover, but not forest cover. That's it.
I think it's clear, no, maybe not still so clear. So did I understand you correct? You can see wooded area where there's a palm tree or as a plantation or forest, you cannot differentiate between the two?
Actually, I try to detect oil palm plantations and the industrial plantations. And so, yes, I have pulpwood, etc., which are, we can say that it's a forest, but it's a rotation of 5 years, and so it's very intense. In tropical forest, that's not the same behavior than here in Europe, or where you have a new plantation of a forest. And I think the very intense signature should not allow to see the new forest plantation in this product. Yes.
And how long is this time series that we have now available with Probavi? How many years with
Probavi is half, so it's 2014 to 2020. So it's just our R&D development, and the product is will be available. But we need to go further with Sentinel-2. Yes.
Thank you.
And it's 100 meters. So yes.
So the specific questions to the presentations are completed, but we still have a little bit more than 10 minutes to discuss in general. So please, the floor is open to your questions and comments. If you have a request to a specific presentation, please call also the name.
Thank you, Rémi D'Annunzio, FAO. I had a question for Audric to know if the validation and calibration data you use for the work is going to be made available, and if it's within the publication, if it's the plan to make that available in general, because it could be useful for validating and checking out on other community models.
Oh, sorry.
So your question is about the calibration or the validation? Yes, both. For the validation, I don't know if it will be available with the paper, maybe. That's a validation done with a visually labeled product, very clear. Only for the land use, so oil palm or industrial plantations, and for the year of detection. So this product is really good for the exact date of the new plantation. So I know that the next post classification, so oil palm is good, but to map pulpwood, etc., I'm not able to do that. So it's really the exact year of detection, and it will come with a 15 days 15 days time step with the product. Yes.
Further questions? And maybe I have one. When I heard your presentations and at the beginning from Nicola, you said one of your statements was at the end, you highlighted that physical modeling is important, especially considering climate change, because only the physical models can consider all the impact that is included. But in the presentation of Tali, he showed how he can use machine learning for data-driven causal discovery, and specifically to see the effects of agricultural treatment. And here you mentioned that you can even do this in regards to climate change, that you have temperature increase, and you can really see it also from your data itself what the impact will be. I think there is a contradiction of the discussion of the two, and I would like to hear from the both authors what you would answer to that question.
Thank you. I don't think it's an either or, and I think it's very situation dependent. So a lot of machine learning, if you're particularly if you're working, I mean, there are other people who are far more experts in machine learning, so let's take their view on it as well. But there are some things where you're particularly looking at something that's a physical consequence. It's sort of a physical mechanism. And although things are going to change, the inputs and the outputs that you're modeling are likely to stay consistent. And I think there are other things where the link between your inputs and the outputs is much more complex. It's probably non-linear. And it may well be that in your training data, you don't actually have anything that looks like that from what we saw, particularly if you start trying to get to yield and crop physiology. There's quite a few steps from what would be your input data to what comes out. And it may well be that some methods will be developed that can deal with that, where you're less reliant on the training data. But I think there's a very big risk that particularly, there is machine learning approaches that try and look at understanding. You know, one reason people talk about using models is that you can actually understand why things are happening, and there has been research into machine learning modeling to do that as well. But yeah, where you've got this non-linear link, and actually what you're seeing probably hasn't happened before. I think it's much harder to expect the machine learning to approach that. And of course, models can be limited as well, but there's a better hope that you can still retain that link. But it's not an either or. I think you can use both of these things, but not to discard either is more what I'd come to.
Yeah, so in my example, I was showing how we can use when we see how the different variables affect the effect that a practice has on an outcome of interest now, right, with a historical analysis that we've done now. And we know from the climatic projections that temperature will change. So we hypothesize how the effect will change. It's not really that we're estimating how the effect will change in the future, because that would be extrapolation. But having said that, in principle, causal machine learning is trying to do this, is trying to be able to provide robust predictions against interventions or changes or distribution shifts that might happen in the future. And it tries to do that by understanding which are the causal parents that are responsible for the data generating process. So by following the causal parents of an outcome, you have better chances of generalizing well or having robust predictions against interventions and so on. But of course, there's so much work to be done. Yeah.
I think Pierre. There.
I would like to thank you all for your presentation, and to you again, if I can. Could you explain how you can derive from double machine learning algorithm the causal effect? How much are you sure that these are not correlation and not causal effect? This is my first point. The second point is soil organic carbon estimate comes with a large uncertainty. Will your model be able to ingest this kind of uncertainty? And last is, how much data do you need to make sure that your modeling is not overfitting and make sure that you are getting an estimation which is accurate and not overfitted?
Is it on? Yeah. Can you remind me the first one? Huh? Okay. So this, it's not predictive models. The whole purpose is that they are causal models, and what they do is estimate the effect. The machine learning part is that this causal inference method in question, double machine learning, is using in its processes machine learning predictive parts. So this particular one works by regressing the confounders to the outcome, then doing the same on the treatment, and then is regressing those residuals. So the residuals of the first regression on the residuals of the second regression. And by doing this is trying to remove the bias that comes from the confounders. What is the predictive capacity of those confounders to predict the outcome? So we can then say that whatever remains is because of this treatment. And the second question?
The second one was, how many data do you need to avoid any overfitting?
Okay, so again, for double machine learning, let's take this method, for example. The two regressions that you do, the point is definitely not to overfit. Actually, you're looking for something that is somewhat of a good fit in the regressions. So you are selecting, so maybe you have multiple methods to decide which one you use to do the three different regressions. You would select the regressor that provides a fit that is good enough, but not really good. Because with these three regressions, you don't really care about how well they predict. You simply want to remove the bias that comes from the predictive capacity of the confounders on the outcome. And then for other methods, because there are many different causal machine learning methods that have their different assumptions and work in different ways. I'm trying to understand how you mean the overfitting in this case, because the overfitting, I understand it in predictive machine learning terms, right? Is that how you... But in this case, we're not doing this. We're using predictions to then take the residuals, regress those, and estimate the effect from that. So I'm having trouble answering this. And the third one was?
About the uncertainty coming with soil organic carbon to be handled in your model.
That's the thing. With these type of analysis, you have all these assumptions. Assumption one, no unobserved confounding. Everything that is playing a role, everything that is affecting the treatment and the outcome is observed. If it's not observed, then it's going to be in your effect estimate, and it's going to be an associational effect that you haven't managed to disentangle it from the causal effect. So if we have errors in the measurements also, that's again a big problem that we're never going to be able to overcome. And also another important thing is that these causal graphs that we have are concepts, really, right? So the names that we have on those nodes of the causal graphs are concepts. And of course, with the observations, we're going to have a proxy that tries to get close to that concept. And a lot of times we say, oh, I don't know, like biomass, and then behind biomass is NDVI. But let's say, when you put NDVI there, now the concept of biomass loses all meaning in that particular causal graph and in that context. So that's also very important, to try to have observations that are good proxies for whatever you meant for that particular causal graph.
There's another hand over there, if it's a short one. I don't want to shorten the coffee break. But maybe until you get the micro, would you agree that we can say that we should work and put more research on hybrid models, that we combine process modeling and AI models, that the two partners talk together and really exchange all the details? I think that could be a recommendation, if you agree.
Is that to me?
Yeah, to both of you, and also to Pierre, that this should be target it more efficiently.
Absolutely.
Okay.
And even this causal machine learning that I was talking about begins with domain knowledge. It starts from the knowledge that comes from the underlying science and the process-based models.
And certainly with predictive machine learning, a lot of that is already done. I mean, the LAI we generate, it's effectively an emulation of a radiative transfer model. It's now fast because of machine learning, but it seems that causal machine learning is much newer, is my understanding. It's not done as much, I think, in Earth observation. It's probably the first presentation I've heard of people doing it, and that's probably an area where these links can
Thank
continue
you.
to be made.
Please.
Hi, Gina Maskell from the Institute for Climate Impacts. Thanks a lot for your presentation. I have two questions, and they're related. The first is, how do you measure soil organic carbon? And the second is, you talk about how when the data diverges more and more from the actual, it's harder to do causal learning. How do you see this in terms of using Earth observation? Because very often, if not always, they're proxies for what we see on the ground. And yeah, what's your perspective for using Earth observation in causal models? Thank you.
My proposal is, let's keep the break as it is, and this is a very specific question, and if you could do it bilaterally in the break, and who wants to join this group, and then you can discuss that. You all have a long coffee break, if you don't mind. No solution with the soil organic content? Sorry. Now we couldn't hear.
I think the question was, how good are Earth observations for causal machine learning?
For everyone.
Yes, please.
Sorry, I mean, I don't want to take time, but I do argue that this is a general question for the room, and I guess you're a bit the expert, and I would love to hear what you have to say. I don't know if everybody else wants to.
No, I'm going to say pretty much, I'm going to summarize what I said a bit earlier. With causal machine learning, you start with these causal graphs, right? That is the starting point. And the names that you would have in these, that would be, I don't know, rotation diversity, right? That was the practice I was talking about. And then the outcome would be soil organic carbon, or it could have been an ecosystem service, right? Stuff that could be observed in many different ways. If you ask this person, they say, oh, use NDVI for this. If you ask the other person, they say leaf area index or whatever. So the important thing is that whoever the expert that made this causal graph that you're going to use to estimate your effects had a specific definition of that word that goes in that node in mind. So the best thing you can do is have observations that are closer and a better fit to that definition of that word for that causal graph.
Okay, so I think we can finish this session. Thank you very much for all the presentations. And before we go to the break, I just have one comment here. So we strongly invite you to respect the allocated times for lunch break and the breaks in general, to return to the meeting room as soon as the break is over, but especially for the lunch break, okay? For tomorrow, of course. Thank you so much, and see you in the next session.
It's on. The others are on as well? Hello, everyone. Can someone tell me what time is it? 5? Excellent. Thank you. So I guess a panel is starting. I'll invite the panel members. You see your name, so we have a nice lineup. Yeah, only you will. Yeah. So, yeah. So as I said, I will do a very tiny intro, and then they will put your presentation up. So it's all good. I got you the nice comfy chairs. Yeah. I mean, that's Remy. Hi, nice to meet you. That's all time. Thanks for coming. It's like never met, so it's like, you know Francesca?
No, I haven't. So we go by like I don't know.
We met already. Yeah, Francesca, just a quick intro. Take a seat. We are about to start, just a little bit reshuffling of the seating arrangement, but yeah, that's like that. Just because if you put it behind, then they don't see your name. You see, that's the thing. I can pull this. Yeah. Yeah. So it's 5 o'clock or so, and I'm sure you are all tired, just as my panel members. So I put them on the high chair just to be a little more comfortable. Hope you don't mind. Welcome. As you can see, we will be talking about a small elephant in the room called Regulation on Deforestation-Free Products Panel. Anyone know what we are talking about here? You know what is EUDR? I see some hands. Very few. Okay, more. Good. I don't know good or bad, but we will try. Anyway, so thanks again. My name is Zoltán Szántói. I'm a land application scientist here at ESA, dealing mainly with agriculture-related topics. And before I jump to the panel members, just how this panel gonna look like. So again, I didn't want to put you guys up for another 3 hours of presentation, so we will have only one short presentation. And then the panel members will chime in with any comments on the presentation. And eventually, I will have some preset questions to them. But also, I want to really involve the audience. So I don't even have to give all the questions I have to them if you have any others. So I'll really open the floor after their introduction. But just very quickly, so we have Francesca Ronca here from Unipalma, Italia. We have Felix Rembold from European Commission JRC. We have Stefan Fritz from IASA. And we have Remy, help me with your last name. D'Annunzio from FAO. So thank you very much. Very welcome here. And I will let Felix to give a very brief presentation, and we go after that. Thank you.
Asleep. Can you hear me? Ooh. Okay, I have to stay very close. Yeah, I was saying the best is kept for the end by ESA. This is a tradition, I think, so stay with us, don't fall asleep. And also this is a panel discussion, so we really count on your active participation here after the very short appetizer that I'll give you. We have heard yesterday in the FAO panel, but also today in various presentations about the trends in deforestation and how much area is still deforested for agriculture, for plantation and others. So there is one initiative that I think some people know already in the room. For others it's new. It's the EUDR, the EU's deforestation regulation. A very, very ambitious piece of policy that the EU will implement from the end of this year. And it's about making sure that a number of commodities, the 7 listed there, don't reach EU markets as long as there is some deforestation in other countries involved. So it's ambitious because it regulates something which happens outside Europe. What makes it interesting for this community is that geospatial information is included straight away into the regulation, and the compliance with the regulation and the so-called due diligence, but also the increased traceability of those commodities depends, the proving it will depend on the use of geospatial information, GPS and BHR. So geospatial information for this regulation is important, and it's important mainly for the operators, so the traders and producers who will have to prove due diligence, meaning that the commodities have been produced without deforestation. But it's also important for different other parties involved, the smallholders, for protecting their livelihoods and for proving that they produce more sustainably. For the countries, for commodity management and for risk assessment, and for the member states of the EU who will carry out inspections with the help of competent authorities, and those authorities also need Earth observation to carry out their controls. The way, however, how this Earth observation and geospatial data will be used is not obvious at all, and this is also something we are going to look at in this panel. How can the different parties involved use geospatial information? With geospatial information, I refer mainly to GPS, which is named in the regulation for traceability. So basically for producers, and traders and operators to prove where commodities have been produced. And then for a number of other parties for so-called risk assessment, which is basically about establishing a risk in the due diligence to determine whether there was deforestation at the cutoff date, which is 2020, end of 2020. And for that, specifically, it is specifically foreseen to use maps, like forest maps and land use maps, and very high resolution imagery, right? Then there are other data which are to be used also for risk assessment, such as protected area boundaries, to know if production is legal, but also land use change maps, deforestation risk maps. All those geospatial data can be used for contributing to the risk assessment and to the due diligence. What exists? What do we have ready to use? There are a number of global products. This is only a selection made available by the EU Observatory for Forests, but there are others. These data, I think many of you know them. They're very useful at the global level. They're very good to detect hotspots, but generally they are not good enough when you go at the plot level to know whether there is forest or not, because these are, most of the time, these are tree cover maps and in some cases forest maps, but they're not made for using them at the level of small plots. They're more for the country level and for detecting and mapping risk. Then for producing countries, national land use data sets exist or are being produced. With the JRC, we have supported in particular some countries in West Africa who were involved already in a longer activity about cocoa sustainability, so the main producers of cocoa, to produce land use maps for the cutoff year of 2020. Those national maps are generally of a higher accuracy than the global maps, and in the best case they are produced in an open and transparent way with transparent methodologies, and the data are freely accessible and the methodology is clearly described, and there is also independent validation done as good practice. In addition to the land use maps and to the forest maps, it can also be interesting to map commodities directly. This is not directly useful for the regulation implementation, but it is useful for countries to set up monitoring systems, but also in a perspective of producing more sustainably, to know where their commodities are produced and which ones are produced in a sustainable way, like with agroforestry. And remote sensing in the last years has progressed a lot. We have seen new technologies, new sensors in this conference. Still, it is a big challenge to map commodities like cocoa or coffee, which are shaded. It remains a big challenge, but there is very rapid progress in terms of resolution, products that give information about height. So there is progress, and I think there are also some posters showing examples of mapping, for example, cocoa and providing cocoa probability at 0.5 meters. So this is encouraging. Now, recommendations for the Earth observation community. So you in the room, and this is just also to stimulate a bit the discussion later on. There is clearly a very strong need to contribute to provide evidence of forest cover in 2020, and this is not an easy task because we're looking at 4 years back, and so there is a question of image availability, but also of knowing, of checking and finding ground truth data for what was on the ground in 2020. This is a big challenge. Then supporting countries and farmers and the different parties concerned by the regulation. Very often we are called upon to say what can be done and what cannot be done. I think this is a very important role also for vis-a-vis non-technical users who have big expectations towards remote sensing and mapping, and very often we have to tell them what cannot be done. I think we, in working with countries and also with the traders, with the operators, and even with the competent authorities, it is really important that we promote good practices, open data, transparent methods, validation of results. I think this is also very much in line with the discussion this morning. I think also there is a role for different partners, private and institutional, to work together to provide services. There is a huge need, especially on the sides of the operators, to get information methodologies, tools for proving the due diligence. So there is also a big market, and I think institutions like ours need to work together with the private economy to discover what is feasible there. So be open to new partnerships and of course scale up, because we have some good practices at the local scale or at the country scale, but not at the global scale. And because we are hosted by ESA, one initiative which targets specifically the competent authorities of the member states is a new ESA project called World Agro-Commodities, which will provide technical support specifically to member states and their competent authorities to do the verification of a percentage of due diligence declarations. So with this, I declare the panel fully open and give the word back to the chair, to Zolti, for guiding us through the discussion. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Felix. Any immediate reflection from the panel members? If it's not, that's fine. Then I give you the word anyway to introduce yourself, tell them what you do, especially in relation to agriculture and EUDR. If technical, if trader-based, that's all fine. Since Felix already talked, Francesca, you want to introduce yourself and what you do in general?
Yes, good afternoon, everybody. Thanks to ESA and the organizers for having us here. I'm Francesca Ronca. I'm working for the Italian Union for Sustainable Palm Oil. It is an organization, let's say, multi-stakeholder, was born under the initiative of some trade associations that are involved in the palm oil supply chain, because either they import or trade or transform or use palm oil or derivatives in their processes. We were born in 2015 with the main objective to promote the uptake of certified sustainable palm oil by the Italian user industry. In addition to that, we also had to really a little bit struggle because of a sort of anti-palm oil campaign that was soaring in Italy in those 10 years ago, more or less. So we tried to provide a more balanced information and science-based information on both health and environmental issues, while on the same time we were trying to pushing Italian companies to source from sustainable sources when it comes to palm oil in specific. Of course, okay, our members are trade associations involved in a palm oil supply chain, companies that are importing, trading or using palm oil either in food or non-food sectors such as oleochemicals, cosmetics, or anyway, still we are talking about fast consumer moving goods, so no energy uses. So we are not representing these kind of companies. In terms of what we do, so we try to communicate, to raise awareness among Italian stakeholders at all levels. So not only industry, but also the government, consumers, media, and civil society organization. We have supporting members, which are environmental or social NGO, consumers associations, and the Roundtable for Sustainable Palm Oil, which is the multi-stakeholder platform that was formed in 2004 under the initiative of WWF to guide the palm oil supply chain at the global level and make it sustainable, which has now around 5,000 members globally, and currently certifies only, I think it certifies now about 20% of the total palm oil production globally. So we are all pushing to make this sustainable palm oil the norm, not only the 20%. And then it is taking a little bit of effort, and it's the growth is constant, but it's slowing down because we are at a sort of bottleneck. Anyway, what is all has to do with EUDR regulation. Of course, our members who are falling under the scope of the regulation, because either they are operators or traders, will have, as Felix was explaining, to make sure that the products they are importing as from 1st of January 2025 will be deforestation-free and legal under the definition of the EUDR. Deforestation-free, and it has to be proven, and first of all, they will have to track and trace back all their supply chain, and then provide geolocation information, put it in a due diligence statement where they will have to describe all the risk assessment that has been carried out to make sure that the products are deforestation free. And here comes the Earth observation, which has, of course, a really big role. So companies in the palm oil sector actually have been doing this even before that the EU regulation came into force, because palm oil has also always been under scrutiny, and so the sector was working very hard since many years ago to make to make sure that deforestation is halted, and not only that, but as we are talking here about deforestation, the free regulation, so I will just mention this among the many efforts that the sector is putting since many years ago. So companies are quite well advanced, maybe compared to other sectors in terms of geolocation and monitoring their deforestation risk, but still they have been doing this voluntary since now, and now it becomes mandatory. And there are, Felix didn't mention it, but there are high fines at stake, besides the fact that there is a risk of reputation, which is quite huge. So you can imagine how much they are working on that, and the fact that there are a lot of information available, which is a good thing. It's something a little bit tricky as well. So maybe I'll stop here for now.
Thanks a lot, Francesca. To our distinguished European companies, you might have a business opportunity here with Francesca, but that will be coming later. Stefan, I'll give you the words. Thank you. Thanks, Francesca.
Yeah, thanks very much. My name is Stefan Fritz. I'm from the International Institute for Applied Systems Analysis. It's just located outside of Vienna. IASA is known for global modeling, and there has been a lot of work also with respect to inputs to the IPCC. But just to make a little bit the link to oil palm and to the pressure on land, IASA has also been doing a lot of work on land use modeling, competition for land. And there has just been recently a Nature paper on the impact on land use when people reduce their meat consumption. So everybody can do something on that to reduce the pressure on land. It's highly cited, actually. But besides modeling, since 15 years at IASA, we also do Earth observation and quite some work on training data collection. We are involved a lot in different projects, World Serial, World Cover, Copernicus land products, and so forth. We've built this so-called GeoWiki tool. Also, we've run a number of crowdsourcing campaigns where we collected some data for reference data. And we are also involved in this EUDR now, where we are working together with the company Guidehouse. So Guidehouse actually won this contract for DG Environment on the so-called benchmarking. It's categorizing countries into risks, different risk categories. What Felix yet hasn't mentioned, so based on this risk category, the number of inspections change. So when you are in a high risk category as a country, 9% of your polygons submitted to the member country of the Commission are supposed to be checked. So it's very high, it's 9%. When you're standard risk as a country, it's 3%, and otherwise it's only 1% when you're low risk. So there is already some discussion what to do actually with EU countries themselves who might not be low risk. So it's highly political. I think it's an experiment by Europe, but I think it's needed. I think it's good to really be at the forefront of this, and the idea is, of course, that other countries will then eventually follow the example of Europe, though we are already seeing quite some within Europe tension around this as well, and some countries not wanting to go ahead with what has been decided, and it's fully enforced from next year onwards. So there is a transition period, but I'm hearing some due diligence polygons are already being submitted into the countries. Then there will be a database built. I think it will be somehow linked and centralized within Europe, where all these commodity polygons will be collected and then can be checked if needed. Maybe I stop here, and maybe we can then have an interesting discussion, and you might have some questions. Yeah, I'll pass on to the next panelist.
Please, Remy.
Thank you, Stephen. Hi, everybody. My name is Remy D'Annunzio. I work in FAO, the Food and Agriculture Organization of the UN. We are based in Rome here. The headquarters is downtown. I work in the forestry division, and I've been involved for a bit now in the development of free and open source solutions for Earth observation and monitoring. Initially, it was with a very strong focus on forests, and we've developed different approaches and solutions, all with open source and transparency in mind. at the ground level, but also in terms of vision analysis of satellite imagery and actual processing and classification mapping. The initiative I've been collaborating on is called Open Forest, and we have different tools that have been issued there. And initially, we had a focus on carbon finance, on especially the red process, reduction of emissions due to deforestation and degradation. The tools that we've developed over a decade within this framework are now being used and adapted in another context. And the regulation itself is a great opportunity to look at how the tools can be employed. So I would like to first react on what Felix was saying. One of the necessity that the regulation brings to the EU community is really to move forward with more transparent, more public, more open source processes and data sets, and we are very much in line with this. One of the slides that Felix showed was on the COCO Insight, published by EFI, which is very interesting. It dates from the end of last year, but it was re-updated in March, and it really strongly advocates for producing countries, for governments, for third parties to make their data as public as possible, because this regulation will only work if there is transparency. No word can be taken, and no stamp can be guaranteeing that the data is actually truthful and transparent unless it's being made available for all to check. And this is something we're very keen to push for. The other maybe aspect I would like to react on is the fact that it's an opportunity. And the regulation indeed is an opportunity. It's also coming with challenges, as Francesca mentioned, but it also comes with a structure. And at the last COP in December, the Team Europe initiative Zero Deforestation Hub was launched. And in particular, it has two pillars called SAFE and the technical facility. And at the moment, we are collaborating with SAFE on the development of a digital public infrastructure that is mostly stemming from the open forest tools that we have. And this digital public infrastructure allows pretty much anyone, anywhere, from the first mile down to the complex models, to produce the geolocation information that Francesca mentioned, to treat databases of existing geolocated data with the amounts of data that are out there. And that's maybe the last point I would like to finish on. We're really promoting a convergence of evidence, and the existing data sets that are out there public, maybe they're not all perfect, maybe they're good at the global level, Felix mentioned that, but if you look at them at the plot level, that is what is the unit needed for the analysis level of the regulation, there's actually a very good convergence. And if you put together different land cover maps and change products, they actually tell a story that helps really understand what's happening at the land use level, at the plot level. So we're happy to elaborate on this, but I'll stop there.
Thanks a lot, Remy. Felix, since you presented, now you can present yourself.
Okay, there is not much to add. I'm Felix Remold, working with the Joint Research Center of the European Commission in the Agriculture and Food Security Unit. And in the JRC, we have 3 teams working in one way or the other on the EUDR. In my team, we look at it from an agricultural perspective and with the idea of supporting countries in setting up capacity to map and to monitor their commodities which fall under the EUDR regulation. We also have another team, it was briefly shown in one of the slides, which forms the EU Observatory for Forest, and it's contributing also to the implementation of the EUDR by providing global level forest maps based on existing maps. So this is the idea is that this is a bit the first product to look at for knowing where there was forest in 2020 and where not. And then we have a third team with more an economic or socio-economic background, and they look more at the sustainability aspects linked to the EUDR, so about what will be the impact of this regulation, for example, on small-scale farmers. and what will be a possible transition towards producing more sustainably in those countries, and what it will mean for farmers' livelihoods. That's all. I don't want to be longer on.
Thanks a lot. Thank you all. Any burning questions? I have my set of questions, so I can ask the participants here, but if anyone wanna start, I'm very happy to start that way. If not immediately, we will have a microphone help, or oh, we are using all of them. Okay. So I'll be managing with my microphone. Okay. That's completely fine.
Thanks, Felix. Yeah, I'm Tuile from CESBio, Toulouse, France. And my question is on one of the commodities, which is wood and wood-based products. And for that, the case is particular because it's not deforestation free, but the wood comes from selective logging. And the people need to know whether there is overlog forest in selective logging or illegal selective logging, etc., in order to have sustainable forest strategies. The question is, do you look at this case? It's not deforestation, meaning completely clear cutting, but the selective logging.
Any of the panel members, please?
I'm happy to start on this. Out of the 7 commodities of the regulation, 6 are concerned with deforestation and 1 with degradation. Wood is concerned with degradation. And in the sense of the regulation, degradation is defined by transition from natural forests, whether exploited or not, to plantations. And it's the only scope where it's defined. So in theory, sustainable management, selective logging, when the land use remains forest with the same practices and without changing drastically the system, stays out of degradation. So in theory, the regulation is not going to be blocking sustainable wood management and or selective logging. That being said, the legal component is very strategic because it's also within the definition of regulation. So it should be, for the case of wood, degradation-free and legal within the country. And this is where maybe there is a chance or an opportunity to actually move the market and to make it healthier. But it's one of the trickiest questions also because it does not fully rely on geospatial information, but more on legal considerations at the national level.
Thank you. Yeah, let's just go ahead with the audience questions, I think. Thank you.
Ruud Grim from the Netherlands Space Office. Maybe this is first addressed to Felix, but maybe the other panelists can also react on that. You mentioned in the beginning several stakeholders that are, let's say, active in the compliance, from producers, service providers, the European Commission, and also national competent authorities. But they all use the same data. And I'm just curious, if you're all using the same data, but you apply different algorithms, who has right? Who has the, let's say, the right value in algorithm? How you can judge that? And I know from the past, also from agricultural parcel subsidies, that there has been laws in court about, what kind of information can be trusted. So I don't know if the Commission has any ideas already on that, how you will, let's say, tackle that possible problem.
Yeah, a very, very difficult question, as I was expecting from you, Ruud. So maybe I can start with answering it, and then the others can help me. No, the first thing, maybe I wasn't fully clear about it. I mean, there are definitely all those parties are involved, but the obligation for due diligence is with the operators only. So it's them who need to prove that the products they handle and import into the EU are deforestation free. But that said, your question is definitely valid because the regulation is relatively open, not to say vague, about what kind of data can be used and how they have to be used. No, that was at the beginning when I said it's not obvious how it will be used. And definitely also there are roles on the side, for example, of the member states who can verify then the due diligence statements. And your question is absolutely valid. I mean, are they going to use possibly same data or other data? I don't know the full answer to that question, and I think there is a lot still to be defined. There is in making due diligence statements, operators are relatively free to work with what they find. So from land use data to very high resolution data to national maps to more local maps, all this is possible. But then somebody has to, at some point, for those which will be checked, has to decide whether that's valid or not, and possibly compare it with other data. And there's a lot still to be worked out there on what algorithms are valid, what are not, what are accuracy requirements, quality requirements. It is to some extent, as Remy said it, or somebody said it, there is some experimentation here, which we have to go through. Yeah. I don't know, maybe
Stefan wanted to say something.
Yeah, I can complement a bit. So I think we need to differentiate between two different things. One is the risk assessment. So when you're an EU country and you're getting polygons, your terribly difficult task is now to check. So you have, I don't know how many. I don't dare to say a number because I don't know how many polygons you get as a EU member country which has the responsibility. The resources, we discussed this before, are very limited of these people. So you need to optimize where there might be some non-compliance of these polygons you're getting. So what you're doing is you're using existing maps which are either globally available or also nationally available to optimize your checks. But then you might find some where there might be a risk, but we would probably agree that's not enough because from Sentinel you don't know, is this tree 5 meters or is it 4.5 or is it 10 meters high? You don't see it, right? So you need more information. So as an absolute minimum, you need to prove if it comes to a court case, you would need very high resolution images to prove it, because Sentinel data is not good enough. Ideally, you want some field data, you want maybe somebody who has been there taking pictures that you see, so you need to be really having enough evidence to make the court case. So that's the other level. But that opens up another issue I now identified with open data, because if you're a company, you just started your company, and there are lots of companies now starting their business on EUDR, and you specialized in data collection, you're helping the traders to show it's deforestation free. I'm not sure this data, they will not make this data free and open, I think. As long as there is not some very strong push for some regulation where this data has to be open, it will not come open. There might be some NGOs or others who might do that, or there might be some EU contract where this is required, but I think the companies, I'm not sure that the data will flow enough. So this is another Pandora's box we are opening, but yeah, I stop.
Can I roll the ball before Remy to Francesca, actually, because one of the preset questions with Francesca was exactly that. She was asking, okay, what we can do from the private side, what data we should be using, and how we choose what data be using. Francesca, you have any comment on that?
I thank you, because you anticipated the questions, and then, I'm really relieved that even from the science, there are the same doubts. So it's not, there is another point. We were talking about national competent authorities. What should they do and how would they perform their checks? what the companies are doing is, okay, starting point is, as a reference, they might use the EU observatory, which is not legally binding, as we know. It's not mandatory. It doesn't even prove that you are deforestation free. So the due diligence and the risk assessment has to go beyond. We have to add more information, overlay maps, do ground observation through our supply chain. So there is a lot of efforts. The traceability and the collection of polygons and geolocation data could be an economic investment, so it maybe not be shareable directly, by become public. I mean, they are going to be uploaded in an information system at the EU level, where all national authorities and will be able to access and do their checks based on the information. But there are questions about privacy of this kind of information, because of also, not only for legal aspect due to national regulation of producing countries, but also because there are some business property on this information. So beside this, the real question is, who is going to check and using what kind of information? Are we using the same information? I don't think it will be possible unless there is an alignment, a major harmonization. And the other step is, companies have not the expertise, so they rely on providers. And there are many, and I guess that there will be more and more on the market, let's say, because it's, there is a need, there is a demand growing, but who is going to make sure that they are all aligned with the same methods? There is not even alignment on the maps. Definition of forest, according to the EUDR, is different from most of the maps available, and the tools that are now are available and are being, even the observatory maps are being improved, and there is a second release, if I'm not wrong, expected before the end of the year. So there is a lot of things moving on, and in 6 months, while companies are trying to do their best and are now doing their risk assessment, because you cannot wait until the 1st of January 2025 to start to do this job. There are shipments that are already ordered, so they have tried to make their assessments to be ready. On the other side, I don't know what national competent authorities are doing, and if all the member states are moving into the same direction and with the same approach. Because if from the production side there is the risk of a two-tier market, because smallholders who are not unfortunately able to provide adequate guarantees and risk to be phased out, I mean excluded from the supply chain when it comes to imports into the EU. On the other side, there is the issue of how can we trust that the same product will be judged in the same way against EUDR regulation in Italy, whether in the Netherlands or in Spain. There needs to be an harmonization. Otherwise, I mean, there will be also the risk that there is an unfair treatment, no? So I would expect that, and I know, for instance, that there are some guidelines for the member states expected, but I don't know, since operators haven't received any guidelines on how to do their due diligence. They said, you do your best, you can start from the EU observation maps, and then you apply your own methodology. We are not telling you how you have to reach this goal. Are the national competent authorities supposed to do the same? So we are all free to do whatever we want, provided that we do our best on both sides. And then at the end, who is going to take the major risk?
Sounds like going to be a shaky start. But I think, Remy, you still want to chip in?
Yeah, maybe I'd just like to respond to some aspects that were told. So first, guidelines supposed to come in June, July. There was the latest information provided. Waiting for this to happen. Obviously, there will be different ways from the competent authorities to treat the data. I think we don't have, as FAO, a position on the regulation, whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. We just take act of the fact that it's happening and that there is a need to accompany, especially the most vulnerable smallholders in the value chains, to actually produce the data, the geolocation, and the geospatial information that will guarantee them continue accessing to a market that they've been accessing for long. So that's the angle under which we work. But obviously, competent authorities will have different resources, different means, different available levels of understanding and of data processing, depending. The Netherlands will have very different resources than, I don't know, Italy or whatever. So we have to take act of the fact that the regulation has so far been very open to data approaches, and yes, do your best approach. That being said, what we try to push for, especially in a component that we have in FAO with partners, with WRI, with Google, with Unilever, with NASA Surveyor, it's called the Forest Data Partnership, the digital public infrastructure we're building there together with AgStack and SAFE and GIZ is really to set up a pre-competitive enabling environment where this data is actually minimal and available for all. And yes, there will be definitely different sources of data that will not be necessarily made public. I don't know how they will be checked if they're not made public, at least to the competent authorities. That's a question I'm actually asking to all. But those available data sets today, in complement with the EU observatory map, which is mostly tree cover in places where agroforestry is not necessarily forest, but in plenty of places it's actually really good. And together with the changed products that are out there, together with tropical moist forest by Jersey, with the GLAD products, with the RAD alerts, all those actually tell a story that starts to be consistent. And that's based on public data. That's based on fully publicly available data. So I completely understand the concerns of the sector on this, but I think there is already a very good basis of available products and available processes that can be put forward to make sure that 90% of the problems are actually can be solved with those baselines.
Thank you. Stefan?
Yeah, maybe just to complement, so what could be the common language? So it's given to us what's common, what we have to look for, and this is at the same time a challenge, is the FAO forest definition. And it's not as what we would, as remote sensing people do, right? We look at changes in forest cover, but that is, or in tree cover, so tree cover versus forest, but a forest declared by a country is land use and forest land, which means that when it's temporary non-stocked, it's still forest, which means that if you have a burned area, if you have a wind throw, if you have a forest management area in Scandinavian which gets harvested every 20 years, this is all staying in the forest. So you need to look into the longer term changes, and you need to map not only tree cover change, but you need to map forest management in order to fully understand it. You need to try to also understand better the agroforestry system. So I think these are the challenges. If you want to talk more about the challenges for remote sensing, what remote sensing needs to address, and the height is absolutely critical. If it's not more than 5 meters, it's not a forest, right? It has to be higher than 5 meters. So the height, information on height is becoming absolutely critical, and as we know, the current products, outdoor global products, even though there are some height products coming, interestingly, they are not very accurate. So they are the difference is it now below 5 meters or not? That's the big question. And I agree, we can tackle 90%, but there will still be 10% where we need to improve on the methods and where we might need to draw into very high resolution and sometimes also field visits. Of course, the challenge is we can't go back now in time to 2020 to check, was it deforested before 2020 or was it after this? To check will be very hard if you don't have some pictures or some whatever. Yeah, I stop here. Thanks.
Thank you. The competent authorities came up and being mentioned a few times. Felix from the European Commission side, can you add anything, what you know, what competent authorities gonna be using, wish to be using in terms of, and we have a more remote sensing cloud here, in terms of Earth observation. Do you know anything what is in their mind? Keep in mind that ESA is also trying to run a project with them, but again, we really would like to hear how they see their situation.
You're asking me all the difficult questions, Zolti. Unfortunately, I don't know much more than what was already said. I think the initial idea was to build a lot on existing data from Copernicus program, especially freely accessible data, so to use the Sentinels as much as possible. But it is also clear from some of the points that have been already mentioned and the questions that have been asked that 10 meters data will not be good enough. So it is clear, I cannot really speak for the competent authorities because I'm not in direct contact with them, but I think it is clear that some additional data will be needed with higher resolution. Those can be data maybe from existing free programs or from like Planet data. There might also be situations, I guess, where additional data, commercial data need to be used. So in my view, this is still, from what I know, this is still very open. I think competent authorities are also waiting for additional information and guidelines. And they're definitely also looking out to this community, to the remote sensing community, for knowing what is state of the art, what are good practices, and we have to be open to questions from them and to work with them. Be aware also that there's something that came to my mind with the previous question about parcel monitoring systems or identification systems. In most of these countries, and for most of the commodities we are talking about, there are no parcels or registered plots or systems where you already know what is where and whom it belongs to and what crop or what land use is on that. In these cases, we are talking about points for small plots, and we are talking about polygons for plots over 4 hectares. But those data, the quality of that location data might also be questionable when this received from in the due diligence statement. So I think that the competent authorities, they have to look first at the accuracy of the GPS data that they receive, and then they have to consider whether to use very high resolution data where it is available and how in the ways it can be bought to do some controls, especially when it comes to court cases, as it has been mentioned. So, sorry, also a little bit vague answer still. I think a lot here is still in the making. I don't know, maybe Remy or Stefan, if you have anything to add to this?
Maybe, yeah, if there's a question from...
Okay, it's a question for Stefan. According to my understanding, it's for the tree height, it's a potential 5 meter in the definition of the FAO. So how can we deal with that? So it's not 5 meter height for the definition of the forest, but a potential 5 meter height. So how can we deal with that?
You are absolutely right. It's the potential that it will reach in the future more than 5 meters. That's exactly right. So this is, of course, a challenge, but the only way we can do this is looking into the past and see if in the past it has been higher than 5 meters. That's maybe one way of doing it, yeah.
Any question, or I can throw the ball back to Remy? Remy?
While people are looking for questions, I just wanted to say, I think one of the real innovation in the regulation compared to what's done before is the necessity for geolocation at the plot level. The fact that we have to prove deforestation free is also very innovative, and it's probably here in the mind, but I think what's really changing completely the way the traceability is going to be done is the introduction of this concept of geolocation at plot level, and that's where there's most support needed immediately to be regulation ready somehow. So I think, if you ask me, from conversations I've had with competent authorities, what their main initial concerns will not necessarily be around which products to use, which maps to use to prove deforestation free, will just be around, is the geolocation information correct, reasonable, does it make sense compared to the yields and production where the countries where it come from, is it being recorded many, many times? And then, yeah, that's my 2 cents on this.
This is very correct. At the end, it really boils down to the X and Y. The regulation doesn't really ask for a mapping product. You just have to make sure that it is what is reported. Now, if you can do it with just regular, non-processed Earth observation data, that's fine. If you can eyeball oil palm, and you say that's oil palm, good enough. So, but good luck eyeballing cocoa, I think, and good luck eyeballing coffee. But some are, yeah, and actually I had that question to the colleagues here, and I think Tui already put it up regarding the timber one, which is of course a specific case. We do have cattle, which is another quite specific case. But even if we look at the quote-unquote regular ones, still some imagery work for some of them, and some higher or lower resolution imagery will work for some others. Plus, of course, talking about all the fancy slangs, you know, AI and machine learning and all that, what you want to use. Any comments on that?
Yeah, Zoltis, excuse me, even for the palm oil, one thing is to talk about industrial plantation, but if you could talk about small, independent smallholder plantation, they are not, sometimes they're not on the maps. So they're not detected unless you know where, with crop maps that you put on top. So, and these maps are in hands of the sector, basically, or the Earth observation community, but then there has to be communication with those who are doing the checks as well. Otherwise, in this case, the risk is too high. So the ideal thing is that we are all aligned. I know it's impossible because science is continuous, is moving, and there are always better tools and so on. But at least a baseline for both sides, so that we can, feel more comfortable and make a decision, even in choosing a partner.
Any other questions? I'm coming. No, it's okay, it's okay.
Yes, maybe I have a difficult question for Felix again. You were mentioning also the fact that, let's say, you have a team dedicated to look at the impact for smallholders, and I know that this is indeed a question that is looked into. Maybe you can comment on, let's say, the following. We know that, for instance, you also showed the map of Ivory Coast. I don't know how many cacao farmers in Ivory Coast there are, but it could be millions. Suppose that this is considered high risk. It means that you have to check, as a national competent authority, maybe at least 100,000 parcels. This will be quite challenging. So what it also means, to my and let's say very quick analysis, that will be very costly, at least also to provide the information. And one of the risks that people were referring to this regulation, that this might have a large effect on the smallholders, because the price of the EUDR, who is going to pay? And people say, okay, the producers have to pay for that. And of course, we hope, of course, maybe that in the end, the consumers will pay for that. But that is not always happening. So I'm just wondering to what extent, the Commission, maybe your team, has already thought about, let's say, this specific issue, the costs.
Thank you. That's another good question. I mean, what is the cost and who ultimately pays for it? Let me say Ivory Coast is a special case because it's the largest producer worldwide of cocoa, and most of that cocoa is exported to the EU. And this is also the reason why the Commission is has not started to talk to Ivory Coast with the EUDR, but much earlier. And in particular, there was a predecessor of the EUDR, which is 4 or 5 years older, which is called the Sustainable Cocoa Initiative, a Team Europe project which was aiming exactly at that, at starting before the EUDR comes, working with governments to support their small-scale farmers to produce in a more sustainable way. And there has been different tools have been identified. They try to provide a higher price to cocoa produced sustainably, for example. There has been some success stories and others which are not so much of a success, and definitely I totally agree with you, many challenges remain. Who will ultimately pay the price? I mean, the idea of this regulation is that possibly the commodities are no longer produced illegally, right? Either with, in connection with deforestation or in protected areas or by using child labor and all that. So, and if you ask me whether small-scale farmers will pay the price, I mean, some definitely will, and the intention is that those which produce illegally stop producing. That's the objective. And so for those, ideally, according to this regulation, they will be pushed out of, or they need to change their production model. Of course, the Commission is aware of the impacts of this and tries to accompany the regulation also with projects really aiming at encouraging farmers, especially those who have no other choice to produce more sustainably, working together with those governments. Personally, and not speaking here for the GRC or for the Commission, I mean, I think I'm aware of many surveys that prove that consumers are in principle ready to pay a higher price if they have the guarantee that products are produced in a more sustainable way. I mean, this is what I read all the time. So if you ask me personally, I would be slightly in favor of dumping part of the additional cost on the consumer rather than on the producers. Of course, we said from the beginning that the main actor in this whole story is the operators, the traders. So they will, of course, as you say, they will try to discharge the additional cost on producers. But I think they will also have to be to bury part of the cost, and some are doing it. I mean, we see producers who start programs of sustainable cocoa production in different countries, in South America, for example, where from the beginning they document what they do and they map areas and monitor them over time and provide clear information about the sustainability of this program. I think this regulation ultimately, I mean, I think what comes out of this panel discussion is also that it won't be, we will never be able to control every single plot and what happens on every single plot. But if the regulation succeeds in discouraging some of the production which is clearly unsustainable and where it is clear that it cannot be documented that this is deforestation free, and those are abandoned, then I think this has been already very successful. Yeah, and I don't know, maybe for the cost, if anybody in the panel would like to add to that quickly, or maybe Francesca, anything on the small-scale farmers or on the sustainability, the cost of sustainability. You must have an experience for palm oil. Who pays the cost of sustainability?
Just a second. The bus leaves at 6:30. Those who are going to... I understood 6:30. Anyway, Francesca, you wanted to chip in, so please go ahead.
Just quickly, just to say that, I mean, it's not only EUDR, there are so many EU regulation and directives coming up so that will require to EU companies to apply due diligence and invest in sustainability, and especially when it comes to palm oil, it's a long story. So it's part of the commitments of the company. So I really don't think, I mean, of course it's a burden, of course it's an extra cost, but it is in line with the commitments in terms of sustainability that the sectors are taking. Of course, there will be much effort in terms of human resources and in terms of price cost. I don't know, frankly, how much it will be reflecting on the final price of the product. It is true that consumers are demanding sustainability, and so basically they are ready, according to the research available, they're available to pay a little cheap more. But I mean, this is not probably the most severe impact is in terms of attention to be put on the management of all these regulations that are coming into force in the last months. For small, there's the problem is that they really risk to be left out if they are not able to show that you are actually EUDR compliant, even when they are so, because it's sometimes it could be risky. Companies are helping even on the ground with programs and trying to build, I mean, to guide growers and enable them to stay in the supply chain. So it's a matter of cooperation at a multi-level, public and private companies who are able to do so are doing a lot as well, with also a lot of economic efforts. But I mean, it's important that we use the time left, the 6 months more or less that we have left, to try to fill all the gaps. In the case of palm oil, for instance, we have an international global standard which is the most let's say robust one, the RSPO standard. Still, there are gaps. The gap analysis was made more than 1 year ago, and we are still waiting for these gaps to be narrowed and to be able to incorporate, or at least try to leverage on the RSPO standard and include some features that and obligations that are only EUDR relevant into the system in order to enable companies that are certified to still use the traceability system to gather all the information that are also necessary to comply with the EUDR. So there's a lot of effort ongoing.
Thank you. As you see, some left because actually the first bus was leaving or is leaving at 6:15. For those, I think we should stop unless you have anything. I know people wanted to say something still, and there are few people around. Remy, if just a minute or two, please.
30 seconds.
Okay.
Just on the Côte d'Ivoire, I think it's one good example where a country produced the data for its land cover 2020/land use and is actually doing an effort to protect the smallholders, because by making this data public, it really facilitates the access to the geospatial information, both from the producers, from the smallholders, but also from the verification parties, which will have no time to look at all the polygons. And if they do have an authoritative map that comes from a country that is open to everyone for scrutiny, they actually do make their life easier. And I think we should commend that. We should have this more.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thanks for those who really stayed for the last second. Thank you very much. I really thanks for the panel.
Thank you.
Excellent work. Thank you very much. Thank you.